I had been at Wintermere Hall less than an hour when I understood that my father had not merely died in debt. He had left something behind that others were already trying to find before I could reach it. The proof lay somewhere inside that house, under another family's roof and under their name. Then Lord Adrian Ashburn looked at me across the candlelit hall as if he knew precisely why I had come, and exactly what it might cost me. Scandal at Wintermere Hall. The snow had begun again before our carriage reached the gates. It came down in a fine white drift at first, almost delicate against the dark iron, then thickened as we turned from the road and entered the long approach to Wintermere Hall. The horses lowered their heads. The lamps on either side of the drive blurred into pale halos. Beside me, Mrs. Harbury slept in the soft, defeated manner of a lady who had declared herself perfectly equal to winter travel, and then lost the argument somewhere after the second milestone. I did not sleep. I had spent the last 2 hours with my hands folded in my lap, as if composure were a garment one might smooth into permanence by force. It had not answered. My fingers were cold inside my gloves. My shoulders ached from holding myself still. Every time the wheels struck a rut, I thought of the paper I had come to find, of the name written upon it, of the sum attached to it, and of what would become of my sisters if I failed. A fortnight earlier I had possessed only grief debt, and the steady humiliation of learning how much ruin a charming man might leave behind him. Then my father's former clerk, frightened by his own conscience, had sent me a note in a cramped, blotted hand. He claimed that one document, mislaid or hidden during an old settlement with the Ashburn family, might alter the worst of our position. He knew neither its exact nature nor where it had been placed. He knew only that it had last been seen at Wintermere. That was all. It was not enough for certainty. It was enough for hope, and hope is often the most dangerous thing a woman may carry into another family's house. The carriage gave a final lurch and slowed. Mrs. Harbury woke with a sharp little breath, looked about in confusion, and said, "We have arrived, then?" I protest I closed my eyes only for a moment. "Oh, of course," I said. "You are very calm, my dear." I turned my face toward the window so she should not read the lie before I spoke it. "I am only cold." This was not wholly false. Winter had found every seam in the carriage. It had found, too, the seam in my life where security had once sat and now no longer did. Mrs. Harbury patted my wrist with comfortable affection. She had been my mother's friend before she became mine, and in the last year she had learned the mercy of asking only those questions a person could survive. When her cousin at Wintermere sent an invitation for a modest Christmas party in the country, she had accepted at once, and declared that I must accompany her, for my health, my spirits, and my education in how not to look tragic before strangers. I had accepted for another reason entirely. The carriage door opened. Cold air entered like a rebuke. A footman lowered the steps. Beyond him the house rose broad and pale against the snow, every upper window lit. Wintermere Hall did not glare. It watched. Its long front, softened by age and weather, might have been stately in summer. In December it looked like the sort of place where secrets would be kept not out of malice but out of habit. That was in some respects more alarming. I descended carefully. Snow cracked beneath my half-boots. Somewhere above us the wind moved along the stone and made a sound like a breath drawn between teeth. Mrs. Harbury, rapt and supported and faintly indignant, followed with much instruction to everyone within hearing. By the time we crossed the threshold, I had seen enough to understand the first rule of the house. It was a well-run one, not merely grand, not merely old, ordered. A butler received us with a gravity so polished it bordered on mercy. 2 footmen stood ready without staring. A maid appeared almost before Mrs. Harbury named the need for hot water. Cloaks were removed, trunks named, routes established, precedents observed. Nothing in the entrance hall was wasted, not the movement, Not the silence, not even the fire. There are houses in which disorder offers kindness to a trespasser. Wintermere would offer no such comfort. Every person knew where he belonged. Every sound had its measure. A woman could not cross 3 yards of such a hall without being noticed by exactly the wrong pair of eyes. Useful knowledge. I gave my name when asked. The butler bowed. Miss Vale. Mrs. Harbury. Lady Wintermere is in the blue drawing-room. Tea has been laid there for the guests still arriving. I had been told the hall belonged to Sir Edmund Belham, whose wife was sister to the late Viscount Ashburn. A mixed gathering, Mrs. Harbury had said. Quiet, respectable, mostly family, with a few old friends. Perfectly proper. No dancing unless the roads improved and more company arrived. Very pleasant. Very dull. I had counted on dullness. Dull households misplace important papers and speak freely before invisible women. The blue drawing-room lay beyond a wide corridor, warm with beeswax and cedar. Portraits watched from the walls. Every dead ancestor composed and expensive. I walked beside Mrs. Harbury at the exact pace expected of a well-bred guest with no cause to hurry, while my thoughts moved ahead of me like a thief. A sealed letter, an inheritance paper, a settlement or acknowledgment left out of some final account. The clerk had not known which, only that my father had once believed it could repair a grave mistake, only that he had failed to secure it, only that he had spoken the name Ashburn as if the word itself had weight. In the doorway to the drawing-room I paused half a breath before entering. The room had already arranged itself into its own hierarchy. Lady Wintermere sat nearest the fire, handsome in the controlled way of a woman who had spent years being observed and had made observation pay for the privilege. 2 older gentlemen held the cards and the best chairs. A pale girl in lilac worked at embroidery and listened to everything. Another lady stood near the tea table, deciding whether to pour or wait. The servants moved quietly at the edge, present without becoming part of the scene. I marked the doors first. One behind the piano, probably to the morning room. One near the mantel, perhaps private. One opening back into the corridor. Windows tall enough for drafts, too visible for privacy. Writing tables. Yes, but small. Decorative. Nothing here would be left unguarded for long. Then Lady Wintermere rose, and the room turned toward us. There is no graceful way to be measured by strangers while snow melts at the hem of one's traveling gown, yet women have endured worse with less practice. I curtsied. Mrs. Harbury performed the necessary affection and cousinly regret over the roads. Names were exchanged. Seats were found. Tea appeared. 2 remarks were made about the weather. One about London. Another about the melancholy of December, before Christmas company settles properly into a house. I answered when spoken to and lowered my eyes at appropriate intervals. All the while I listened. One learns more from what is not explained than from what is. There had been delayed arrivals from Bath. A gentleman expected from York. A married daughter uncertain in her confinement. A nephew who had sent word. At that Lady Wintermere's expression altered by no more than a thread. She said, "He arrived before dusk. The roads from town were kinder to him than to the rest of us." Something in me went still. I lifted my cup, though I no longer desired tea. I had understood from the clerk's uncertain account that Lord Adrian Ashburn was in London, and not likely to come north before Christmas Eve if at all. That small mercy had formed part of my courage. A house may be searched more easily in the absence of the man whose family name sits over every door. "Your nephew is very dutiful," Mrs. Harbury said. Lady Wintermere smiled without softening. "He can be, when it suits him." The pale girl in lilac looked up. "He dislikes house parties." "Then Wintermere must have offered stronger inducement than comfort," said one of the gentlemen. A light answer followed. I did not catch it. The room had become less warm by several degrees. He was here. Not tomorrow. Not after I had learned the shape of the household and the rhythm of its servants. Now? Already under the same roof, already in possession of whatever he knew, already able to watch, prevent, conceal. I set down my cup before my hand could betray me. Lady Wintermere's maid entered at that moment to murmur something near her mistress's shoulder. Lady Wintermere excused herself with practiced ease and crossed to the far door. The door opened. A current of colder air slipped in from the corridor, and with it came Lord Adrian Ashburn. Had I met him before, I might have remembered little beyond the fact of a title. In London, one sees rank so often that memory grows lazy. Yet no laziness could have survived the man who entered that room. He was not handsome in the easy, smiling style that makes a ballroom foolish by midnight. He was too still for that, too controlled. Tall, dark-coated, touched by travel at the hem and shoulder, he looked not like a guest returned from the road but like a decision made too quickly and regretted too late. Lady Wintermere said something low to him. He bent his head to hear her. Then he looked up. It is an unsettling thing to be seen at once by a stranger, and not as a stranger. His gaze found me as if it had expected me there. Not admired, not welcomed. Found. No expression broke his face. That would have been easier to answer. Yet there was recognition in that first look, or something near enough to it to turn my pulse unsteady. I had never been presented to him. I was certain of it. And still he regarded me with the brief, exact attention of a man fitting a known danger into a visible form. Lady Wintermere drew him forward. Introductions had become inevitable. She said, "Miss Val. My nephew, Lord Ashburn." He bowed. I curtsied. "Miss Val." "Ah." His voice was lower than I expected, and very even. It carried no warmth, but neither did it offer contempt. It was the voice of a man who had spent years refusing himself the liberty of carelessness. "My lord." For one instant neither of us moved further. The room seemed to listen without admitting it listened. I became aware of the girl in lilac with her embroidery held motionless, of the older gentleman pretending to study his cards, of Mrs. Harbury's pleasant confidence that all was well because it ought to be. Lord Ashburn said, "I hope the roads did not treat you too harshly." A harmless question, a proper question, entirely fit for the room. "No more harshly than I expected," I said. Something almost like understanding passed through his eyes. "There and gone," he said. "Winter weather rewards low expectations." I should have let that stand. Any sensible woman would have done so. Instead, I heard myself answer, "Then I am fortunate to have arrived prepared." His gaze sharpened, not in anger, but in interest. I knew at once I had spoken too near the truth. Not enough for anyone else. Enough for him. Mrs. Harbury began speaking to Lady Wintermere again, filling the small silence. Lord Ashburn stepped aside to allow a servant through with fresh coals for the fire. The movement ought to have ended our exchange. Instead, as he passed my chair, he said in a tone pitched for me alone, "Wintermere is not an easy house in which to look for what one has lost." He did not pause. He did not look back. He crossed to the mantel and addressed one of the gentlemen on a matter so ordinary it might have been designed to prove that nothing at all had happened. I sat perfectly still. Perhaps I had misheard. Perhaps I had imagined the sentence because fear, when starved long enough, begins to feed upon coincidence. Yet my skin had gone cold beneath the warmth of the room. No one else showed any sign of surprise. No one else had heard. The line had been laid only for me. I kept my face composed through the next quarter hour by thinking of my sisters. Anne, who tried to laugh before breakfast because it cost nothing. Lucy, who still believed the world corrected itself if one behaved with enough goodness inside it. Neither of them knew the full measure of our danger. I had not told them how near we stood to dismissal from the house we rented, nor how little remained of the money set aside for the younger girls. I had told myself I concealed it out of kindness. In truth, I did not know how to put ruin into words that could be survived. At last a maid was sent to show me upstairs, before dressing for dinner. Mrs. Harbury remained below to rest by the fire and exchange histories with her cousin's connections. I rose, made the proper farewells for the interval, and followed the maid from the room. In the corridor, I felt rather than saw him. Lord Ashburn stood near one of the long windows, speaking quietly to the butler. The man withdrew as I approached. There was no reason for me to slow. There was every reason not to invite notice. Yet the corridor narrowed strangely around my pulse. He moved aside for me to pass. Perfectly civil. Perfectly correct. Then he said, without turning his head, "If you are wise, Miss Vale, you will enjoy the house party and leave family papers to the family." I stopped. The maid had gone ahead with my candle. She was already near the stair. No one stood close enough to hear unless we raised our voices, which neither of us would do. I looked at him. "You presume a great deal, my lord." He faced me then. Nearer. The discipline in him was even more pronounced. No softness. No unnecessary gesture. Yet something troubled lived beneath that control, as if restraint were not his nature but his penance. He said, "I presume only that Wintermere is full of eyes, and that some mistakes are costlier in winter than in summer. That sounds very much like a warning." It is. On whose behalf? For the first time, something shifted in his expression. Not surprise, not quite approval. More dangerous than either, he said, "That depends on what you came here to do." The maid turned at the stair and waited for me with patient confusion. I could not answer him without saying too much. I could not retreat without surrendering the field entirely. So I inclined my head with all the dignity I did not feel and said, "Then I shall take care not to disappoint your expectations, my lord." His mouth did not smile. His eyes did, though only for a second, and not with amusement. "I do not know what to expect of you, Miss Val." That was the worst answer he could have given me, because it meant he meant to learn. I turned away before the corridor, the portraits, and the winter, dark window could witness any more of my face than they already had. Upstairs, in the chamber prepared for me, I dismissed the maid, removed one glove, and stood by the small fire with my bare hand pressed against the mantel until the chill left it. Below me the house settled into evening. Doors opened and closed. A servant crossed the courtyard. Somewhere farther off, a clock marked the quarter hour with soft, relentless certainty. He knew. Not everything, perhaps. Not yet. But enough to place himself between me and the truth before I had touched a single desk or drawer. I looked down at the glove in my hand, at the damp edge where melted snow had darkened the kid. Then I set it beside the candle and met my own reflection in the looking-glass. If Lord Ashburn wished to frighten me into caution, he had succeeded only in teaching me where the danger stood. And danger, once named, may be watched. By the time I went down to dinner, the snow had fastened itself properly to the world. I could see it from the landing windows, whitening the terraces, softening the clipped hedges, erasing the line between path and lawn. The sky beyond had that peculiar winter darkness, which never seems entirely black, but rather the color of iron steeped in milk. Every lamp set against it looked at once brave and futile. I had changed into the least ambitious of my evening gowns, though I did not think any choice would have altered the truth of my appearance. My black had been put aside after the first strict weeks of mourning. Yet the dove, gray silk I wore now still carried a severity that fashion alone could not soften. It was well brushed, cleverly mended, and one season older than it ought to have been. Anyone who cared to notice would observe that I had been brought up to gentility and reduced to economy. I preferred that to being mistaken for foolishness. As I reached the head of the principal stair, voices rose from below in a gentle tide of pre-dinner civility. The house had changed its face since the afternoon. Candles had multiplied. Mirrors deepened every light. The servants, if possible, moved even more quietly than before. Wintermere did not produce bustle. It produced order and finer dress. Mrs. Harbury, already stationed near the lower hall with a look of patient triumph at having survived both the journey and the dressing hour, beckoned me toward her. She said, "My dear, you are pale," in an undertone. "You must eat something substantial tonight, and not behave as if boiled fowl were an insult to your ancestors. I shall do my utmost to preserve their peace." "See that you do. I cannot defend you against hunger and Lady Windermere in the same evening." Her affection steadied me more than she knew. I took her arm for the last few steps, and together we entered the drawing-room where the company had assembled before dinner. If I had hoped the room might absorb Lord Ashburn into its general society, and make him less singular to my senses, I was disappointed at once. He stood near the mantel speaking to Sir Edmund Belham, one hand resting lightly on the back of a chair, his posture easy only in the way certain men make effort look absent. He wore black evening clothes that only sharpened the reserve of his face. A gentleman in that room might have smiled without consequence. He seemed, by contrast, to have measured even the degree to which expression ought to be permitted. He did not look toward the door immediately. That, more than any visible attention, suggested deliberation. Lady Windermere, in deep plum silk and pearls severe enough to be taken for discipline, was arranging her guests with the foresight of a general positioning troops before weather. The pale girl in lilac from the afternoon proved to be Miss Fenton, a cousin on somebody's maternal side. The older gentlemen were Mr. Willoughby and Colonel Fanshawe, one all memory, the other all appetite. A married lady newly arrived from Bath, Mrs. Doring, possessed the kind of agreeable face that had never been denied indulgence for long. And there was one gentleman I had not seen before. Mr. Julian Mercer, handsome, fair, and too ready with his ease not to know its value. While these identities were placed before me, I noticed two things at once. First, a small table had been set near the far window, with cards and counters laid ready for the evening's later diversion. Second, a narrow door partly concealed by a folding screen stood beyond it, painted to match, the paneling sewn so neatly that one might overlook it, unless trained by worry to search walls for dishonesty. I looked away at once. "Miss Vale," the voice came from my left. Lord Ashburn had crossed the room without my seeing him do so. "My lord, I trust your chamber is comfortable." "Very." Wintermere appears to have anticipated every need of its guests. A less guarded man might have taken the sentence as gratitude. He heard the other meaning plainly enough. He said, "Then the house has justified its reputation." His gaze did not linger on me in any manner that could invite comment, yet I felt again the disagreeable certainty that he observed too much. Before I could decide whether to retreat into conversation with Mrs. Harbury or hold my ground on principle, Lady Wintermere called for dinner. We went in according to precedence. I had hoped to find safety in distance or obscurity. Instead, whether by accident, courtesy, or a design I could not read, I was placed midway down the table with Lord Ashburn on my right. For one humiliating instant I considered whether my face had changed color. The dining room itself offered no comfort. It was long, gracious, and sufficiently lit to punish every lapse of expression. The silver reflected the candles in orderly stars. Glass breathed softly when touched. The center of the table had been dressed with winter greenery, white roses forced too early in the season, and narrow ribbons the color of old burgundy. It looked festive if one had the leisure to feel festive. I had not. Mrs. Harbury, safely beyond me on the other side of Mr. Willoughby, gave me a look that plainly said, I ought to be grateful for so distinguished a neighbor. I answered with one that I hoped conveyed that gratitude may be a more costly virtue than is commonly supposed. The first course came. Conversation separated and reformed itself in the usual channels. Across from me, Mrs. Doring asked whether I preferred London in spring or autumn, And I said spring because autumn in town always makes one feel society is packing itself away before one has understood it. This was thought sensible. Mr. Mercer spoke across 2 places on the relative merits of snow in novels and in roads. Colonel Fanshawe declared that snow was best when viewed from indoors with claret. Sir Edmund laughed with the contentment of a man whose cellars justified his opinions. Lord Ashburn addressed me only after the soup had been removed. "You travelled with Mrs. Harbury from Kent." "From near Sevenoaks, yes, and found the roads passable." They were passable because they were unavoidable. A pause followed, measured, not awkward. He said, "I had thought that Mrs. Harbury preferred to pass Christmas in Bath." She did. Then she preferred otherwise. This time I heard, rather than saw, the faintest alteration in his breathing. It was almost a laugh, though no smile accompanied it. "You answer questions very exactly, Miss Vale. I have found the habit useful, I do not doubt it." The fish was served. A footman passed behind my chair. Lady Wintermere asked something of the colonel. At the far end of the table, Mr. Mercer began amusing Miss Fenton with an anecdote about a rector who preached against cards while keeping a very lucrative whist table himself. The company warmed by degrees. That is the danger of well-bred dinners. They encourage the appearance of harmlessness. Mrs. Doring turned to Mr. Mercer with a new subject, and, in that little shift of voices which leaves one pair briefly less observed, Lord Ashburn said, "You have acquaintances in town who remember your father." Nothing in his tone changed. Nothing in mine was permitted to. "I suppose that is true of many gentlemen," I said. "Not of many gentlemen in the same way." I set down my fork. My father had been dead 6 weeks. Since then I had endured condolences from women who barely recalled my mother's Christian name, practical inquiries from solicitors with hands too clean for pity, and careful silence from neighbors who did not know whether one ought to mention debts aloud. I had not expected to hear him summoned so evenly over the first remove of a dinner table. "What way would that be?" "My lord." He tore a small piece of bread and did not look at me. "A's a man of charm." It was so nearly true that it struck like insult. "My father had many faults," I said. "Popularity was not always among them. Yet he was remembered." I forced myself to take a breath before answering. "The dead often improve in recollection," he said. "Sometimes." The word lay there between us with the weight of a thing not finished. Before I could risk another response, Mr. Willoughby leaned past Mrs. Harbury and addressed the table at large. He said, "Vale," frowning at memory. "There was a Vale I met some years ago in town. A lively fellow. Excellent seat on a horse. Carded too much. Do you belong to that family, Miss Val?" Every light in the room seemed suddenly sharper. I could feel Lord Ashburn become still beside me. "That was my father, sir," I said. Mr. Willoughby, innocent in the manner of men long indulged by age and custom, nodded vigorously. "To be sure. Charming companion. Too ready to trust a cheerful face, if I recollect. Or perhaps too ready to present one. There was some little businessness once with papers. Ashburn would know. It touched his uncle's affairs, did it not?" No one moved. Yet the whole table heard. Lady Wintermere set down her glass with admirable control. Sir Edmund coughed, whether from warning or discomfort I could not tell. Mrs. Harbury looked as if she wished to fling a napkin over Mr. Willoughby's head and claim he had been seized by sudden delirium. Lord Ashburn answered before anyone else could. He said, "My dear Willoughby," in the perfectly courteous tone one uses while taking a loaded pistol out of an old man's hand, "you improve every matter by making it sound both criminal and dull. It was a legal confusion of no consequence now." "Was it?" said Mr. Willoughby. "Then I am relieved. I dislike half-remembered scandals unless they prove worth the remembering." A little louder followed. Forced in one quarter, genuine in another. The table recovered itself because good breeding demanded the effort. Yet nothing had recovered in me. My father. Papers. Ashburn would know. Legal confusion of no consequence now. I kept my eyes on my plate until the course was changed. Only then did I dare raise them. Lord Ashburn was receiving some remark from Mrs. Doring with every appearance of calm attention. But there was a hardness at the edge of his mouth that had not been there before. He had lied, or nearly lied, in public to contain the subject, which meant the subject mattered. The next half-hour passed in divided conversation, and I answered when required with an obedience that cost me more thought than wit. All the while my mind worked beneath the surface of manners. There had been papers. Not merely in the clerk's frightened suggestion, but in the recollection of a guest old enough to speak. Before he considered prudence, they had touched Ashburn affairs. Lord Ashburn had been ready for the mention, ready enough to redirect it in one smooth sentence. That kind of readiness is never accidental. He had known the possibility of exposure existed, because he knew what might be exposed. When the second course was removed, and the decanters began their slow journey, I let my glance move once, only once, toward the far side of the room where a servant had entered through a side door behind the screen. The same narrow panel I had marked before dinner. Not a servant's passage, precisely, but something adjoining. Perhaps a smaller parlour. Perhaps a writing room. Lord Ashburn spoke without turning his head. "You have looked at that door 3 times since we sat down." The blood rose under my skin so quickly I was grateful for candlelight. "I was not aware," I said, "that my attention had become a matter for your accounting." "Nothing becomes a matter for my accounting unless it insists upon doing so." "Then I shall endeavor to be less insistent." He finally looked at me then, not long, not boldly, but with a steadiness that made evasion feel childish. He said, "You should endeavor," softly, "to be less visible." Any answer I made would have betrayed temper. I swallowed it. Across the table, Mrs. Doring asked whether I played the pianoforte. I said a little. She declared that a little was often preferable to a great deal. Mr. Mercer, catching the thread, swore that no one who claimed to play a little ever meant it. The ordinary world resumed, as it always does around the edges of danger, and by its very ordinariness made danger seem more private than it is. At last the ladies withdrew. The drawing-room felt warmer after the disciplined brightness of dinner, though the warmth did not reach my hands. Tea was offered, declined, urged, accepted. Miss Fenton sat at the pianoforte and played something gentle enough to forgive conversation. Mrs. Harbury, having survived the whole of dinner with both patience and appetite, established herself near the fire beside Lady Wintermere and began discussing old Bath acquaintances who had married below expectation and above forgiveness. I should have gone to them. I should have taken work or wool into my hands and looked harmless. Instead I allowed my eye, in passing, to travel toward the writing table near the window. Small, elegant, feminine. Not the place. But the narrow door beyond the screen remained. A maid entered with a tray, vanished through it, and emerged without the tray. A small room then, used. Accessible. Not wholly private, else servants would not pass so freely. A room where letters might be written before being sent elsewhere. Or kept. I moved no nearer. I did not need to. Merely to have confirmed its use was enough to sharpen everything within me. Miss Val. I turned. Lord Ashburn had entered with the gentleman. The others dispersed as men always do upon rejoining a room already occupied, each toward his comfort, his vanity, or his audience. He came toward neither the fire nor the cards. Instead, he stopped at a distance perfectly proper and said, "My aunt asks whether you sing." "Your aunt is misinformed," he said. "How fortunate." She also asked whether I dance. The answer nearly escaped me before caution caught it. "And are you misinformed on that point as well, my lord?" He glanced toward Lady Wintermere, who was indeed watching us over Mrs. Harbury's cap ribbons with the bright patience of a strategist. Then he looked back at me. He said, "No. Only unwilling." There was something so dry in the admission that, against my judgment, I felt the beginning of a smile. He saw it. For one dangerous second the room altered. Not because we were alone. We were not. Not because anything intimate had passed. Nothing had. But because the possibility of ease had appeared between us, and both of us recognized it as a greater threat than argument. His face closed almost at once. He said, "You would do well, quiet enough for me alone, to abandon your curiosity about the room beyond that screen." My pulse gave a single, hard beat. "I do not know what you mean," he said. "No. That is the difficulty. You know very well." I lifted my chin. "You mistake me repeatedly, my lord. I begin to think the habit gives you comfort." He said, "And I begin to think that comfort is not what brought you to Wintermere." The words fell between us and remained there. Before I could answer, Lady Wintermere called to him from the card table. Someone wanted a fourth. He bowed. Not with mockery, not even with triumph, but with the composure of a man who had laid a piece upon the board and meant to see what I did with it. When he turned away, I kept my face steady until I was certain no one watched too closely. Only then did I let my hand tighten on the back of the chair beside me. There was a room behind the screen. He knew I had seen it. He knew, too, that I would not stop there, and if the papers touching my father and the Ashbournes had once passed through Wintermere, I thought it very likely that one of their ghosts was waiting on the other side of that door. It is one thing to suspect that a house contains what one needs. It is another to learn how that house breathes. A Wintermere did not surrender its habits quickly, but it did not know that I had spent the greater portion of my life learning how to be unremarkable in rooms where money and confidence belongs to other people. A woman without fortune becomes skilled at observation because she must. She learns who interrupts, who notices, who expects to be noticed, and who mistakes silence for insignificance. By the time the first hour of the evening had passed, I knew at least this much: footmen crossed the blue drawing room at regular intervals, but maids used the door behind the screen less frequently and never lingered near it. The butler kept the gentlemen supplied with wine in the card room beyond. Lady Wintermere, when winning, forgot half the room. Mrs. Harbury, once settled, could be relied upon to defend a chair as if it had been granted by the Crown. And Lord Ashbourne watched everything. That last truth complicated every other. I allowed another 10 minutes to pass before moving from the fire. Miss Fenton had yielded the pianoforte to Mrs. Doring, who played with more enthusiasm than precision. The gentlemen at cards were deep enough in their game to mistake silence for propriety rather than strategy. Mr. Mercer, having discovered that Miss Fenton blushed when praised and argued when contradicted, had devoted himself to the experiment. Lady Wintermere laughed once, low and pleased, at something the colonel said. Mrs. Harbury was recounting, for the benefit of a captive circle, the singular habits of a Bath widow who fed sugared almonds to a parrot and called it moral instruction. No one wanted me in that moment. It was an underrated blessing. I crossed toward the tea table with an appearance of purpose, set down a cup I had not wanted, and let my gaze stray toward the books arranged on a narrow shelf near the screen. There was nothing furtive in pausing before a shelf. Books offer excellent moral cover to women with inconvenient intentions. The screen itself was painted with winter branches and small birds, delicate enough to charm and substantial enough to hide a door. From where I stood, I could just see the edge of the panel beyond it. Closed. Unremarkable. Precisely the sort of door that acquires importance by pretending not to have any. A maid emerged carrying an empty tray. She did not start when she saw me, which told me guests were not forbidden to stand there. She bobbed a curtsy, passed on, and returned no more. A moment later I heard, beyond the panel, the soft rasp of metal against wood. A key. No. A latch set firmly back into place, so the room could be secured. I waited until the maid had disappeared into the corridor. Then I selected a book at random, opened it, and stood turned toward the screen, as if comparing its title with the catalogue in my thoughts. My pulse had become absurdly loud. I could feel it in my throat, in my wrists, in the cold points of my fingers. A page. Another. Nothing. No one called to me. No one approached. I took one quiet step farther, enough to place the screen between myself and the broadest view of the room. The panel door was now fully visible. It had no sign upon it, no ornament, no reason to attract attention unless one already knew to be suspicious. The latch sat at a perfectly ordinary height. The brass was polished, but less brightly than the public doors, used often, then, but not by guests. I closed the book and set it down on the shelf with care. The first touch of the latch told me what I had feared. Locked. I do not know what expression crossed my face. Frustration, perhaps. Or merely confirmation. I only know that in the second before I drew back, I thought I heard paper shift from within, the dry whisper of sheets disturbed by a draft or a hand. My own hand froze. Then a voice behind me said, "That room disappoints almost everyone who hopes it contains something interesting." I turned too quickly. Lord Ashburn stood no more than 3 feet away. He had approached so silently that my heart struck once. Hard enough to feel like pain. I was absurdly grateful for the screen, which spared us the full inspection of the room. Not privacy. Wintermere did not deal in such luxuries. But a small pocket of reduced visibility, enough for danger to take on a quieter form. "My lord," I said. He glanced at the door, then at the book one had abandoned, then at me. His expression gave nothing away. But I had the distinct and maddening sense that he knew not only what I had done, but the exact order in which I had thought it. He said, "It appears that my warning lacked force. I was looking at books. You were assaulting the latch." My face warmed. That is a dramatic description of a light touch. For Wintermere, it is practically rebellion. I ought to have moved away at once. I ought to have made some cutting reply and returned to the company, before the screen itself became a species of witness. Instead I heard myself say, very quietly, "Then your house must enjoy an easy peace." A pause followed. Not long. Just enough for me to regret the sentence, and then regret the regret. At last he said, "It is not my house." "No," I said. "Only your family's concerns seem to occupy it very thoroughly." His gaze steadied on mine. If another man had looked so directly, it would have felt like challenge. With him it felt nearer to assessment, and that was somehow worse. He said, "You are resolved to test how plainly I must speak. I should be sorry to put you to any discomfort." "You would not be sorry at all." This time I almost smiled, which was dreadful. A man ought not to become more dangerous merely by being accurate. From the card room came the sound of Colonel Fanshawe declaring victory too soon. Someone laughed. Beyond the screen, the drawing room continued in its respectable ease. Yet in that narrow space between shelf and hidden door, the air had altered again. I was aware of the candles, the polished wood, the nearness of his shoulder. If either of us moved an inch, nothing improper had occurred. Nothing could. But propriety, I was beginning to learn, is often most fragile when technically intact. "I presume," I said, "that you came to preserve your aunt's paneling from further outrage." "I came because you have spent the last half-hour studying servant movements with the concentration of a campaign officer." "I did no such thing." "You did it very well." "Then your powers of observation must be admired. If not your manners. They are rarely admired by the same people. A woman with more sense would have let the matter fall. A woman with less desperation might have done the same. I had neither advantage. "What is the room?" I asked. He answered at once. "A writing room." That startled me enough that I showed it. Perhaps he meant me too. "A family writing room," he added. "Accounts, letters, estate memoranda, Nothing romantic, very little worth the damage you would do yourself by being found in it, but damage. I repeated. You use the word with remarkable ease. I use it with experience. Something in the last word made me look at him more carefully. It did not soften him. I doubted softness came naturally to his face, but it altered the line of his mouth in a way that suggested memory rather than rebuke. You speak, I said, as if I were a child in danger of opening a cupboard. She does not understand, he said. No. A child would be easier to stop. The answer was so unexpectedly dry that I felt it before I could prevent it, a small, treacherous flicker of laughter. It escaped me almost soundlessly, more breath than amusement, but it was enough. He heard it. Of course he did. For the first time the severity about his eyes eased. Not much. Not into open warmth. Yet the change was unmistakable and, because it was so slight, all the more disturbing. A man who smiled easily might be managed. A man who almost smiled seemed to have no business doing so at all. He said, "You find this diverting." "I find," I answered, "that being watched like a pickpocket by a viscount exceeds my common expectations of hospitality." Then perhaps Wintermere has surpassed itself. It was impossible to tell whether he mocked the house, himself, or me. That, too, was becoming part of the difficulty. I looked once more at the door. If the room contains nothing of consequence, why is it locked? His expression closed again. Because not every paper in a house is intended for every hand. And because some hands are not trusted. He said, because some discoveries create more trouble than they cure. The words landed between us with a quiet force that made the corridor beyond seem very far away. I thought of my sisters, of Anne stretching old ribbon so it might pass for new, of Lucy still speaking of spring as if spring possessed obligations. Trouble and cure were luxuries of language. For women in our position, documents did not merely explain life, they decided it. That is a judgment easily made, I said, by those not asked to bear the ignorance. He took that without flinching, which I had not expected. He said, "You are right." The plainness of the admission unsettled me more than denial would have done. I had prepared myself to resist arrogance. I was less ready for restraint that knew when had been answered. Before I could speak again, footsteps approached from the drawing-room side. Reflex rather than intention moved us both. I stepped back toward the shelf. He shifted half a pace away from the screen. By the time Mrs. Doring appeared, smiling and carrying a shawl she had forgotten, we might have been discussing sermons. She said, "There you are, Lord Ashburn. Lady Wintermere insists you make yourself useful and rescue the card table from Colonel Fanshaw's opinions. Ah, Miss Vale, I hope he is not oppressing you with estate matters. Men always believe locked rooms and old papers must interest everybody equally," he said. I was only advising Miss Vale, smoothly, that Wintermere's library offers better prospects than its account books. "Then you are doing her a kindness," said Mrs. Doring. "Account books are a punishment for sins committed in another life." She took up the shawl and departed as lightly as she had come. The moment she vanished, the little space green seemed to tighten around us once more. He said, "Fear. A demonstration. Of what? How little it takes." I knew what he meant. A lady half hidden with a gentleman. A locked room near at hand. A misplaced tone, a delay too long, a servant with a talent for embroidery and speech. That was all society required before it built a staircase out of whispers and invited everyone to climb. "I am aware of risk, my lord." "Not this house's kind." The answer provoked me. "And you imagine yourself its sole interpreter." "No." His eyes held mine with exhausting steadiness. "Only the person attempting, against judgment, to keep you from making an enemy of it." "Why?" "Why?" The question escaped before I could recast it. Not why warn me from the room. Not why preserve his family's papers. Why care whether I became entangled in the house at all? Something unreadable moved through his face. Fatigue, perhaps. or reluctance sharpened into honesty. He said, "Because," very low, "once Wintermere begins to look at a person directly, it seldom forgets where it has looked." For one suspended second neither of us spoke. I do not know whether the words themselves altered anything, or merely the way he said them. They ought to have sounded like advice, perhaps even threat. Instead they sounded like experience, and that was infinitely more dangerous. A warning born of knowledge has a way of slipping past resistance, and seating itself somewhere much nearer the heart. I made myself answer calmly. "Then, I shall try not to give the house cause to remember me." His gaze dropped, only briefly, to my bare left hand resting against the edge of the shelf. I had removed my gloves after dinner, and not thought to retrieve them. The candlelight showed the contrast, too clearly pale skin against dark wood. The slight tremor I had not known remained. When he looked up again, his voice had changed by no more than a shade. "You already have." The room beyond us broke into fresh laughter. Colonel Fanshawe had evidently made or lost some bold claim. The ordinary world returned in fragments, bright and social and absurdly far from where I stood. I drew breath. "If I have become memorable, my lord, I trust the fault is not wholly mine." Something nearly answered in his expression. Not amusement, not surrender, recognition perhaps of an error shared. Then he stepped back and the moment closed. He said, "You should return to the fire. Mrs. Harbury has looked for you twice. And the writing room. You will not enter it tonight." It was not phrased as command. That made it no less one. "That is not what I asked," he said. "No." "It is what I answered." Infuriating man. I might have said so with my eyes, because the faintest trace of that impossible almost smile touched him again and disappeared. Then he bowed, precisely proper, and went to rescue the card table from Colonel Fanshawe, or his opinions, or both. I remained where I was for 3 breaths after he left. A writing room. Locked. Family papers. More trouble than cure. He had admitted enough to confirm my suspicion, and withheld enough to make certainty urgent. Yet the most dangerous thing about the exchange was not what I had learned. It was the disquieting fact that, for 1 or 2 moments behind the screen, with winter pressing at the windows and the house listening through polished doors, I had forgotten to dislike him entirely. That was folly. I knew it as clearly as I knew my own name. Men who guard truths do not become safer because they guard them elegantly. And yet when I returned to the fire, and sat beside Mrs. Harbury, accepting her whispered complaint that Wintermere kept its tea too hot and its chairs too low, I was not thinking only of the locked room. I was thinking of Lord Ashburn's voice when he said, "You already have." And of the troubling possibility that the house was not the only thing beginning to remember where it had looked. The evening did not improve after that. It became more civilized, which, in certain houses, is considerably worse. I returned to Mrs. Harbury with what I hoped was a face composed enough to discourage inquiry. She made room for me beside her, and at once resumed, for my supposed benefit, a description of a Bath assembly at which a bishop's wife had worn orange velvet and been judged by the entire room to have confused courage with punishment. I murmured where required. I even smiled once. Yet my attention had taken on that divided quality one knows during illness or anxiety, when one part of the mind performs the necessary courtesies, while the other stands apart, counting doors. Lord Ashburn had resumed his place at the card table. He ought to have disappeared into the harmless, masculine business of trumps and calculations. Instead, I remained inconveniently aware of him. Not because he sought my notice. That would have been easier to answer. He did not look toward me again for some time. He spoke when spoken to, laid down his cards, accepted or defeated Colonel Fanshawe with an economy almost severe in its neatness, and gave every appearance of a man entirely occupied elsewhere. It was precisely that self-command which made him impossible to dismiss. He seemed to take up no more room than another gentleman. Yet the room had arranged its tension around him all the same. Miss Fenton was prevailed upon to play again. Mrs. Doring sang half a verse of something French, and forgot the rest, with admirable good humor. Mr. Mercer offered to repair the omission, and was forbidden by general feeling. A tray of coffee came in. The fire settled lower and was revived. Outside the windows the snow thickened until the panes held nothing but reflected candles and the occasional white sweep of wind. It might have been a pleasant evening, if I had been another woman. Lady Wintermere eventually proposed that we move the tables, and attempt a round of riddles, cards having sharpened tempers, and dulled charity in unequal measure. This suggestion was received with that polite reluctance by which English people announce they are about to enjoy themselves against principle. Chairs were shifted. 2 smaller tables were pushed aside. The company formed itself imperfectly near the hearth. I would willingly have remained where I was, but society has a barbarous instinct for drawing the unwilling into the center. Mr. Mercer demanded teams. Mrs. Doring insisted that gentlemen who had cheated at cards ought not to be trusted together. Colonel Fanshawe objected to the word cheated while proving its justice. In the midst of this noise, Lady Wintermere turned and said, with the composure of one placing a piece already chosen, "Miss Vale will take my nephew's side. He is intolerable when not contradicted." A faint ripple of amusement moved through the room. I looked at Lord Ashburn. He gave no sign of resistance. "Then I am forewarned, madam," I said. "And he is outnumbered," said Mrs. Harbury cheerfully. "An arrangement I always favor." So it was settled. I found myself standing not quite beside Lord Ashburn, not quite apart from him. As Mrs. Doring explained rules, no one intended to obey with accuracy. The first riddle dissolved into guesses, interruptions, and a quarrel over whether clergy might be included in absurd answers. Miss Fenton blushed through 3 of them. Mr. Mercer shone with the glossy ease of a man who has never yet paid dearly for being charming. I answered when required, kept my tone light, and tried to remember that a house party is a machine built to expose the self-possession of women under circumstances called innocent. Lord Ashburn, to my annoyance, proved very good at this sort of thing, not merry, never that, but dry, exact, and unexpectedly deft in cutting through confusion without seeming to claim triumph. Once, when Colonel Fanshawe insisted that the solution to a riddle concerning keys and locks must certainly be marriage, Lord Ashburn said, "Then, half the kingdom is more secure than appearances suggest," which earned enough laughter to send the colonel into further declarations, and spared everyone the necessity of agreement. I ought not to have enjoyed the remark. I did. That was my first mistake. My second came when Miss Fenton, emboldened by warmth and spectators, proposed a forfeits game in place of riddles. Lady Wintermere vetoed forfeits as childish. Mrs. Doring, who liked childish things as long as they were dressed in silk, suggested instead that each person offer some small declaration about the year to come. Resolutions, hopes, predictions, whatever one pleased. It was absurd. It was also irresistible to a room already softened by food and weather. Sir Edmund hoped for a milder January. Colonel Fanshawe predicted the downfall of every bad French cook in England. Mrs. Harbury declared she intended never again to travel in snow, and would certainly break the resolution before Lent. Mr. Mercer said he expected to be bored by London, and amused by Bath, which satisfied nobody but himself. Miss Fenton wished only that her brother might return safely from abroad. The room softened a little at that. Then, before I had prepared myself, Lady Wintermere looked at me. "And you, Miss Vale. There are questions one cannot refuse without appearing either foolish or rude." I felt every eye upon me, some out of interest, most out of habit. Lord Ashburn stood with one hand resting lightly on the mantel, his face unreadable. I could not say. I hope to recover the paper which may determine whether my sisters fall quietly into dependence. I could not say, I intend to search your house before your nephew stops me, so I said the only truth that would pass in company. I hope, I said, to become useful where I am wanted, and not burdensome where I am not. It was a modest answer. Too modest, perhaps. I saw Mrs. Harbury's mouth tighten with affection and pain. She knew too well what reduced circumstances teach one to call reasonable. Across the room, Lady Wintermere inclined her head with a civility that might have covered sympathy or merely approval of good breeding. But it was Lord Ashbourne's expression that changed. Not openly. Not enough for anyone but me to see. Yet for one instant the reserve in him gave way to something graver, more direct, as if my answer had touched a line already drawn in his own mind. Mrs. Doring, perhaps feeling the moment turned too serious, clapped lightly and demanded that Lord Ashbourne speak next. Since gentlemen of his age and disposition always claimed to have no wishes, and were invariably concealing two at minimum. A little louder followed. He did not, he said, I hope. After a pause, that mistakes made in silence do not require silence forever. No one in the room took the sentence quite seriously. That was the mercy of elegant company. Sir Edmund replied that he had always found silence the cheapest method of looking wise. Colonel Fanshawe disagreed at length. Mrs. Doring pronounced the answer too solemn, and sentenced Lord Ashbourne to say something more cheerful. He obliged with a remark about roads and weather, and the room moved on. I did not. The words remained where they had fallen. Mistakes made in silence. Not all gentlemen speak like men in confession before the coffee has cooled. And he had said it without flourish, as if the truth escaped him only because he was too tired to varnish it properly. I had believed until then that his silence about my father belonged to strategy alone. For the first time I wondered whether guilt sat somewhere beneath the strategy and lent it weight. That made him no safer. If anything, it made him more difficult to resist. The game dissolved soon after. Mrs. Harbury declared her bones equal to no further social improvement. Lady Wintermere rose. Chairs were restored to their former places. Good nights began their measured progress through the room. I stooped to recover the glove I had absent-mindedly left draped over the arm of a chair near the hearth, and found, when I straightened, that Lord Ashbourne had reached it first. It was the left glove, pale kid, still slightly marked at the fingertips from damp and travel. He held it out to me at once. Nothing in the gesture could have been faulted. Nothing in the room ought to have noticed it. Yet because the evening had already sharpened my nerves, the sight of my glove in his hand struck me with absurd force, as if the object itself had crossed some line I had tried very carefully not to see. He said, "Miss Vale." "Thank you." Our fingers did not touch. He was too careful for that. I was too aware of him to risk it. Yet the exchange had been visible enough to attract the attention of precisely the wrong person. Mrs. Doring, fastening her bracelet, and watching everything while appearing to watch nothing, smiled in our direction and said to Lady Wintermere, "Your nephew has become remarkably attentive this evening. Snow does wonders for domestic feeling." It was a light remark. Entirely light. But rooms such as Wintermere do not require heavy remarks to begin their work. Lady Wintermere's eyes moved from Adrian's face to mine and back again. She answered with perfect composure, "Snow makes prisoners of us all, Mrs. Doring. We must learn to be civil within our walls." A harmless answer, a sufficient one. Yet I felt the change at once. Not spoken, not even formed, only present the slight rearrangement by which a room begins to place two people in relation to one another, whether they have asked for it or not. Lord Ashbourne felt it too. His expression did not alter, but the line of his shoulders became fractionally more formal, as though he had put another inch of distance into the air between us. Mrs. Harbury rose with a small groan of joint and silk. "Come, Eleanor. I shall require your arm or expire under Lady Wintermere's chandeliers, which would make a dreadful stain upon the season. I went to her at once. We made our farewells. Miss Fenton wished me good night with timid sweetness. Mr. Mercer bowed as if rehearsing for women who mattered more. Colonel Fanshawe declared that snow improved everybody's complexion except his own. The ordinary nonsense of parting spread like a coverlet over everything sharper beneath it. Yet as Mrs. Harbury and I moved toward the door, Lady Wintermere called after me, "Miss Val." I turned. "If the weather continues, we shall all be confined together for several days at least. I trust you do not dislike country quiet." There was no challenge in the sentence. That would have been too crude for her. But there was measure. Inquiry. The tone of a woman who was not merely being gracious, but noting how another woman answered under observation. "I hope I may prove equal to it," I said. She smiled. "One often learns more in the country than one expects." It was a perfectly acceptable thing for a hostess to say. It did not feel acceptable. I inclined my head and left the room. The corridor beyond was dimmer, the candles set wider apart. Somewhere farther off, servants were already restoring the lower floor to its proper order. Mrs. Harbury, once we had mounted the first steps, sighed deeply and leaned a little upon my arm. She said, "A tolerable evening. Though, Mrs. Doring laughs too often at gentlemen not worth the effort, and Sir Edmund salts everything before tasting it." "What did you think of Lord Ashbourne? You were placed very near him." The question came too casually to be accidental. "I think," I said, "that he speaks little and notices much. An alarming combination. Does he admire you?" I nearly missed a step. "Mrs. Harbury." "My dear, do not sound so offended. Men have admired women under more inconvenient circumstances than soup." "I have no idea," she said. "Then he admires you enough to be careful of it," and would say no more, which was in some respects the cruelest course available to her. At the upper landing she released my arm and retired toward her chamber, still discoursing faintly on the evils of winter travel. I stood a moment alone in the gallery before going on. Below, a door opened and closed. Footsteps crossed the hall. The house had not yet slept, but it had begun to gather itself inward, as if every sound now belonged less to company than to management. I should have gone directly to my room. Instead I remained still at the turn of the gallery, looking down into the dimness below. From that height, one sees certain truths more clearly. The arrangement of corridors, the way the servants' passage met the back stair, the position of the blue drawing room in relation to the smaller rooms beyond, and there, in the lower hall, lit by a bracket lamp and half-shadow, stood the housekeeper speaking to a maid. I would not ordinarily have listened. Hunger has peculiar effects upon conscience. "The key goes to his lordship tonight," the housekeeper said quietly. "Lady Wintermere gave orders herself. The writing-room is not to be opened again until morning." The maid murmured assent. They moved on before I could hear more. I did not stir. His lordship. Not Sir Edmund. Not the butler, Lord Ashbourne. So the locked room and its papers were not merely family concerns in the abstract. He held the key. The fact ought to have surprised me less than it did. Yet hearing it spoken aloud altered everything. It placed his warnings, his evasions, even that strange sentence about mistakes made in silence, into a shape more dangerous than suspicion. He did not merely know of the matter. He governed access to it. I went to my room with my pulse beating too hard for grace. Inside, the chamber had been made cheerful by habit and firelight. My gown lay across the chair where I dropped it. My hairpins gathered on the table one by one beneath shaking fingers. I removed the left glove last and set it beside the candle exactly where he had returned it to me. Then I stood in my shift before the small hearth, and tried to think reasonably. Reason said I should leave the search alone. Reason said Lord Ashbourne had placed himself so directly in my path that success was unlikely and exposure probable. Reason, said Wintermere, was not a lodging house, nor I a heroine from some circulating library absurdity who might wander about with a taper and discover salvation in a drawer before dawn. Reason said my father's errors had already done enough harm, and that I was in danger of adding my own. But reason has always been poorly equipped to answer necessity. If Adrian Ashburn held the key, then Adrian Ashburn held either the document itself or the nearest road toward it. If he had wanted only to frighten me, he would have denied the room's importance altogether and left me to doubt myself. Instead, he had warned, diverted, guarded, and spoken half-truths with the air of a man attempting to contain a breach already opened. He knew more than he admitted. And now I knew enough to remain. I crossed to the window and drew back the curtain. The snow still fell, steady and implacable, covering the drive, the lawns, the terraces, and all convenient routes of retreat. Wintermere Hall stood enclosed by white and silence, cut off from the world with the thoroughness of a verdict. Very well, I thought. If the roads meant to imprison us, then I would use the imprisonment. I would stay. I would learn the household. I would watch the movements of servants and keys. I would let Lord Ashburn believe his warnings had made me cautious, and in one sense they had. But caution is not surrender. It is only discipline with a quieter face. Below me, somewhere deep in the house, a door shut with a sound too distant to name. I let the curtain fall and turned back toward the fire. By morning, Wintermere would still be snowbound. And so, for the first time since my arrival, would Lord Ashburn. I woke to a world made smaller by snow. During the night it had ceased to fall in violence, and settled instead into that relentless, patient whiteness which appears less like weather than intention. When I drew back the curtain, Wintermere lay half buried beneath it. The terrace steps had vanished into smooth drifts. The clipped yews wore rounded caps. The drive, which yesterday had offered at least the idea of departure, was now only a pale sweep broken here and there by the dark backs of shrubs and the faint outline of buried wheel ruts. Even the lake beyond the south lawn looked nearer than before, as though snow compressed distance and reduced the world to what one could not avoid. A house party may become almost intimate when escape is denied to everybody equally. That thought did not improve my spirits. I dressed with more care than vanity required, for confinement sharpens observation and gives trifles the importance of declarations. My morning gown was dark blue wool, plain enough to offend no eye, and good enough not to apologize for itself. By the time I went downstairs, the household had already changed shape around the altered weather. Fires were made up earlier. Servants crossed the passages carrying more coal than usual. Somewhere below, a groom shouted once in the yard and was answered by another voice too muffled by snow to distinguish. In the breakfast room the company had divided itself according to temperament. Sir Edmund fortified himself with kidneys and optimism. Colonel Fanshawe complained that England never looked honest under snow, because everything mean attempted gentility beneath it. Miss Fenton sat near the window with her tea, gazing out as if disappointment might soften if contemplated prettily enough. Mrs. Doring had arrived in apricot ribbons, inappropriate to the weather, and all the more determined for it. Mr. Mercer was explaining that he had once been snowbound in Derbyshire with 3 sisters, 2 spaniels, and a curate who played the flute, which, if true, had either improved his patience or destroyed it beyond repair. Mrs. Harbury beckoned me to the place saved beside her. "My dear, all roads are impassable, the post is delayed, and the cook has produced hot rolls worth the whole of civilization. We are prisoners, but not neglected." I sat. "Then we must endeavor to endure nobly," she said. "We must endeavor to endure warmly," handing me the marmalade. "Nobility is of no use before noon." I had scarcely begun my tea when Lady Windermere entered. She brought with her not bustle, precisely, but decision. A hostess in London may permit events to shape themselves around convenience and vanity. A hostess in the country, with guests snowed in and servants to govern, becomes something far more formidable. She said, "The East Road is entirely blocked," taking her seat. "No one leaves today, unless they grow wings or worse judgment than I had credited them with. We shall therefore treat the weather as entertainment rather than insult." This announcement was received with the proper mixture of resignation and false cheer. Colonel Fanshawe demanded to know whether the cellars remained accessible. Sir Edmund assured him that Providence had not been so cruel. Mrs. Doring declared confinement romantic, which proved she had never truly been confined. Miss Fenton asked timidly whether the vicar's family beyond the village would be all right. Lady Wintermere answered that the tenants had been supplied, and the village seen to at first light. Nothing at Wintermere, I was beginning to understand, was left to chance if planning could insult chance first. Lord Ashburn entered only after the first stir of the announcement had passed. He came in from the inner door, rather than the corridor, which told me he had already been about the business of the house. Snow had touched the shoulders of his dark coat and melted there in damp stars. He removed his gloves as he crossed the room, apologized to his aunt for the delay, and took the empty chair opposite me, with the air of a man who neither invited nor resisted observation. His gaze met mine only briefly. That was enough to remind me of last night's overheard words. "The key goes to his lordship tonight." This morning his expression showed no sign that he had ever stood behind a screen with me beside a locked door, or that he had returned my glove, or that his warnings now stood in my mind like obstacles marked upon a map. Yet there was something in the exactness of his manner that suggested wakefulness carried too long into the morning. Lady Wintermere asked after the lane to the lower farm. He answered. Sir Edmund asked whether the steward thought the men could clear the west track by tomorrow. He answered that too. Only when Mrs. Harbury, out of genuine concern and a dangerous want of curiosity, said that Lord Ashburn had been heroic to inspect anything at such an hour, did he permit himself the faintest dryness. "Heroism in snow generally consists of cold hands and bad language, madam," she replied. "Then I am grateful not to have heard the second." His mouth altered by the smallest degree. It was not a smile. It was merely proof that his face remembered the possibility. Breakfast moved on. Yet the atmosphere had shifted. Snow imposes companionship even where companionship is not wanted. There is a new attention in a room when everybody knows the same walls must do for another day, perhaps two. The ordinary habits of leaving, calling, receiving letters, or inventing errands fall away. One begins, against one's principles, to study the people nearest at hand as if they had been selected for a purpose. I was no exception. While buttering toast and answering Mrs. Doring's inquiry about Kentish winters, I watched the servants. Not openly. I had learned better than that. But from beneath lowered lashes and the harmless business of breakfast, I marked the entrances and departures. A footman came in twice from the corridor and once from the passage behind the sideboard. The butler spoke softly to Lady Wintermere, and withdrew. A maid replenished the urn, glanced toward the window, and went out again. No keys appeared on any tray. No ring of household authority lay carelessly exposed. If Lord Ashburn had taken charge of the writing room key again, He had not done so foolishly enough to display it before breakfast. He had, however, remembered me. I knew it when Mrs. Doring asked what amusement the day might offer if the weather kept us all indoors, and Lady Wintermere, after a moment's consideration, said, "My nephew must make himself useful. He knows the library, the picture gallery, the old family rooms, and the route to the conservatory without getting any of you lost. He may escort those who wish for occupation more elevated than cards before luncheon." Mr. Mercer declared himself devoted to elevation. Colonel Fanshawe preferred the fire to all the arts. Miss Fenton admitted that she had not yet seen the long gallery. Mrs. Harbury said she would admire everything from an armchair, if admiring in motion could be avoided. Then Lady Wintermere turned to me. "Miss Vale, you have seen almost nothing of Wintermere yet. Adrian, you must show her the library at least. She has the look of a woman who reads before she forgives." I do not know what expression crossed my face. Perhaps surprise, perhaps suspicion that a hostess should not accidentally place me so neatly in my enemy's path. Around us the room gave the suggestion of amusement without quite claiming it. Adrian set down his cup. He said, "If Miss Vale is willing." Nothing in his tone invited refusal. Nothing allowed complaint. It was perfectly proper. "I should be sorry to neglect the library," I said. Mrs. Doring glanced from him to me with a brightness I did not care for. How fortunate. A Snowdon house requires alliances. The word was light. Too light. I kept my attention on my plate. Half an hour later, with the company scattered according to preference and endurance, I found myself walking beside Lord Ashburn through the south corridor toward the library. Miss Fenton had been claimed at the last moment by Mrs. Doring, who wished to show her a portfolio of Italian prints. Mr. Mercer had vanished toward the billiard room in pursuit of a footman, a cue or mischief. In consequence, Lady Wintermere's harmless arrangement had narrowed into something much less harmless. A gentleman and a gentlewoman progressing together through a quiet part of the house, while snow sealed every window with white light. The corridor was broad, but not broad enough to make me unaware of him. "You have the advantage of me this morning," I said. He glanced down. "Have I?" "Your aunt commanded, and I obeyed. It must be very agreeable." "I assure you, being commanded by my aunt is never agreeable. It is merely inevitable." That should not have amused me. It did against judgment. I begin to understand the household better. I fear you do. We reached the library doors. He opened one and stood aside for me to enter. The room within was large, square, and old enough to have acquired dignity without effort. The shelves rose high, the upper ranges reached by a narrow gallery and a wheeled ladder. Two tall windows gave onto the snow-covered south lawn, turning the light pearl gray and soft despite the cold beyond. A fire burned at one end. Writing tables stood at intervals, not for display but use. There were maps, portfolios, cabinets with brass grills, a terrestrial globe the color of faded tea, and the particular scent only old books seem able to keep: leather, dust, glue, and time. I loved it at once, which was inconvenient. "You may laugh if you like," I said, moving toward the nearest shelf. "I shall forgive you for many faults while standing in a room like this." I had not thought forgiveness so cheaply purchased. "You mistake me. The room is dear. It is men I price low." He looked at me then with a steadiness that suggested the line had landed where intended. He said, "An economical principle. I have been obliged to cultivate economy." The answer altered the air between us by the smallest degree. He said nothing further, and I was at once sorry for the sentence and glad of it. Truth, when accidental, often reveals more than speeches carefully arranged. I moved slowly along one shelf, reading titles I barely saw. He followed at a distance that would have satisfied propriety and irritated intimacy equally. After a few moments he said, "You heard something last night." Not a question. "Of course not." I did not turn. Wintermere seems rich in sounds meant to be overheard. You heard enough. Enough to know the writing room is not merely decorative. The silence that followed told me I had struck accurately. When I faced him, he was standing near the center table, one hand resting on the polished edge. Daylight made him look less severe than candlelight had done and more tired. That, too, was inconvenient, he said. You should not have listened. You should not have given me cause. A faint line appeared between his brows. You assume cause where there may be duty. Ah, what a generous distinction. It is not generous. No, I said. Only useful. Bah, he might have answered. Instead he looked toward the windows as if measuring whether snow made honesty more likely or less. I told you the room contained papers that would create trouble. And I told you trouble is not distributed equally. Do you imagine I do not know that? The words came with more force than any he had yet used on me, not loud, never loud, but sharpened by something more personal than annoyance. Before I could decide whether to press the advantage or retreat from it, a sound from above made me glance up. A volume, carelessly shelved on the gallery edge, had shifted forward. Only an inch, perhaps. Enough to look unstable. I stepped instinctively toward the ladder. Miss Vale. Relaying. It will fall. So will you if you attempt heroics before breakfast. But I had already set a hand to the ladder rail. The thing was narrower than I expected, the wood polished smooth by long use. I mounted only 2 steps before the book tipped farther out. At that same instant he moved. His hand closed around the side rail below mine, not touching me, but close enough that the ladder seized its faint sway. The other hand reached up past my shoulder, took the volume cleanly from the upper ledge, and set it safe upon a shelf lower down. It happened in one swift motion, economical and precise. Yet because I had been half turned on the step, because his coat brushed the wool of my sleeve, because the whole action drew him nearer than any gentleman ought properly to stand without invitation. The moment felt far longer than it was. He said now, quietly, if Wintermere has not killed you with hidden papers, it may yet manage a ladder. I looked down. This was unwise. He was too near. The winter light too even. His expression too controlled for the nearness to feel accidental. Nothing improper had happened. He had prevented precisely the sort of tiny household disaster that gives everyone a story for the wrong reasons. Yet my pulse had forgotten civility. I might say, I answered, that the house is assisted by its family. You might. You would even be partly right. Before I could decide what to do with that, a voice sounded from the doorway. There you are. Mrs. Doring. She stood just within the room, smiling in that bright, innocent manner which is never innocent in full. Miss Fenton hovered behind her, with a portfolio under one arm, and the exact expression of a girl who knows she has interrupted something and has no idea what it was. Lord Ashbourne stepped back at once. I came down from the ladder with dignity purchased at excessive cost. He said, we were rescuing literature. Mrs. Doring laughed. How fortunate that literature should require such handsome assistance. Miss Fenton colored so violently that I pitied her despite myself. I wished only to show Miss Fenton the miniature room beyond, said Mrs. Doring, moving farther in. But I begin to think the library has already proved more instructive. It has certainly proved taller than expected, I said. She replied, everything at Wintermere does. The tone remained light. Entirely light. Yet as she turned Miss Fenton toward the side cabinets and began discussing Italian engravings, I felt with perfect certainty that something had shifted. Not in the room. In the interpretation of the room, a gentleman and a gentlewoman alone in the library. A ladder. A rescue, Mrs. Doring's appetite for amusement. Miss Fenton's blush. That was enough. In a snowbound house, enough is lavish. I moved away under pretense of examining a cabinet of atlases. Lord Ashbourne joined me a moment later, keeping the correct distance. He said, you see, without looking at me, that your library is dangerous, that witnesses require very little. I closed the cabinet. Then we are agreed on something at last. I did not expect agreement to come by way of ladders. Nor I. There was a pause, not empty, waited. Then from the far side of the room came Mrs. Doring's voice. Pitched just high enough to travel. Miss Vale, you are very fortunate. Lord Ashburn has not offered to save any of us from bookshelves. Miss Fenton murmured something mortified. Mrs. Doring laughed again. Fortunate. The word might have been harmless in another room, another season, another life. Here it dropped like dye into water. Color spread at once. I felt it in the way the servants would recall who had been where. In the way Miss Fenton would think of it later without malice and mention it before tea. In the way Lady Wintermere, who had arranged the library excursion too neatly to be entirely unconscious, would hear the line and file it away among her measurements. Lord Ashbourne's expression hardened by a shade. This is exactly what I meant. I should have been offended. Instead, with the clarity that sometimes arrives only when danger has already passed into inevitability, I saw something else. A woman observed too often alone or near, privately with a gentleman courts speculation. But a woman mildly supposed to attract that gentleman's notice may cross certain spaces with less question than one merely wandering. She may be seen in conversation with him and provoke indulgent smiles rather than immediate alarms. Not freedom, certainly. Never that. But a veil of explanation laid over movements otherwise exposed. The thought came all at once, whole and alarming. It must have shown in my face, because he turned toward me fully then. He said, No, I have not spoken. You need not. I lowered my voice. If the house means to be ridiculous, perhaps it may be made useful. Useful to whom? 8 present to me. And eventually to gossip my aunt, the servants. And every fool with a tongue. That procession seems likely whatever I do. He looked away briefly, the way a man might when patience had become more expensive than temper. When he spoke again, his voice was very controlled. A false understanding is still an understanding, Miss Vale. Once begun, it acquires claims. Only if we feed it. Society feeds itself. I could not deny it. Yet neither could I ignore what had become suddenly possible. If eyes already turned toward us, then perhaps the danger might be directed rather than merely endured. Mrs. Doring called to ask whether either of us preferred Roman history to French memoirs. Lord Ashburn answered something courteous and unmemorable. I kept my own face turned toward the books until the color had left it. At last he said, very quietly, You are thinking of Cover. I am thinking, I said, that being watched for the wrong reason may sometimes conceal the right one. That is a miserable strategy. It is still a strategy. He gave a breath that was almost but not quite a laugh. Not amused, merely astonished against his will. You are determined to become troublesome. I believe your house brought out the quality. His gaze returned to mine. Winter light is merciless. It strips away candlelit softness and makes truth look plainer than one wants. In that cold gray room, with Mrs. Doring's voice carrying from the cabinets and Miss Fenton turning prints, she did not see. I had the disquieting impression that he was not judging whether the idea was reckless. He already knew it was. He was judging whether he hated how workable it might be. That was worse. At length he said, If such nonsense has begun, it must be kept narrow. The words were careful, reluctant, real. I felt, absurdly, a small current of victory. Narrow, I repeated. No liberties. No one. No actual promises. His mouth altered by the slightest degree. I had not thought you in danger of demanding them. Then we understand one another, he said. I am far from certain of that. Mrs. Doring turned then and smiled directly at us both. There was no help for it. I took up the nearest book. He moved nearer the central table, and the room, having already begun its work, arranged us into a picture plate enough to survive the morning, and suggestive enough to grow by luncheon. By luncheon, The house had done what houses always do when deprived of weather, letters and novelty. It had turned to interpretation. No one said anything impossible to forgive. That would have been vulgar. Wintermere possessed better manners than vulgarity. Instead, a tone had entered the day. A slight brightness here, a pause there, a smile that lasted half a beat too long when Lord Ashbourne handed me a chair, or when Mrs. Doring recalled them, with great innocence, the library ladder and my supposed rescue from scholarship. Nothing that could be protested. Everything that could be remembered. I bore it as I bore most things lately, upright, and with inward economy. Mrs. Harbury, who knew more than she ever admitted more than was safe, observed the altered air before the soup had cooled. "My dear," she murmured, while Sir Edmund described the hopelessness of clearing the East Road before Thursday, "you have acquired notice." I was not aware it could be acquired like a cold. "Oh, more easily. Colds at least require weather." I kept my eyes on my plate. "Then I trust it will pass quickly." "Nothing passes quickly in the country." She sipped her wine. "That is its principal danger." Across the table, Adrian was engaged by Colonel Fanshawe on the subject of drainage, or hunting, or some other masculine concern that required certainty in place of wit. He did not once look toward me during the exchange. That, if anything, made matters worse. A man who openly attends to a woman may be dismissed as obvious. A man who attends to her too carefully by appearing not to attend at all becomes the object of infinitely more work. Mrs. Doring proved the point a moment later. She said, "We must all be grateful for the snow," lightly. "It forces hidden scholars into society. Miss Vale, have you persuaded Lord Ashbourne to recommend anything improving? Or has he merely saved you from injury, and then retreated into silence?" The table brightened. It was nothing, a trifle, a line one might hear anywhere. Yet because it came on the heels of the library, because everyone already possessed half a story and longed for the other half, it landed with unreasonable force. I set down my spoon. Lord Ashbourne recommended caution around ladders, which I suppose is a universal education. Mrs. Doring laughed. "How severe?" Adrian answered before she could continue. "Severity is the only language ladders understand." The remark was dry enough to draw amusement and plain enough to close the subject. It ought to have done so. Instead, I caught Lady Wintermere watching him over the rim of her glass with the expression of a woman measuring whether an old piece on the board had found a new square. So did he, I think. For the next half hour he addressed himself with impeccable gravity to Sir Edmund, his aunt, the butler, and the weather, and gave no further aid to society's appetite. I could almost have admired the discipline had it not been directed, at least in part, against me. When luncheon ended, the company dispersed into those damp little occupations by which people try to persuade themselves that weather has not conquered them. Sir Edmund and the colonel retired to the morning room with newspapers too old to deserve the title. Mrs. Harbury settled by the drawing-room fire with needlework and a resolution to improve her aunt's servants by correcting their tea habits. Miss Fenton was drawn into the music-room by Mrs. Doring, who claimed a desire for duets, and in truth desired witnesses. Mr. Mercer announced an intention to find the conservatory. Though I doubted plants had ever been his object in life, I had almost reached the corridor leading toward the south gallery when Adrian's voice came, low and exact, from behind me. "Miss Vale." I stopped, but did not turn at once. "My lord, if you are going to do something ill-advised, I should prefer to know which direction it has taken." I faced him then. He stood a little apart from the others, one hand gloved, the other bare, as if he had left some household business half finished to intercept me. There was no softness in his expression. Yet there was something else now, layered beneath the restraint. Not willingness, precisely. Something more dangerous. The acknowledgement that an idea one dislikes may nevertheless become necessary. I was going to the South Gallery, I said.
Why?
To admire the house, naturally. And if admiration happened to include locked doors, family desks, or accidental discoveries, then Wintermere would have only itself to blame for being so educational. He regarded me for a moment in silence. At last he said, "Walk with me." It was a request only in grammar. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have refused on principle. Under present ones, refusal would have drawn more notice than obedience. So I inclined my head and fell into step beside him as he turned down the side passage leading not toward the gallery but toward the old map room near the back of the library. The passage was not private, but it was less exposed than the principal rooms. A maid crossed at one end carrying folded linen and looked at us with the exact degree of interest proper to a good servant who intends to remember everything and repeat only what profits her. Somewhere above, footsteps moved along the upper gallery. The house was alive with watchers one never fully saw. Adrian did not speak until we reached the map room. It was a long, narrow chamber lined with framed estate plans, naval prints, and shelves of county surveys. A fire had been lit there but burned lower than the ones in the public rooms. Light from the tall window fell in a pale strip across the central table, where several rolled maps lay weighted by a brass inkstand. Nothing in the room announced secrecy. That was why it could still hold it. He closed the door partway, but not fully. I noticed that at once. He said, "You see. I see that even your conspiracies have manners. I see that you are still using the wrong noun. Then I await correction." He faced me. "This cannot become foolish." The severity of the opening almost made me laugh. "I had not intended fireworks, my lord," he said. "No. Something much harder to extinguish." Suggestion. The word hung between us. I looked at the estate map nearest the edge of the table, though I saw little of it. Mrs. Doring has already provided that. Why, my concern is not Mrs. Doring. Then whose? The house. I glanced back at him. "You continue to speak of Wintermere as if it were a magistrate. In some respects it is stricter." That answer, exasperatingly, was not entirely absurd. He came a little nearer the table, not nearer me, and rested his fingertips on the brass head of the inkstand. "You are right about one thing." "I am delighted to hear it." I had begun to fear the condition permanent. His mouth altered by a fraction, not amusement. Recognition of it withheld. If people are already determined to misread ordinary civility, then ordinary civility may be made useful. I waited. He did not seem a man who enjoyed reaching the point once it had become unavoidable. He said, "We will allow them to think, at last, that I have taken a mild interest in your comfort while we are confined here. A mild one." He gave me a look. "Would you prefer declarations in the conservatory?" "I prefer accuracy." "Mild may be too charitable for the house." "Mild," he repeated, "is the only safe degree." I should have accepted the phrase and let him continue. Instead I said, "How fortunate that you have appointed yourself the authority on safety." The line landed. He did not flinch, but something in him cooled. He said, "I have more practice than you." "That is very possible. Practice and wisdom are not always intimate." A pause followed. I was sorry for the barb before it had fully left me. Not because it was false, but because something in his face suggested exhaustion, rather than arrogance. And I was not yet used to seeing that distinction in gentlemen. When he answered, his voice was quieter. He said, "No. But mistakes are." The sentence recalled his resolution before the fire the evening prior. Mistakes made in silence. It was beginning to seem less like a clever line and more like the shape of his life. I looked away first. "Very well," I said. "Suppose I accept this absurdity. What does your mild interest purchase me?" He let the change of ground pass without triumph. "It allows you to be seen with me in parts of the house where an unattached guest wandering alone would attract better questions." "Better for whom?" "Worse for you." "That is not an answer." It is the most relevant one. I folded my hands before me so he should not see my irritation move through them. And in return, you do not open doors, test locks, question servants, or chase half-remembered clues without telling me first. I stared at him. You propose terms like a treaty. I propose them like boundaries, which you will no doubt draw and revise and patrol as it pleases you. He lifted one brow. I had not realized you considered me so industrious. You are impossible, he said. I am trying, with maddening calm, to prevent you from becoming impossible publicly. There are sentences one cannot answer with dignity, because dignity itself wishes to throw something. I contented myself with silence. He went on. The rules are simple. I dread simplicity in a man with a title. First, nothing after dusk unless others are near enough to render scandal ridiculous rather than plausible. Second, no closed doors. Third, if anyone joins us, the appearance must remain entirely supportable by what they see in that moment. Fourth, you do not lie. That last one took me by surprise. You object to lying, I said. I object to bad lying. The House may infer what it likes. We will confirm nothing. So society may build a staircase out of fog, and we are merely to admire the workmanship. Precisely. I ought to have refused. The rules were sensible, which made them intolerable. Sensible rules are harder to rebel against because they expose rebellion as vanity. And what do I gain besides access to hallways and your disapproval? He considered me for a second. Occasionally answers. I went still. The word had not been spoken lightly, nor had it been offered freely. It sounded more like a concession extracted under internal protest. Occasionally, I repeated. Do not look so offended. I am not handing you Wintermere's ledgers because Mrs. Doring enjoys ladders. I had not expected generosity, only coherence. Coherence is more costly than generosity. The truth of that, spoken in his voice, unsettled me enough that I said nothing. He reached then for one of the rolled maps on the table and spread it open between us. It was not, as I first thought, a recent estate plan, but an older survey of the surrounding property, marked with revisions in two different hands. He said, Stand there. The abruptness of the instruction made me blink. Excuse me? At the table. On the other side. If someone looks in, they should see something less argumentative than your face. I had not realized my face was a public hazard. It is, when animated. I moved, chiefly to demonstrate that obedience need not imply surrender. He came to the opposite side of the map. From the corridor, if the door remained partly open, we would appear absorbed in a perfectly harmless task. A gentleman showing an interested guessed the history of his family's grounds. Respectable, dull, and therefore ideal, he said. Better. You are enjoying this far too much. I am enduring it with discipline. I see no sign of suffering. You are not looking correctly. I bent over the map to hide the smallest rise of ladder, which was profoundly unwise. The survey itself was beautifully done, the ink browned with age. Fields had been relabeled, hedgerows altered, tenant cottages added in a later hand. One boundary near the lower wood had been crossed through twice, with a note in the margin referring to an exchange of parcels 23 years before. My attention sharpened. This is not just the present estate. No. It shows earlier boundaries. Yes. I traced without touching the mark beside the lower west meadow. Why show me this? He watched the map, not me. Because if you are determined to suspect everything, you may as well begin with the right generation. The room seemed to narrow. Go on, I said. Your father's difficulty with my family did not begin as debt. That was enough to stop my breath for an instant. He told you this himself. He told too many people too many versions of it. I prefer paper. And the paper says. He hesitated. Not to control me. Out of plain reluctance. He said. It says there was once an intended provision, connected to a marriage settlement and a later death. The land itself was not the point. What passed with it was. I looked up. A provision for whom? His gaze met mine then, steady and unreadable. He said, "That is precisely the question." A footstep sounded in the corridor. Instantly his posture altered, not alarm, adjustment. He leaned one hand beside the map and said in a tone fit for any casual listener, "The South Meadow floods in spring unless the ditch is cleared twice." Mr. Mercer appeared at the door. He said, "Ah," smiling as if he had expected and been rewarded by the scene. The campaign of education continues. Lord Ashburn, are you lecturing Miss Vale on drainage? There are cruelties prohibited even in snow. Adrian did not move from his position at the table. You mistake rescue for cruelty. I make that mistake often, said Mr. Mercer. Miss Vale, I am come to solicit allies. Mrs. Doring proposes charades after tea, and I require one sensible person in the room to preserve civilization. Then you are already lost, I said. He placed a hand to his heart. How quickly she sees through me. The exchange lasted less than half a minute. Yet it proved Adrian right again. Mr. Mercer took in the map, our positions, the open door, the studied harmlessness of the scene, and smiled with precisely the kind of indulgent intelligence that meant he would go downstairs and say nothing explicit while ensuring everyone knew enough. When he had gone, I let out a dray and said, "You see," quietly. I saw him. You saw the ease of it. I did. More than that, I saw how quickly the arrangement worked. A gentleman and lady over an old map. Perfectly supportable. Perfectly interpretable. If I were later seen with him in the long gallery, the library, the conservatory passage, it would not appear as aimless wandering. It would appear as continuation. Useful indeed. I look back to the survey. You stopped at the provision. Yes. You will now continue. His expression cooled by a shade. You accept terms very rapidly when they profit you. And you delay truth whenever it costs you. For one instant I thought I had gone too far. Then, slowly, he said, part of the provision may have been held in trust through my uncle's solicitors. There was confusion after his death. Then more after yours. My father's. Wes. The correction came softer than the rest. It should not have mattered. It did. I asked. And my father believed Wintermere held proof. I believe your father believed many things in succession. On that point, however, he may not have been entirely wrong. The words struck like a bell inside me. Not entirely wrong. For weeks I had moved on fragments, shame-frightened notes, and the remains of a man whose charm had survived him more strongly than his reliability. Now, for the first time, someone with reason to know had admitted that the trail might exist in more than my hope. I set my fingertips against the table's edge to steady them. Then why keep me from it? His answer came with maddening immediacy. Because half-truths in old paper can ruin the wrong people before they save the right ones. You mean your people, I mean people who have done nothing to deserve your father's ghosts. I lifted my head. Nor have my sisters. Something moved through his face then, not defeat, something worse. Agreement, he said. No. They have not. Silence followed. The map lay open between us like an argument too old for either of us to have started, and too alive for either of us to escape. At length he rolled it carefully closed. He said, "Tea will be in half an hour. If you come with Mrs. Harbury to the picture gallery afterward, no one will think it strange if I join you there." It was not quite an invitation. Not quite a surrender. It was, however, a continuation. And in the picture gallery, I asked, there are cabinets with family correspondence too dull for locking and old enough to be forgotten by anyone under 40. My pulse answered before prudence could intervene. You are trusting me? He said. No. I am choosing the least disastrous option. I ought to have been offended. Instead I found that I almost preferred the honesty. He moved toward the door, then paused. Without turning, he said, one more rule. How many emerge after the treaty is signed? As many as your behavior requires. I folded my arms. Then I tremble. At that, he did glance back. The winter light from the window caught his face at an angle that made him look, for a fleeting instant, less like a viscount and more like a man who had slept poorly and hated the reason. He said, "If we do this, you do not mistake help for permission." The sentence fell very quietly. I did not answer at once, because something in it felt larger than the practical warning it claimed to be. It seemed to carry not only the afternoon, not only the house, but some older grief I had not yet earned the right to ask about. At last I said, "And you do not mistake control for protection?" His gaze held mine across the room. He said, "No. I am trying not to." Then he opened the door fully, and the house took us back into its careful, listening silence. A tea was served at 4 with the gravity of a minor treaty. Snow changes the importance of refreshments. In fair weather, tea is a civil habit. In a house cut off from roads, post, and all convenient forms of escape, it becomes one of the few ceremonies by which people prove that order still exists. Wintermere observed it accordingly. The tray arrived with silver, small cakes, hot bread, and a discipline of movement from the servants that suggested the collapse of the kingdom would be managed with similar calm. I sat beside Mrs. Harbury in the blue drawing-room and answered Mrs. Doring, where necessary, while waiting for the hour to arrange itself toward the picture gallery. The altered tone of the house had not lessened since luncheon. It had refined itself. Mr. Mercer showed every sign of regarding me as a subject newly entered into the day's amusement. Miss Fenton colored whenever Lord Ashburn spoke in my vicinity, which was poor payment for my earlier pity. Mrs. Doring, who liked the world best when it hinted at feeling under correct upholstery, had taken to smiling whenever Adrian crossed a room in my direction. Even if the direction in question also led to the fire, the window, or a chair he had every right to approach without romance. Mrs. Harbury, more merciful than the rest and more dangerous than all of them when she chose, said only, "You have not spilled your tea once today, my dear. That is always how I know something has become serious." I did not know tea possessed such moral authority. She said, "It has all the authority of habit." Which is more than can be said for most gentlemen. Across the room, Adrian stood near the mantel in conversation with Sir Edmund. They appeared to be discussing nothing of consequence. That is to say, they were probably discussing something quite the reverse. Once, only once, his eyes lifted and found mine over Mrs. Doring's fan and the low table of cups. No signal passed between us. None could, yet I understood just as clearly as if he had spoken aloud that the picture gallery remained intended. By the time the tea things were half cleared, Lady Wintermere proposed that those still capable of upright admiration should view the Ashbourne portraits. Since the weather prevented exercise and the collection had become unjustly neglected by generations insufficiently educated in faces, Sir Edmund declined with cheerful ingratitude. Colonel Fanshawe refused all paintings after dusk on principle, as he believed ancestors grew accusatory in failing light. Mrs. Harbury announced that she would come as far as the first bench and no farther unless threatened by flame. Mrs. Doring at once declared herself devoted to portraits, which was unfortunate. Mr. Mercer, hearing that ladies were to walk anywhere at all, became devoted with equal speed. Miss Fenton, drawn by art, obedience, or helplessness, consented also. So the expedition set out. The picture gallery ran along the west side of the older wing, a long high room above the inner court, warmed by 2 fireplaces and lit at intervals by tall windows already silvered by snow. Portraits covered the walls in layered ranks: judges, brides, officers, children in satin, one forbidding bishop, several women beautiful enough to be tiresome, and at least 3 gentlemen whose expressions suggested they had been born suspicious and found it rewarded. Beneath some of the larger canvases stood narrow cabinets of dark wood with brass pulls worn smooth by time. Lady Wintermere did not join us. That, I suspected, was deliberate. Mrs. Harbury established herself upon the first upholstered bench with a shawl, a tart, and the air of a woman performing sacrifice for culture. Mrs. Doring swept forward with Miss Fenton and Mr. Mercer in attendance, pausing before each portrait long enough to misremember 2 generations and invent a third. Adrian came last. I kept near the middle of the room, dutifully attentive to an admiral with excellent calves and no visible soul. Adrian said, "Your left," softly as he passed behind me. Flew, 3rd cabinet beyond the fireplace. Then he moved on without slowing. I looked at the admiral another moment, because haste in a gallery is merely confession with better shoes. Then I drifted left under cover of studying a portrait of a woman in pale blue who held a rose as if it had offended her. The 3rd cabinet stood beneath her, its doors modest, its brass unlabeled. I heard Mrs. Doring exclaim over a child in lace at the far end of the gallery. Mrs. Harbury called that every Ashbourne infant looked as if it expected inheritance before language. Laughter followed. Nobody watched me directly. I opened the cabinet. Inside lay flat portfolios, old catalogues, folded sale notices from London, and 2 shallow drawers. The first contained engravings. The second, more promisingly, held bundles of letters tied with faded ribbon, and several packet wrappers marked in an older hand household notes, picture accounts, correspondence, Miss. All of it looked exactly dull enough to be forgotten by the under-40s, and exactly useful enough to deserve attention from a desperate woman. A shadow fell across the cabinet door. Adrian said, "Not that bundle," without looking down. The wrappers beneath it. He stood as if merely admiring the portrait above us. From the room's center, anyone glancing our way would see a gentleman pointing out family pictures to a guest. The appearance was flawless. The reality considerably less so. I obeyed without comment. Beneath the packet labeled Miss lay a flatter wrapper of brittle paper. On it, in brown ink half faded, someone had written copies, Bellum at Ashbourne Settlements, not entered. My breath caught. I did not look at him. "This is not dull enough for a cabinet," he said. "It was thought to be useless." Which is not the same thing. I slid the wrapper free and loosened the cord. Inside were not original documents but copies, abstracts, and memoranda in different hands. Some neat, some crowded, some with phrases crossed through so decisively that the pen had scored the paper. I turned the first sheet and found a list of names and dates. The second was an unsigned copy of a solicitor's note to Lord Ashbourne's late uncle regarding a supplemental arrangement to existing marriage articles. The third made my pulse begin to climb. It was a memorandum, no more than half a page, headed in the corner with the year and the initials of a clerk. The body read, "In the event that Mrs. Vale should predecease her daughters before the latter attain majority or contract marriage, marriage, the smaller reserved provision is not to revert to the husband, but to remain secured for the female issue unless otherwise discharged by signed instrument attached to the Ashbourne schedule." For 1 second the gallery seemed to tilt. Mrs. Vale, female issue, not to revert to the husband. I read the lines twice more before they held shape. My mother had died when Lucy was 6. I remembered that time only in pieces, dark gowns, muffled rooms. My father drinking too much and speaking too warmly to strangers. I had known there had been little money. I had not known there had been a provision at all, much less one explicitly reserved away from him and toward us. Us, not him. My hand tightened on the paper hard enough to threaten the edge. Adrian said, "Careful. It will not survive your temper." I raised my eyes then. My mother. The words came out lower than I intended. His face did not change, but something in it became very still. "This concerns my mother." Wes. One on a syllable. I hated him for how much relief it carried. And my father knew. I believe he knew something. Not everything. Enough to seek it. Enough to suspect he had lost hold of something he was never meant to command. The Admiral on the wall stared over us with perfect indifference. At the far end of the room, Mrs. Doring had begun reading aloud the inscription on a miniature, with great errors and greater charm. Mr. Mercer corrected her twice, and was punished for it by being made to carry a footstool. Ordinary sounds, ordinary light, and under them the quiet collapse of half the story, I had told myself. My father had not been chasing merely his own convenience. He had been after money meant for us. Not his. Not even my mother's in the simple sense. But ours through her death, and some old arrangement attached to the Ashburn schedule. If he had failed badly and late. Yet desperation took on a different shape under that knowledge. Recklessness remained. Shame remained. But beside them, for the first time, stood something less contemptible and more painful fear. I looked back at the memorandum. Beneath the main paragraph, in a different hand, a note had been added. No signed discharge found among the returned articles. Mr. Vale presses again. Lord A advises delay until full packet be recovered. Lord A, not Adrian, perhaps. An earlier Ashburn, or perhaps the same. No, the year was older. Still, the line was enough to make my blood turn cold. Presses again, I said, so he did not invent the claim, no. And someone advised delay. Convenience. His answer came too quickly. Necessary. I turned toward him fully. For whom? That I knew at once. Was the wrong question in the right tone. It put too much into the air, too close to accusation, too far from the harmless survey of portraits we were meant to be performing. Yet I could not pull it back. His gaze held mine for one charged second. Then he said, very evenly, fold the paper and put it back before Mrs. Doring decides ancestors improve when shared. The smoothness of the evasion was almost elegant. I obeyed only because defiance would have been foolish before witnesses, not because obedience felt deserved. I restored the memorandum to its place with fingers colder than before. He adjusted the wrapper above it, concealing the bundle with the practiced ease of a man long accustomed to arranging surfaces over dangerous things. My mother was connected to your family, I said when the cabinet doors were closed. The statement was quiet, but not mild. He looked toward the portrait above us rather than at me. Connected is a broad term in houses like this. Do not do that. Do what? Turn blood into weather. A faint line appeared between his brows. You assume blood. I assume nothing. I ask and I have not refused the question. No. You have only wrapped it in velvet and left it on a shelf. At that, something almost like impatience entered his face. He said, your mother was attached to an arrangement involving my family. I will give you that much. That much. I heard myself laugh once, softly and without humor. How generous you become when cornered by your own cabinet. His eyes came back to mine. Lower your voice. Or what? The portraits will blush. The people in the room may begin to think your interest in me more dramatic than is convenient. There it was again, that infuriating ability to make a warning sound like reason. Worse. He was not wrong. Mrs. Doring had drifted slightly nearer with Miss Fenton in tow. Mr. Mercer had stopped pretending not to observe us. At the far bench, Mrs. Harbury had the look of a woman determined not to squint publicly. I took one step farther along the wall toward the next portrait. He followed after a suitable interval, which itself felt absurdly intimate. The next painting showed a severe woman in white with dark eyes, and a mouth not unlike his when patience failed. Beneath it stood no cabinet, only a narrow table with a vase of winter branches. Who is she? I asked, partly to continue the appearance and partly because the answer seemed suddenly likely to matter. My great-aunt Helena. Did she have anything to do with the settlement? A beat of silence. Wes, the word landed with quiet force. In what way? Another silence. Another choice being made and refused behind his face. She signed one version of it. One version. I turned to him. There was more than one. He should not have answered that much. He knew at the instant he saw that I knew it too. The cold control returned at once. He said, "There were disputes." "What sort of disputes?" "The sort old money breeds when it fears death more than fairness." It was a good line. Too good. I distrusted good lines from men withholding facts. "So my mother's provision was disputed by your family." "By several parties. Your family among them. Do not make a battlefield out of half a page." "Then give me a whole one." His mouth hardened. "Not here." The answer should have satisfied me more than it did, for it was the nearest thing to promise he had yet offered. Instead, it sharpened every feeling under my skin. Not here meant somewhere. Somewhere meant further truth. Further truth meant his continued control over when and how I received it. I hated that. I hated more that I now depended on it. At the room's center, Mrs. Doring called, "Lord Ashburn, you have neglected to explain why every Ashburn woman in paint appears either disappointed or dangerous." He answered without looking away from me. "Because the painters were accurate." Laughter followed. Even mine nearly did, but frustration checked it. He took advantage of that instant to shift slightly nearer, still proper, still supportable, and said in a voice no one else could hear, "Listen to me carefully. If the unsigned discharge is truly missing, the provision may still matter. But, if a later paper exists elsewhere, and names another claimant, then your father's pursuit of it could expose claims he did not intend to expose. My father is dead, which does not protect the living from what he touched." I stared at him. He said, "Another claimant. Nothing." That was answer enough. My mind moved through possibilities with sickening speed. Another claimant meant the provision might not run simply from my mother to us. It might involve some other woman, another child, another branch, another death. Something crossed, obscured, or deliberately blurred. No wonder my father had been frantic. No wonder Ashburn papers were kept under too much watch to be merely sentimental. "You know who?" I said. His expression went blank with care. "I know enough to mistrust old clerks and incomplete boxes." "You know who," he said, "and you know enough already to endanger yourself if you start asking the wrong servants the right questions." The smoothness of the deflection was almost admirable. Almost. I took a breath. "There are moments, my lord, when I believe you mean to help me, and others. One I think you only mean to choose the shape of my ignorance." Something changed in his face then. Not offense. Something more private and less defensible. For one instant the careful arrangement of him seemed to give way to plain wariness. He said, "Those two things, quietly, may be less separable than you suppose." I had no answer ready for that, which infuriated me anew. Mrs. Doring drifted closer at last, trailing Miss Fenton, and the scent of violet powder. She asked, "What conspiracy of ancestors is this? You both look as if the lady in white has given poor advice." Adrian said, "We are debating whether she is severe or merely tired." "She is plainly in love and disappointed," said Mrs. Doring, peering up. "All women in white are," he said. "Then painting has treated my family unfairly." She laughed. Miss Fenton smiled uncertainly. Mr. Mercer arrived just in time to ask whether disappointed women in portraits were preferable to disappointed women in ballrooms. The conversation turned, blessedly and maddeningly, into nonsense. I said little, Adrian less. Yet the room had changed again. We had been too long at one wall, too quiet with one another, too visibly held in some current other people could not hear, and wished to name. After another 10 minutes the gallery dissolved. Mrs. Harbury declared culture exhausting. Miss Fenton was sent back toward the music room. Mr. Mercer offered his arm where no one needed it. Mrs. Doring, still bright with harmless malice, observed that snow made the house improve daily and that by tomorrow we should all be on Christian names with the dead. As the others moved toward the door, I lingered just long enough to straighten the ribbon on my sleeve. Adrian slowed beside the winter branches table. He said, "Do not go to the writing room tonight." I did not look at him. I had not intended to make your life so easy. This is not about ease. No. It is about command. Eleanor. He stopped. The sound of my name in his voice, low and unguarded and very nearly shocked by itself, struck through me with more force than any touch could have managed. No one else seemed to hear. Mrs. Doring was already in the doorway, laughing at something Mr. Mercer had said. The gallery's length, the carpets, the winter hush, all conspired to keep that one quiet error where it fell. I turned toward him. For the first time since my arrival, the distance between us felt not merely improper to measure but impossible not to. He had not meant to use my Christian name. That much was obvious from the instant tightening of his expression. Yet the damage, if damage it was, had already been done. Something intimate and human had stepped out from behind title, warning, and restraint, and both of us had seen it. He recovered first. He said, "Miss Vale," and the correction sounded colder for being deliberate, "do not go tonight." My heart had become tiresomely ungovernable. "Give me a better reason," I said. His gaze searched mine in a way I could not bear for long. He said, "Because," very low, "if you are found there now, you will force a choice before I can protect you from its worst consequence." There it was again. Protect. As if the word belonged to him by right. As if he had not spent 2 days proving how much protection and control resembled each other in practiced hands. "And who protects me from you?" I asked. The question should have sounded clever. Instead it came out dangerously honest. He did not answer at once. At last he said, "I am trying to." The quiet of it undid me far more than explanation would have done. Mrs. Doring turned in the doorway. "Are you two coming? Or have the Ashburns finally persuaded one guest to admire their relatives sincerely?" I moved first. By the time we reached the corridor, the moment had folded itself away beneath company, footsteps, and polite exhaustion. Yet I carried the memorandum in memory as if it burned. My mother. A reserved provision. No signed discharge found. Another claimant. One version signed by a great aunt in white. And my father. Not innocent, never innocent, but not wholly mad in the pursuit either. As we entered the drawing room, Mrs. Harbury touched my sleeve. "My dear," she murmured, "you look as though the portraits have begun speaking." "Only in fragments." "Those are always the worst sort." She was right. Fragments leave too much room for hope. And hope, I was learning, had begun to wear Lord Ashburn's face often enough to be dangerous. The house grew more dangerous after dinner. That is perhaps the opposite of what ought to happen in well-bred company. One is dressed, fed, seated beneath candlelight, and surrounded by enough silver to suggest civilization. Yet civilization, I have observed, becomes most inventive precisely when it is comfortable. Wintermere had been confined together for little more than a day, and already the snow had done what no hostess, however talented, could have managed by intention alone. It had made every glance recurrent and every small coincidence memorable. I knew at the moment I entered the drawing room. Mrs. Doring looked up from the sofa, where she sat with Miss Fenton, and smiled with a sweetness too bright to be innocent. Mr. Mercer, standing near the pianoforte, bowed with exaggerated gravity, as if I had arrived not from dinner but from some private drama in another wing. Even Mrs. Harbury, who loved me enough to pretend not to see what she plainly saw, gave my sleeve the smallest pat when I took the chair beside her. "My dear," she murmured, "if that room becomes any more interested in you, it will begin charging admission." Oh, I had hoped at least for better company before that occurred. "Do not be ungrateful. You have been granted a viscount. Many girls are forced to make do with baronets." I ought to have laughed. I did not quite manage it. Across the room, Adrian was speaking to Lady Wintermere. He stood with his back half turned to the fire, one shoulder lifted slightly toward his aunt as he listened. At any other moment he might have seemed entirely composed. Tonight I knew better. There was a stiffness in the set of him that suggested too much restraint forced over too much thought. Once, Lady Wintermere said something low and brief. He answered. Her gaze moved, not carelessly, in my direction and then away again. So, she had begun to measure us too. It should not have surprised me. An aunt like Lady Wintermere did not survive family history, country management, and generations of male self-importance by failing to notice useful developments. Whether she believed there was anything real between us, or merely suspected an arrangement of convenience, I could not tell. The distinction may not have mattered. Women of her intelligence do not require certainty before they begin setting pieces differently on the board. The evening arranged itself, as evenings do, around forced amusements, proposed by those who fear silence may encourage thought. Mrs. Doring carried the point for charades with such energetic charm that resistance became impossible without looking cruel. Sir Edmund objected for form's sake, and yielded for comforts. Colonel Fanshawe declared charades the ruin of military discipline, and offered to judge them anyway. Miss Fenton blushed at the word performance. Mr. Mercer announced that he was born for theatrical musery. Mrs. Harbury said she would sooner recite a sermon than pretend to be a gatepost, but she would happily observe the degradation of others. Lady Windermere, seated now beneath the largest mirror, took command with dangerous serenity. She said, We require teams. And, because the weather has already grouped you into alliances more quickly than propriety would usually permit, I shall save time by acknowledging what the snow has done for me. No one laughed outright. That made the line worse. Then she began to name us. Mr. Mercer with Mrs. Doring, which both claimed to enjoy too much. Colonel Fanshawe with Sir Edmund, which neither claimed to enjoy enough. Miss Fenton with Mrs. Harbury to general relief. And then, without so much as a blink, Lady Windermere said, Miss Vale will go with Adrian. He has looked grave all day, and she has looked determined. Between them they may produce a noun. The room broke into the kind of laughter that wounds, because it is meant kindly. I felt the color rise before I could prevent it. Adrian did not move for half a beat. Then he crossed the room with the composure of a man walking toward a sentence already passed. When he stopped beside my chair, he bowed very slightly. Miss Vale. My lord. It was absurd, the formality of it. Absurd and therefore useful. Mrs. Doring watched with delighted attention. Mr. Mercer's smile sharpened. Miss Fenton lowered her eyes to hide her own thoughts, which only made them more visible. We were sent into the morning room to prepare our first charade. The moment the door closed behind us, and the sounds of the drawing-room dulled to a blurred hum, I turned on him. Your aunt, I said, is either amused or terrifying. She is often both. Duh, you might have refused. And announced to the room that we had reason to refuse. He removed one glove finger by finger with a care that struck me as almost aggressive. No. My aunt is not resisted in public unless one wishes to provide her with entertainment for a week. I moved toward the mantel and stood there beneath a portrait of Sir Edmund's deceased mother looking appropriately unforgiving. Then we are to perform. We are to survive. Those are not always the same thing. He glanced toward the half-closed door that led back to the drawing-room. Tonight they are near enough. The morning-room had been turned into a battlefield of household idleness. Screens stood folded in one corner. A worktable held ribbons, cards, and a box of counters abandoned by some earlier pastime. The fire had burned low but remained warm enough to keep the air from feeling entirely separate from the rest of the house. Candlelight from the sconces struck the polished floorboards in long pale bars. I folded my arms. What word? He considered with visible reluctance. Anything that requires distance, Distance, I repeated. You choose appropriate themes. I choose survivable ones. You are remarkably committed to survival for a man who keeps leading me into rooms. One of his brows lifted. I lead you into rooms with doors left open. And that is your entire moral defense. For the moment, yes. I should not have been so acutely aware of the closedness of the room despite the open door. Nothing improper existed there. Anyone might enter. Everyone might hear us if we raised our voices. Yet the fact remained that for another minute or two I stood alone with him, while the whole house imagined reasons, and none of them would have been the truth. He crossed to the table, looked over the scattered cards, and said, "The word is snowstorm. That is not a noun society will thank us for repeating. It is, however, one they will guess at once and end swiftly. Then by all means let us be efficient in our humiliation." His mouth changed by the smallest degree. "Theer," I said at once. "You nearly smiled. The weather truly is extraordinary. I was considering whether humiliation suits you better than dignity. The question remains open, Don? Then I shall settle it. Dignity, certainly. That depends what Mrs. Doring demands of your acting." I ought not to have laughed. The sound escaped me anyway, brief and unwilling. It changed something between us at once. Not in the dangerous direction of softness exactly, but into a kind of wary ease more threatening than argument had been. We understood one another best when fencing. It left too little room for carelessness. Ease, by contrast, invites accidents. He seemed to feel the shift too, for he looked away first. He said, "We do not need much. You cross the room once." I point to the window and shake my head an imaginary road. Then perhaps you shiver and I indicate the sky. It should be enough. A masterpiece of drama. I had not promised art. I went to the far side of the room. And if they guess too quickly, then we escape. Your ambitions continue to inspire. He gave me that dry, sideways look which was becoming far too familiar. Miss Vale, I have lived among relatives. Escape is ambition enough. Before I could answer, the door opened wider and Mr. Mercer put his head in. Adrian replied, "Have you too produced your noun, or must we assume it sentimental, without altering expression?" If it were sentimental, Mercer, you would have heard it from the corridor. Mr. Mercer laughed with the readiness of a man who enjoys any room that smells faintly of implication. Excellent. Do continue. Mrs. Doring accuses us already of plotting victory through gloom. When he vanished, I exhaled. You were right, I said. I dislike the occasions when that becomes necessary, Ga. So do I. For 1 second his gaze met mine with something almost startled in it, as if agreement from me was harder to carry than contradiction. Then the moment passed. We rehearsed the stupid little scene once, no more. When Lady Wintermere called us back, we returned to the drawing-room side by side and stopped before the hearth like criminals dressed for a tableau. The charade lasted less than half a minute. I crossed the carpet with all the conviction I could summon for weather. Adrian pointed toward the window, bared an invisible road with one hand, then lifted his face as if measuring the sky. I drew my wrap closer and gave a small theatrical shiver. Mrs. Harbury guessed, blizzard, before I reached the second chair. Colonel Fanshawe shouted, snowstorm, over her and claimed the point. The room applauded with disproportionate cheer. Mr. Mercer bowed as if we had performed tragedy. Mrs. Doring declared us alarmingly harmonious for so bleak a subject. Alarmingly harmonious. The words were light. Entirely light. Yet something settled more firmly in the room after that. We had been seen together, moving in concert, finishing one another's intention before speech could complete it. A charade is a trivial thing. The house, however, had no need of large evidence. It preferred accumulation. 2 more rounds followed. Mr. Mercer disgraced himself with a performance of moonlight that looked rather like indigestion. Miss Fenton and Mrs. Harbury contrived needlework with such moral seriousness that even Lady Wintermere laughed. Adran and I were not paired again, but by then it no longer mattered. People had what they wanted. They had a pattern. When the game at last dissolved into coffee and smaller conversations, I went to the window for want of anything better to do with myself. Outside, snow still lay heavy on the terrace balustrade and the stone urns beyond. The glass reflected the room behind me in fragments, candle flames, movement, silk, dark coats, the pale oval of my own face. Over my shoulder, in that reflected room, I saw Lady Wintermere speaking quietly with Sir Edmund. Then her head turned. She looked not at me directly, but at the reflection of me beside the reflection of Adrian approaching from the opposite side. Subtlety may wound more deeply than curiosity. He stopped beside the window. Not too near. Never too near when others could count the inches. He said, "You are standing where every reflective surface in the room can make things worse. I had not realized the mirrors were in conspiracy with your aunt. The mirrors are innocent. My aunt is not. I kept my eyes on the dark glass. She is beginning to watch. She began this afternoon. And now she is deciding whether to interfere. That chilled me more than the window. Would she, if she thinks it necessary, for whose good?" He let out a breath that did not quite deserve the name sigh. "Wintermere always believes its own good, General." The answer told me enough. Family interest. Control disguised as order. Prevention before scandal. I had seen versions of it in smaller households and poorer ones, but never with this much polish. At the far side of the room, Mr. Mercer had drifted close to Mrs. Doring again. Their heads bent together for a moment. She laughed into her cup. He glanced toward us and then away too quickly. "And Mercer?" I asked. "He is curious. He is entertained. That as well." "Which makes him dangerous?" Adrian said, "Only if bored. At present he thinks himself amused." That has never reassured me in a man. It should not. We stood in silence for a few seconds. Around us the room swelled and ebbed with talk. Mrs. Harbury had settled once more by the fire, her shawl spread around her like an exhausted banner. Miss Fenton turned pages at the pianoforte and pretended not to listen to Mrs. Doring. Sir Edmund had the look of a man preparing to yawn and call it sentiment. All of it looked ordinary enough to deceive an outsider. Inside it I could feel the strain of attention pulling threads tighter. At last I said, very quietly, "This is becoming expensive." His gaze shifted to me. "Wes." No evasion. No false lightness. Just the truth. I turned from the window then, because the truth in his voice had made the reflected room impossible to bear. "Thee will expect more. Thee will expect a shape, not a declaration. That is, still more." "I know." "No," I said. "You know the house. I know the cost." Something in his face sharpened. "Do not assume I mistake one for the other." "I assume you can afford mistakes better than I can." The sentence landed harder than I intended. Not because it was untrue, but because it was incomplete. Wealth protects men and titles disguise them. Women like me are made of surfaces society thinks it has the right to examine. A rumor that amuses a viscount may close a poorer girl's future like a door. He seemed to hear all of that in the line I'd actually spoken. He said, "When this ceases to serve you, it stops." On my word. Wes. I searched his face, unwillingly moved by how plain the answer was. "And until then," he said. "Until then, we use what has begun." It was the most direct thing he had yet said about the arrangement. Not because it was romantic. Precisely because it was not. No ornament. No softening. A thing already in motion, now consciously employed. I should have demanded more assurances. More protection. More truth. Instead I heard myself ask, "Even if your aunt watches?" Especially then. And Mercer. He may watch too. And if the house asks for proof. His mouth tightened very slightly. Then we provide none. A servant crossed near us with a tray. We stepped apart by instinct before the man even reached the window. That small mutual motion, so practiced already, disturbed me more than the rest. We had begun to move around the house's eyes without speaking. That meant the false understanding was no longer merely useful. It was becoming learned. Mrs. Doring rose and came toward us with the bright determination of a woman who believes She improves every conversation by entering it. She said, "There you are. I was just telling Miss Fenton that snow produces the oddest loyalties. Lord Ashburn, I do not remember ever seeing you stand so long at any window unless it concealed weather or war," he said. "Then you improve your memory in my favor." She smiled. "And Miss Vale, do you find Wintermere less severe now that you have a guide?" I could feel his attention without looking at him. "I find it larger," I said. "Severity is easier to measure." Mrs. Doring laughed. "What a prudent answer. You see, Lord Ashburn, she will survive your family after all." After all. The phrase struck oddly. As if the family were whether to be endured. As if survival beside him had already become a category others recognized. She moved on before either of us replied, called away by Mr. Mercer and a dispute about cards. Yet the little encounter had done its work. Mrs. Doring had placed us together again in speech, in jest, in the room's hearing. When she was gone, I said, "It is no longer only amusement. No. Your aunt sees it, Pa. Yes. Mercer sees it. And Mrs. Doring has all but adopted it. She adopts whatever gives winter a pulse." I drew a slow breath, then another. The cause stood before me very clearly now, perhaps more clearly than at any point since I arrived. If I continued, I would have cover. Access. A reason to be seen beside him in corridors, libraries, galleries, perhaps even near rooms that otherwise would have made my presence indefensible. But the cover would not remain costless. It would take substance from repetition. It would begin to live in other minds. It might eventually require me to disappoint expectations I had not invited and could not safely ignore. I thought of Anne and Lucy. I thought of the memorandum in the picture gallery cabinet, of my mother's provision, of no signed discharge found, of another claimant hidden somewhere behind Ashburn caution and old paper. I thought, too, of Adrian saying my name in the gallery by mistake, as if some more private self in him had stepped forward before rank could drag it back. Hope, as ever, chose the worst moments to grow. He must have read something of the struggle in my face, because his voice changed slightly when he spoke next. "Miss Vale." I looked at him. This can stop. The plainness of it undid me more than persuasion would have done. He was giving me the door. Truly giving it. No pressure, no strategy disguised as logic. Just the exit, if I wanted it. I asked, "Would you prefer that?" A long pause followed. At last he said, "Preference is not the relevant measure." Of course not. Of course he would answer like that. Yet the refusal to answer more was itself almost an answer, and because it was almost one, it hurt. I lowered my voice. "I did not come to Wintermere to preserve my comfort." He said, "No," quietly. "I know that. And if this foolishness buys me movement inside the house, then I would rather pay in discomfort than ignorance." His gaze fixed on mine with a steadiness I could not hold and still think clearly. He said, "You understand, that once continued it will become harder to unwind. Yes. It may alter how people speak to you. They have already begun. It may alter how they think. I cannot govern that." He said, "No, you cannot." We stood in a silence that felt less like hesitation than a line being drawn. Then he said, with visible reluctance and unmistakable decision, "Very well." The words were so quiet I almost doubted them. "Very well." I repeated. "We continue." Something in my chest tightened and steadied at once. He went on before I could mistake the feeling for relief alone. Carefully. No scenes. No confidences. No liberties given merely because others imagine them. If my aunt arranges opportunities, we take only those that help. If Mercer watches, we let him bore himself. If anyone speaks directly, we answer with exactly enough truth to make lying unnecessary. "There are moments," I said, "when you make deceit sound like moral hygiene." "There are moments," he answered, "when it is." The dryness of it nearly undid me. Nearly. Behind us, Lady Wintermere rose from her chair beneath the mirror and announced that the hour was late enough to improve everybody by fatigue. Good nights began at once. Chairs moved. Candles were gathered for the upper floors. Miss Fenton dropped her reticule and blushed when Mr. Mercer recovered it. Colonel Fanshawe made a speech about the criminal weakness of coffee after 9. The room dissolved into departure. I should have moved away at once. Instead I remained where I was as Adrian held out my glove from the window seat, where I had left it without knowing. The gesture was small, perfectly supportable, and now already too familiar. This time our fingers did touch, though only for an instant and only because the kid leather slipped between us. The contact was nothing. It was also entirely too much. He withdrew his hand at once. So did I. No one could have sworn to anything, yet when I lifted my eyes Lady Windermere was looking directly at us. Not smiling. Not displeased either. Only seeing. That, in a woman like her, was worse than either. Mrs. Harbury called my name from the door. I went to her. As we crossed the threshold together, I looked back once despite myself. Adrian had not yet left the window. The candlelight cut one side of his face into golden shadow. He looked not triumphant, not even resolved, but burdened in some deeper way than the evening's nonsense ought to have caused. Then Sir Edmund spoke to him, and the moment closed. On the stair, Mrs. Harbury leaned lightly on my arm and said, in the tone of one discussing weather and meaning far more, "Your snowstorm has lasted longer than I expected. It may continue. Then dress warmly, my dear." I almost laughed at that, almost. In my chamber, I undressed slowly while the house settled around me. Somewhere below a door shut. Somewhere farther off, a servant carried wood along a corridor. I set my gloves beside the candle, and stood for a long time by the window, looking at the snow, and seeing instead the memorandum in the picture gallery, Lady Windermere's watchful face, Mercer's amused eyes, and Adrian's quiet "very well." We continue. The false understanding now had consent. That changed it. Tomorrow the house would read us with greater confidence. It would allow me things and charge me for them later. It would make pathways where there had only been risk. It would also ask, sooner or later, what all such understandings eventually demand. Not whether there is a story, but whether the people inside it mean to become one. I did not know the answer to that. I knew only this. For the sake of my mother's lost provision, my sister's future, and the truth hidden somewhere, inside Ashburn paper and Ashburn silence, I had agreed to let Wintermere believe what it pleased. And Lord Adrian Ashburn, knowing the cost better than I did, or perhaps exactly as well, had chosen to continue beside me anyway. The next morning brought no thaw, only light. Winter light is a mean thing in great houses. It flatters nothing. It creeps across carpets and tables, as if unwilling to spend itself, and lays every object bare, without granting any of them warmth in return. When I woke, the snow beyond my window had hardened into a pale brilliance that made the lawns and terraces appear less buried than arrested, as though Wintermere had been caught in the act of holding its breath. I dressed with a composure I did not feel. The previous evening had altered the arrangement of things too clearly for prudence. The house had accepted the story it preferred. Lady Wintermere had begun to measure it. Mr. Mercer had begun to enjoy it. Mrs. Doring had begun to nourish it. And Adrian, Lord Ashbourne, I corrected myself with effort, had ceased merely to resist the usefulness of the false understanding, and had agreed to employ it. Consent changes danger. It does not diminish it. At breakfast the room confirmed as much at once. Nothing vulgar occurred. Nothing even very direct. Yet I found that chairs were made available near his without seeming to be made so. That Mrs. Doring asked whether I had slept well in the east rooms with a brightness, suggesting the geography itself amused her, and that Miss Fenton dropped her spoon when Adrian, entering late from some outdoor inspection, apologized first to his aunt and then, absurdly, to me for bringing cold air in with him. I did not realize, I said, once the room had settled again, that the weather belonged to my keeping. Mrs. Doring laughed. No, but attention does, sometimes. I might have answered more sharply. Instead I took refuge in tea. Across from me, Adrian's expression altered by no more than the smallest shade. But I had already learned enough of his face to know that he disliked the remark, disliked the room for hearing it, and disliked most of all that he could not correct any of it without making the correction useful to everybody else. That knowledge ought to have satisfied me more than it did. Breakfast continued under the usual forms of confinement. Sir Edmund spoke of tenants and blocked lanes. Colonel Fanshawe denounced snow as a military failure on the part of the nation. Mrs. Harbury praised the rolls and said she saw no reason roads should ever reopen, if the kitchen remained at its present standard. Yet beneath the ordinary talk ran another current entirely. I felt it whenever Adrian addressed me, which he did rarely and with perfect correctness, and whenever he did not, which seemed somehow more conspicuous still. After the meal Lady Wintermere announced that the household accounts for the Christmas stores had been mislaid between the steward's room and the old schoolroom cupboards. That this was either negligence or family tradition, and that someone must assist Adrian in sorting the confusion because men left alone with papers invariably produced categories instead of conclusions. Sir Edmund protested on behalf of his sex. Mrs. Doring offered laughter instead of labor. Miss Fenton, who would gladly have volunteered for anything not involving Adrian and me in the same sentence, was claimed by Mrs. Harbury for a walk as far as the first landing and back. Then Lady Wintermere looked directly at me. She said, Miss Vale reads labels properly. She may save you from method, Adrian. One should distrust any opportunity that arrives so neatly wrapped, I said. Lord Ashbourne can bear the correction. He cannot, said Lady Wintermere, which is why it will improve him. There was no graceful refusal. So half an hour later I found myself following Adrian up the narrower back stair beyond the library passage, a maid ahead of us carrying keys, and a candle though the morning was fully grown. The arrangement was blameless. Lady Wintermere herself had contrived it. A servant accompanied us. The task was practical, the road entirely domestic. Yet, because the house had already taken to interpretation, like ivy to stone, I felt the risk, all the same, in every turn of the stair and every quiet space between one witness and the next. The maid opened the door to the old schoolroom, set down the candle on a side table, and bobbed a curtsy. Mrs. Finch says the cupboards by the west wall are the ones, my lord. She will send up the inventory book. Thank you, Bennet. When she had gone, the room seemed larger than it had any right to be. It had once been a nursery or schoolroom, then later something half abandoned to the uses of family overflow. Shelves lined one wall. A long table stood beneath the windows, marked by ink, knife, and the scratches of generations insufficiently watched. In one corner sat a globe with a crack through the Atlantic. In another, a screen badly repaired. The cupboards Lady Wintermere had mentioned rose tall and painted, their lower doors scarred where boots or children had struck them. Dust lay over everything with democratic patience. Adrian said, "You are not obliged to thank my aunt for this. removing his gloves. "She has assigned us to drudgery partly for the pleasure of seeing whether drudgery alters the rumor." "And will it?" "No doubt. The house will decide that we prefer accounts to society, and infer tenderness from the sacrifice." I took off my gloves more slowly, buying a moment to steady myself in the quiet of the room. "Then we must give them very poor material." "I have been attempting that for 2 days." "With mixed success." His mouth altered, very slightly. "You improve at insolence before noon. And you at admitting the obvious." He went to the nearest cupboard and opened it. Within stood ledgers, household books, tied bundles, old copybooks, and a confusion of wrappers that might once have aspired to order and since lost heart. I crossed to the table and began making space as if I had performed the task for years. There is something immediately clarifying about work. Papers do not blush. Dust does not speculate. One may touch an account book without society deciding it means more than arithmetic. At least that is what I told myself. For the first quarter hour we sorted in practical silence. I stacked kitchen accounts, coal tallies, old guest lists, and memoranda of linen beyond all hope of interest. He worked through estate notebooks and steward's packets with a speed suggesting long practice. Twice the maid returned with additional books or instructions from Mrs. Finch below, which proved the propriety of the arrangement and slightly disappointed me, since disappointment is one of the safest responses to risk. Then Mrs. Finch's inventory book arrived. It was a narrow calf ledger with 3 sections of household notes entered over many years in different hands. Adrian stood at the window with it while I continued sorting wrappers at the table. After a minute he said, "Come here." The words were simple. Too simple. They did not belong in the mouth of a viscount speaking to a gentlewoman with whom society had already done too much. Yet he had spoken them as if the papers had erased all consciousness of anything else. I went anyway. He had turned the inventory book to a page dated 23 years earlier. Beside several entries relating to plate and winter draperies stood a notation added later in a sharper, more hurried hand. Transferred from West Gallery cabinet to schoolroom upper drawer at Lady H's direction. Packet HA letters id bellum abstracts id duplicate schedule. My breath caught. "Lady H," I said. "Helena, most likely. And duplicate schedule, yes." The words looked plain enough in ink. Their effect was not. He closed the book halfway. Upper drawer. The schoolroom table had 3 long drawers built beneath its writing edge, all stuck with age. We had both been standing close enough to the table all morning to touch it. I bent at once toward the left side. He reached for the right. The first 2 drawers resisted. The wood had swollen long ago and settled around its own disuse. He said, "Wait." He set the inventory book down and came around to my side. "Not upward. Toward you first. I know how drawers work. Not Wintermere's. Your family makes furniture difficult on principle. It is one of our lesser sins. I ought to have moved away and let him handle it." Instead I kept hold of the brass pull, while he braced one hand against the tabletop, and the other over mine, not touching my fingers exactly, but close enough that I felt the warmth of him through the cold metal and my own absurd awareness of it. We pulled once together. Nothing. A second time harder. The drawer gave all at once with a sound half groan, half surrender, sending a puff of old dust and paper into the light. I stepped back coughing. He did too, though with more dignity. The drawer contained a chaos of copybooks, broken slate pencils, 2 packs of yellowed cards, a cracked box of watercolors, and beneath them, wrapped in faded blue paper tied with a brown ribbon, a flatter packet than the rest. Neither of us spoke. He took the packet out and laid it on the table between us. On the outer fold, in a thin, elegant hand, was written only, H.A. Not entered for a moment. The room seemed to listen. "Open it," I said. "You might pretend patience once for variety. You mistake urgency for a flaw." He glanced at me, then untied the ribbon. Inside lay letters, not many, perhaps 12 or 13, together with a folded abstract headed by a solicitor's office mark. The letters themselves appeared to be from different dates, but the same hand, Helena's, if the initials meant what we thought. Adrian lifted the abstract first. His eyes moved over the page once, then sharpened. "What is it?" I asked. He did not answer immediately. That alone was enough to send my pulse higher. "My lord." He handed me the paper. It was not a full settlement, only a solicitor's summary, likely copied for private reference. Yet it contained enough. Too much, perhaps. The writing was dense but legible. I read the lines once, then again more slowly. The reserved provision attached to the Bella marriage articles had, after certain deaths and reversions, been restructured under a supplementary schedule. A portion remained designated for the surviving female issue of the younger daughter, subject to proof age, and the absence of a signed release. A further note referred to pending dispute as to the standing of an associated claim through informal guardianship. Nothing in the summary named my mother directly. Yet Bellum, younger daughter, surviving female issue, the pattern was close enough to make denial childish. And there it was again. Associated claim. Another line crossing ours. My hand tightened on the page. Informal guardianship. "What does that mean?" he said. "It means," carefully, "that someone may have been cared for without the arrangement being properly regularized. A child. Possibly. And female. Possibly. You know more than that." His gaze went to the letters rather than the paper. "I know the phrase troubled my father. That startled me." "Your father." "He found references to it years ago, after his uncle died. Not enough to resolve anything. Enough to make the old files unpleasant. The quietness with which he said it was in some ways more revealing than the content. Not my uncle. My father. A different generation, then but not yet his. The matter had been alive within the family more recently than I had thought. I set the abstract down. "And did your father tell you?" "Not as a narrative." My father believed narratives encourage softness. It was said dryly, but not without bitterness. The bitterness was slight, and because it was slight it felt true. I looked at him more closely. Until then I had thought of his reserve chiefly as training title, habit, grief, class. I had accounted for it as one accounts for thick walls in old houses. Yet in that small sentence another possibility appeared. Perhaps his restraint had not been born merely of rank. Perhaps it had been taught with particular force, and for particular reasons by a man who mistrusted explanation itself. A dangerous kind of tenderness rose in me, and I disliked it at once. What did he believe in instead? I asked before I could prevent it. Order, silence, consequence. The answer came flatly. Too flatly. And affection. That should have been too direct. He should not have answered. Instead he gave the briefest huff of breath, not quite a laugh and not quite contempt. My father regarded affection as a private weather pattern. He disliked anything that altered the work of the day. For one instant, entirely against reason, I wanted to touch his sleeve. I did not. Instead I said, "That sounds exhausting." It was efficient. "Those are not the same," he said. "No. They are not." Something opened then, not widely, not enough to name. But enough that the room seemed less full of opposition than before. We stood over the old letters and the abstract as if the papers had done what society could not, placed us near one another under a burden larger than either of us could manage alone. He reached for one of the letters. These may explain why Helena kept the packet out of the entered files. The first two were domestic, or nearly so. Notes about illness, travel, wintering, and a cousin whose imprudence with horses had grown tiresome to all connected with him. The third changed everything. It was written to Helena from a solicitor in London and referred, with irritating discretion, to the propriety of keeping the younger girl's situation out of the formal draft until certainty be obtained. No name. No identifying village. but enough to make the associated claim feel suddenly, horribly real. The younger girl, I said. There was a girl, Wes. And Helena knew, Wes. Who was she? He was silent too long. I turned to him. Do not what? Stand there with the answer half in your face and tell me ignorance is safer. A line formed beside his mouth. I do not have the answer. I have possibilities. Then give me those. He looked down at the letter, not at me. One possibility is that the girl was connected to a ward or dependent taken in informally after the deaths, referred to in the schedule. Another is that someone wished to place her inside the provision without legal basis. A third is that there was a basis, and it was never properly recorded. And which do you believe? At that he did look at me, and the expression I found there was not certainty but something much harder to bear, old knees still carrying shame. He said, I believe, slowly, that my family preferred confusion when clarity threatened comfort. There it was again, guilt not as in origin, yet not entirely separable from him now. I had seen hints of it before. This was the first time it stood fully in the room between us. You say that, I said, as if the preference continues. In houses like this, preferences continue long after the people who formed them are buried. The line was true, and because it was true it quieted me for a moment. The maid returned then with fresh coal and an inquiry from Mrs. Finch whether the Christmas wine tallies had been found. Adrian answered at once, entirely calm, and indicated 2 ledgers by the hearth which had nothing whatever to do with Helena, my mother, or the younger girl, suspended, like a ghost over all of us. The maid took them and went away again. The interruption was brief. Yet, while she stood in the room, we had both altered our faces so completely that when the door closed behind her, I felt a strange shiver of recognition. We were becoming practiced. I was not sure whether that comforted or alarmed me more. He gathered the letters into order again. There should be another packet. Why? Because the abstract refers to an attached note, and no attached note is here. Then, where? His eyes moved once toward the row of cupboards and then to the inventory book. I followed the glance. Another transfer, perhaps, or another locked drawer. Possibly. You say possibly as if it improves anything. He let the corner of one page settle beneath his hand. Possibility is all old paper ever improves. I ought to have snapped back. Instead, perhaps because the room had grown closer and quieter around us. Perhaps because I had just seen something rawer in him than title and control, I said, Did your father leave you this? The question hung there, perilous and soft. He might have rejected it. He might have turned at once into irony. For a second, I thought he would. Then he said, not intentionally. I waited. He left a great many instructions. Adrian went on, still looking at the letters. Most of them concerned what must not be spoken of outside the family. He believed silence prevented damage. And did it? A pause. No. It was the plainest confession he had yet made to me, though it concerned not his own act but the inheritance of his life. Something in my chest tightened painfully around it. Not pity, exactly. Recognition, perhaps. I had known another form of the same education, not silence as dignity, but concealment as domestic survival. My father had charmed, delayed, and managed instead of speaking plainly until plain speech could no longer save us. Different house. Same ruin. I said quietly. Mine believed the future would somehow forgive him if the present could be delayed. His head lifted. For one suspended second, we simply looked at one another across the littered schoolroom table. Between the abstract, the letters, and all the dead who had contrived to govern us still. It was not ease, not intimacy, something more dangerous than either, the sense, sudden and unmistakable, that each of us had glimpsed the structure inside the other's silence. Then footsteps sounded in the passage. At once, he took up a household ledger. I gathered the harmless wrappers. By the time Mrs. Harbury appeared at the door, warm with exertion from her walk to the first landing and back, We looked exactly what we ought to, dutiful people improved by dust and domestic duty. She said. I knew it. Coming in with Miss Fenton behind her. Work has made you both more handsome, which is profoundly unfair to the rest of us. Speak for yourself, said Miss Fenton, blushing at her own boldness. Mrs. Harbury advanced to the table and surveyed the papers with theatrical despair. If those are the Christmas accounts, I retract every compliment I have ever paid Wintermere. No respectable house should require that much ink to produce pudding. They are not the pudding accounts, I said. Then I forgive them. Adrian, your aunt requests your presence below in 10 minutes. Something has gone amiss with the brewer, or the footman, or one of the lesser pillars of the nation. I forget which. He inclined his head. Thank you. Mrs. Harbury, being merciful and curious in equal proportion, let her gaze move from him to me and back again. What she concluded, I could not tell. Yet she said only, Miss Vale, if you remain among cupboards much longer, society will assume you have become serious. Come rescue me from Miss Fenton's charitable opinion of Italian music. I promised to follow presently. She took Miss Fenton and withdrew, though not before Miss Fenton cast one timid glance toward the table, the letters and Adrian's hand resting too near mine for my comfort. When the door closed again, the room seemed much smaller than before. He began at once to retie the packet. You cannot put those back, I said. They must go somewhere. Not into a cupboard any child could have forgotten. His hands paused on the ribbon. Agreed. The word startled me. Agreed. I did not say I would return them to the cupboard. What then? He looked at the letters once, then at me. I will keep them until I know where the attached note has gone. That ought to have provoked another battle. Instead I found myself asking, will you let me see them again? Wes. The answer came without delay. Something in me which had braced for resistance gave way a little. You should not trust me, I said. He replied, no. Probably not. Yet you do. His mouth shifted by a fraction. I am trying to distinguish that from necessity. And succeeding. Poorly. The honesty of it was so unexpected that I had no defense ready. He wrapped the packet, slid it beneath the inventory book, and straightened. The room, the letters, the winter light, the dust, everything seemed suddenly too still. I became acutely aware that we had spent an hour bent over the same table, speaking not as enemies nor as anything simpler, and that my anger with him had changed shape without becoming less real. It had acquired, to my distress, understanding. I moved back first, gathering my gloves. Your aunt expects you. Wes. And Mrs. Harbury expects me not to improve further through labor. A flicker, almost a smile, touched him and vanished. Then we must not disappoint either of them. I went to the door and set my hand on the latch. Before I opened it, I said, without turning, the younger girl. Wes. If there was a basis, and it was never properly recorded, then the provision may have been divided in spirit long before it was divided in law. He was quiet for a beat. Then, Wes. And my mother may have known. Possibly. I looked back over my shoulder. You are still saying possibly. I am still trying not to lie. The answer settled somewhere dangerously near my heart. I opened the door. The corridor outside was ordinary, bright, domestic, and entirely insufficient to contain what the morning had become. As I walked away toward the stair, I knew three things with painful clarity. First, the lost provision had been real. Second, another girl, another claim, had once stood near it closely enough to trouble solicitors and frighten Ashbournes. And third, Lord Adrian Ashburn, who had begun as obstacle, warning, and keeper of keys, had just let me see a part of his inheritance that was not made of land or title, but of silence taught as duty, and guilt carried too long. That knowledge did not make him safe. It only made him harder to resist. The rest of the morning passed under the outward forms of perfect usefulness and the inward condition of disorder. I went down to the drawing-room with Mrs. Harbury, and Miss Fenton. Answered 2 questions about the cold, one about Kent, and another from Mrs. Doring regarding whether I preferred old houses for their portraits or their secrets. I replied that portraits at least had the grace to remain still. This was thought neat. It was also untrue, for nothing at Wintermere seemed willing to remain still any longer. Not the house, not the rumor, not the dead. My mother had possessed a provision, not in sentiment, not in the vague way wayward hours and solicitors speak of what ought once to have been done, and somehow was not. A real reserved provision, attached to paper, argued over by families, delayed by choice, and possibly divided in spirit long before the law troubled itself to say how. And somewhere near it, like a second shadow on the page, there had been another girl. I could not place my own life properly around such knowledge. All those years of economy, all those adjustments made in quiet. My mother's jewels sold off one by one under reasons I had not been old enough to question. My father's charm turning ragged, then defensive, then bright again whenever creditors appeared. The shrinking of the household after her death. The rooms let go. The servants dismissed. The little humiliations called prudence. If even part of the missing provision ought to have been ours, then we had not merely suffered misfortune. We had been made to suffer somebody's convenience. That thought sat so hot beneath my ribs that I scarcely trusted myself to speak. Adrian, I ought still to say Lord Ashburn, and in my mind I tried, but the schoolroom had made the title thinner than before, did not immediately seek me out after we came downstairs. I was glad of it. I was offended by the gladness. He spent the hour before luncheon with Sir Edmund and the steward, both called away more than once by matters of lane, coal, or tenant stores. Yet twice, perhaps 3 times, I became aware that his attention had crossed a room to find mine, and then withdrawn before anyone else had cause to measure the distance. The false understanding between us had become so practiced already that I hated how naturally I could read it. At luncheon the house continued its work. Lady Wintermere was all cool efficiency, perfectly civil and perfectly impossible to deceive. Mrs. Doring had acquired a new brightness toward me, the sort older married women sometimes wear when they believe a younger woman stands on the edge of something interesting and might be persuaded, with the right degree of encouragement, to step farther. Mr. Mercer, finding the matter increasingly diverting, asked Adrian whether Wintermere always improved its guests through paperwork, or whether that privilege had been reserved to select ladies this season. Adrian said, "Only the ladies who sort more efficiently than the men." It was a dry answer, entirely supportable, and far too prompt. The table laughed. Mrs. Doring exclaimed that she had been sure as much. Mrs. Harbury gave me a glance of such maternal exasperation that I could have kissed her for the mercy of not saying more. I kept my attention fixed upon my plate until the warmth had left my face. After luncheon the weather proved no kinder. Snow still held the terraces and drive in its quiet fist. The sky had gone from white to a pale silver, gray that promised no release. Some of the company drifted toward cards. Miss Fenton was claimed by music. Sir Edmund vanished into those lesser masculine regions of the house, where men do little with great conviction. Mrs. Harbury declared herself equal to a nap or a novel and made it sound like moral seriousness. I had no intention of either. I went instead to the library, because there are moments when one requires the shelter of shelves, if only to give one's thoughts proper walls. The room was empty when I entered. A fire burned low at the south end. Snow light lay dull across the carpet. The globe by the window had turned half Europe into pearl and shadow. I took down a book and did not read a line of it. After perhaps 5 minutes, the door opened. I knew who it was before I looked up. Houses teach one to distinguish footsteps eventually. His were never hurried, never loud, and somehow always more exact than other men's. He came in alone, and closed the door to the degree propriety allowed, which is to say not enough to make privacy safe and enough to make every word matter more. He said, "You should not be here alone with that face." I lowered the book. I was not aware my face required supervision. It does when it appears likely to declare war upon archives. I thought the archives had begun it. He came no farther into the room at first. For a moment he stood just within the door, gloves in one hand, hat left elsewhere, the winter light making his expression look more severe than it likely was. Then he said, "Quieter. Walk with me to the conservatory." I stared at him. "Why?" "Because Mrs. Doring has just informed half the drawing room that the library encourages intimacy in bad weather, and I would rather disappoint her by changing rooms than by obeying her too exactly. That ought not to have amused me. It did, faintly and against my will. You are becoming almost humane, my lord." "No, only strategic." He held the door for me. Since refusing would have drawn more notice than obedience, and since my own reasons for resisting him had become intolerably entangled with my reasons for following, I set the unread book back in its place and went. The conservatory lay off the east passage beyond the breakfast room, reached through a corridor lined with family prints, and two glass doors that never shut quite warmly enough in winter. There were witnesses enough on the way to satisfy any reasonable standard of propriety. A maid carrying coal, Mrs. Finch speaking to a footman, Mr. Mercer crossing the far end of the passage and bowing with more intelligence than I wished him to possess. By the time we entered the conservatory, I almost felt safe. That is one of the many errors winter glass encourages. The room was long damp, and full of a green that seemed miraculous against the white outdoors. Orange trees stood in tubs along the south wall. Ferns crowded the corners. A fig tree, pruned with sternness and regret, occupied the far end beside a small marble table. Condensation misted the panes. Outside, the snow turned the gardens into silence. Inside, the air smelled faintly of citrus, wet earth, and coal heat from the pipes. No one else was there. The servants used the far side for tending, and the doors remained partly visible from the passage if anyone cared to look in. Entirely supportable. Entirely too quiet. He waited until we had gone as far as the fig tree before speaking. "You asked in the schoolroom whether your father sought help before he died." I felt at once the return of all the strain I had been trying to contain since morning. "Yes. He did." No preparation. No soften. Only the truth, laid down without ornament. My hand tightened on the back of one of the wicker chairs. "From whom?" "From me." The conservatory seemed suddenly smaller. I said nothing, not because I had no words, but because there were too many and all of them threatened to go out in the wrong order. He drew a folded paper from the inner pocket of his coat. "I found this among my unanswered correspondence. After his death, it had been redirected from London to Ashbourne House, and then sent north with other papers. I should have shown it to you sooner." There it was again, that quiet phrase which changed everything merely by existing. I should have shown it to you sooner. He handed me the paper. The note was brief, written in my father's hand, and dated 17 days before the day he died. I knew the hand at once. No daughter could mistake it. Even when hurried and pressed by anxiety, it retained a certain elegance, a certain unnecessary flourish at the tails of letters, as if penmanship itself might persuade the world to forgive content. The opening was formal, almost stiff. The middle less so. "My lord," it said, "if the old matter attached to my late wife's line has not been finally buried by neglect, then I beg 10 minutes of your time, before the law or providence deprives my girls of what was never mine to spend. I ask no favor but to be heard. You may trust that I am at last sober enough to know the distinction." The last line had been added at an angle, as if after hesitation. "I can bring the token left by H, if your lordship doubts the claim." My vision blurred for a moment before the words steadied again. My girls. Not what was mine. Not his. At last sober enough. I read the note twice more, each reading injuring a different part of me. "He wrote this," I said, though that was obvious.
"Wes."
"And you did not answer." The accusation came out flatter than I intended. That flatness was more dangerous than anger. His gaze did not leave my face. "No." "Why?" "Because by the time it reached me he was dead." I looked up sharply. "Eh?" he said. "It came late. Or was delayed. I do not know which. I found it in a packet of redirected correspondence, after the funeral in town, when I was already trying to untangle other matters." I knew by then that he had been making inquiries. I did not know he had written in those terms. I lowered my eyes to the note again. "My girls." The words had more dignity than I had given him credit for in months. I had thought of my father chiefly as charm deteriorated by debt, affection weakened by evasion, remorse arriving too late to be trusted. Now, beneath all that, I was forced to see a final effort that was not merely self-serving. He had been asking not for indulgence, but hearing. There is no wound quite like the one made by learning that someone failed you less simply than you had believed. I said, very quietly. He knew he had no right to it himself. "I think he did." "And you kept this?" "Yes." "Why?" The answer came after a pause, because I could not decide whether it was evidence, plea, or confession. Perhaps all three. Yes. I folded the paper carefully before I realized my hands were shaking and handed it back to him, before the shaking became visible. He did not take it at once. He said, "For all his faults, your father was not wrong in one respect. The matter was not entirely dead. The conservatory glass held our reflections faintly, pale and doubled among the leaves. I could see him and not him, myself and not myself. Two figures placed together by weather and old decisions, and the stupid false story the house had chosen for us. It seemed suddenly a cruel arrangement, that gossip should be built around us, while the truth between us was heavy enough to bend a life." "Then why," I said, "did you not show me the note when I arrived?" This time the silence lasted longer. At last he answered, "Because I was still deciding whether you had come as your father's daughter or your sister's advocate." The line struck hard. "I am both." "Yes." "You had no right to divide them." He said, "No, I had no right. That should have satisfied me. It did not. I heard in the admission not surrender but guilt, and guilt is poor shelter for trust." "What token?" I asked. He looked briefly toward the glass, beyond which snow pressed white against the world. "I do not know." The answer was too fast. "You do." "I know only that Helena sometimes marked private packets with small personal objects when she mistrusted labels, such as miniatures, broken seals, ribbon, a glove button once, if memory serves." The word glove went through me absurdly and at once. I wished it had not. "And did my father ever bring such a token to you?" "No." "Did he leave one anywhere?" "I have not found it." The form of the sentence mattered more than the content. "Not I do not know. I have not found it." I said, "So you have been looking?" He met my eyes steadily. "Yes." "Since when?" "Before you arrived." There it was, another quiet blow. The search had not begun with me. He had already been moving through papers, drawers, and remembered histories before my carriage ever came through Wintermere's gates. Which meant my suspicion had not been entirely wrong. It also meant something worse. He had chosen to keep that from me too. My voice changed before I could help it. "How long?" "Since I found the note." "And you meant to tell me when?" His expression hardened by a degree, not in anger but defense. "When I knew whether there was enough truth to do more good than harm." "How charitable of you," he said. "Do not," quietly, "mistake caution for ease." The words might have moved me if I had heard them in another hour. "Do not," I returned, "mistake concealment for protection." For a second, neither of us spoke. The air in the conservatory seemed to hold itself still around the leaves. Then he said lower than before, "Very well." The tone checked me more than the phrase. It carried not withdrawal but decision. I will tell you this much. Helena kept one packet out of the entered files, because she believed formal clarity would injure someone she had once chosen to shelter. My father inherited the confusion and chose not to settle it publicly. When he died, part of the private packet passed into my keeping with instructions that it remain so unless the legal right became impossible to deny. The words came measured, each of them evidently paid for. I listened without interrupting. Why did it touch your household? I asked. His gaze moved to the fig leaves, then back to me. Because Helena's sheltering was not abstract. For nearly 2 years, the younger girl, or the girl believed to be the younger girl, lived partly under Ashburn protection. Not openly as family. Not formally as ward. But under our roof often enough that any public dispute over the provision would have asked questions my father and aunt were determined never to hear spoken aloud. I stared at him. So that was it. Not merely paper. Not merely signatures and schedules. A girl had been there, present enough to alter the behavior of a household, absent enough from the law to require euphemism, and dangerous enough to memory that grown men had gone on choosing silence even after she was gone. What became of her? I asked. I do not know. The answer sounded honest. That did not lessen its cruelty. You do not know, I repeated. Only that she was sent away. We're here. I have not found that. Again the phrasing. Not I do not know. I have not found that. Something in me recognized that he was giving what he could without yet giving all. It was infuriating. It was also perhaps the first time he had opened the matter enough for me to see its shape beyond suspicion. And my mother? I asked. Was she aware of the girl? A shadow passed through his face. Brief and unreadable. He said, I think, slowly, your mother knew enough to object to something, not enough to master it. One of Helena's letters suggests a disagreement between them over what was owed by law and what was owed by conscience. The line went through me with terrible gentleness. I had so few clear memories of my mother, her hands at my collar, her voice reading in lamplight, the scent of violets she liked and my father disliked because it clung to curtains. To imagine her not merely dying beautifully, as dead mothers are always too easily imagined, but arguing, objecting, standing somewhere inside this old family dispute, and refusing a false softness, that changed her for me and brought her nearer at once. What letter? I asked. I do not have it with me. That is not the same as saying it does not exist. No. We stood in the damp green quiet with that truth between us. At length I said, the search is not for a lost paper at all. He watched me. It is for a choice, I went on. For the moment someone decided clarity would cost too much, and let confusion stand in its place. Something very like relief, grim, unwilling relief, passed through his expression. He said, Wes. At last, yes. The sentence altered the entire matter in my mind. All this time I had imagined a drawer left unopened, a schedule misfiled, a solicitor negligent, an accident ripened by years. But accidents do not leave girls half, kept in great houses and packets marked not entered. Accidents do not teach families to speak in euphemism. No, this had been chosen. Not once, perhaps, but many times. By many hands, each of them deciding that delay would be kinder than honesty, and leaving the living to inherit the debt. I think he saw the thought arrive in me, because his voice softened by the slightest degree when he said, Do not let the shape of it drive you into recklessness. That is very convenient advice from the man already searching without me. Would you rather I had not searched at all? The answer should have been yes. Instead I found I could not say it. He took a step nearer the marble table, not nearer me, and rested the folded note there between 2 pots of winter rosemary. He said, Your father also asked for a meeting in person. At a coaching inn outside town, he sent word through a second channel. I did not go. I looked at him sharply. No. This hurt him to say. I could hear it now. Not because he feared my judgment, though perhaps he did, but because he had been judging himself with the sentence for some time already. Why? Because by then I had heard enough of him to think the meeting either manipulation or desperation too late to trust. I sent instead to the London solicitor for the entered schedules and began with paper rather than with him. The conservatory's damp warmth suddenly felt colder than the corridor outside. And before paper returned, he died. Wes, did you ever tell anyone?
No. Why not?
He looked at me for a very long moment before answering. When he did, the words came so quietly that had the pipes hissed then, or the wind shaken the glass, I might not have heard them. Yeah, because once I understood he may have been right in substance, my refusal ceased to feel merely prudent. That was the nearest he had yet come to confession. A strange, painful sympathy moved through me. I fought it. I failed to extinguish it. There are wounds one resists because to acknowledge them is to loosen anger, and anger has held one upright too long to be surrendered easily. I said, "You judged him by his worst version." "Yes. And now?" He did not answer at once. His hand, resting near the folded note, tightened slightly against the marble edge. He said, "Now, I think he was both less and more contemptible than I allowed." The truth of it startled an unwilling sound out of me. Not laughter, not quite grief either. Something between the two. I turned away under pretense of looking at the orange leaves. "My father would have hated that description," I said. "I suspect most men would. He liked to be forgiven in warmer language." At that, and only then, I heard the faintest trace of rueful amusement in him. "I have no practice in warmer language." The answer, so dry and so bare beneath the dryness, undid something in me entirely against my judgment. I turned back too quickly and found him watching me, the gray light behind him, the green leaves around us, the note on the marble between two living plants, and all our dead still pressing near. For one suspended instant the room seemed to narrow to almost nothing. Then voices sounded in the passage beyond the glass doors, Mrs. Doring's, light and amused, and Mr. Mercer's following. Instantly the moment altered. He stepped back. I moved toward the nearest orange tub as if its leaves had always been the object of my attention. By the time the doors opened, we had both become supportable again. Mrs. Doring entered smiling. "Here you are. I had begun to think Winter had claimed you for botany." Mr. Mercer glanced from me to Adrian, and then to the marble table, where nothing more compromising than a folded sheet lay between rosemary pots. He said, "An honorable capture, though I confess I expected something rarer than rosemary." Adrian said, "Then your expectations continue to suffer." Mrs. Doring laughed and came farther in, her eye already on the orange blossoms near the window. "Sufferance improves character. Miss Vale, do come see this poor tree. It attempts spring in January and must be corrected." I went with her because there was nothing else to do. Yet as she spoke of blossoms, and Mr. Mercer offered opinions nobody required, I remained acutely aware of the folded note on the marble table, and of the fact that I had entered the conservatory thinking I searched for a paper, and left it understanding I searched for a decision made by people too proud, too frightened, or too comfortable to choose justice while it could still be clean. And I was aware, too, of something even more inconvenient. Lord Ashbourne had begun the conversation as keeper of one more withheld truth. He ended it as a man who had finally let me see the shape of his failure. That should have made him easier to despise. It did not. After dinner, the house attempted amusement again. I say attempted because there are evenings when amusement arrives of its own accord, and evenings when it is dragged in by the wrists, dressed in ribbons, and told to behave naturally before candles. This was one of the latter. The snow had not yielded all day. The same lamps burned. The same rooms held us. The same people moved through them with the faintly heightened awareness confinement always breeds. By evening, even the servants seemed to tread more softly, as if Wintermere itself had developed nerves, and did not wish them trodden upon. Mrs. Doring proposed music. Mr. Mercer proposed cards. Colonel Fanshawe proposed sleep and was overruled. Lady Wintermere, who believed stagnation more dangerous than disappointment, arranged all three at once by the simple method of setting people where they could do least harm. I submitted where required and spoke when spoken to. Nothing in my outward conduct invited concern. That, perhaps, was why concern followed me anyway. I could not rid my mind of my father's note. It had altered him too much and not enough. All afternoon I had moved about Wintermere, under the burden of those Linus my girls, not mine to spend. At last sober enough, they had made him at once smaller and more painful. Not absolved. Never that. But less simple in his failure, and therefore far harder to mourn correctly. I had spent months turning anger into order, because order was useful and anger, when Teddy can warm a person through humiliations she has no leisure to repair. Now, the note had disturbed that entire arrangement, and left grief standing up beneath it, like furniture uncovered in a room one had thought empty. This is perhaps why Lady Wintermere's observation, made early in the evening, and in a tone of perfect civility, struck me as it did. She said, "Miss Vale." As I stood near the pianoforte while Miss Fenton searched bravely for a key, "I think winter suits you less than certainty." I turned to her. "Then I must pray for a kinder season, madam," she said, "or a clearer one," and moved on. The remark had been harmless, entirely harmless. Yet I knew with complete certainty that she had not chosen the word by accident. She had seen enough over the last 2 days to suspect that uncertainty had become my true weather inside her house. Whether she attributed that uncertainty to Adrian, to the snow, or to something more general about youth and confinement, I could not tell. What mattered was that she had begun to touch the edges of it with her fingertips. I endured another quarter-hour of music and mild conversation before I discovered that, if I remained in the drawing-room much longer, I might answer someone honestly, and thereby destroy 3 lives at once. So I let. Not dramatically. Wintermere trained one out of drama simply by rewarding self-command more handsomely. I excused myself to Mrs. Harbury on the plea of a headache too slight to trouble anyone, and too real to be entirely false. She looked at me over the top of her knitting with enough affection to wound and only said, "Do not be noble about headaches, my dear. They never repay the compliment." I smiled and escaped. The west gallery was empty when I reached it. It ran above the inner court and was colder than the principal rooms, though still kept from severity by 2 wall sconces and the leftover warmth of earlier fires. Snow pressed white against the tall windows on one side. On the other hung a smaller selection of portraits than in the picture gallery below, mostly family studies and landscapes too old to flatter their estates. A narrow bench stood near the middle window. I sat there with my hands clasped too tightly in my lap and listened to the house breathing around me. Below, a door opened and shut. Somewhere distant, servants crossed a passage with china or coal. From the drawing-room, muffled by floors and walls, rose the blurred shape of music. No one was near enough to hear me if I had wept. That should have been comforting. Instead it made the tears more insulting. I did not cry. I came very near it. It is astonishing how much effort one may expend not to shed a tear before a portrait of somebody else's aunt. I had lowered my head only for a moment when I heard the gallery door open behind me. I knew before I turned that it would be him. There was no reason I should have known. I knew all the same. "You ought not," I said, still facing the window. "To continue appearing like an argument I have not finished." His footsteps halted a few yards away. "I might say the same of you," he answered. I looked up then. He had come without gloves, and without any visible excuse, which in some ways was worse than if he had arrived carrying papers or messages. Candlelight from the sconce behind him left one side of his face in shadow, and gave the other a tired sharpness. I had begun to recognize too quickly. If you came to warn me off another room," I said, "you may spare yourself. I have not the strength tonight to assault any furniture." For one brief second I thought he might answer lightly. He did not. "I came because you left with the face of a woman trying not to break a plate in company." The plainness of the remark disarmed me, so completely that I looked away at once. I am relieved to know I remained decorative. "You did not." That brought my eyes back to him. He was still standing at a proper distance. Proper and therefore impossible. Had he come nearer, I could have resented it. Had he stayed away, I could have resented that too. Instead, he occupied the exact measure of space that allowed concern, while making tenderness seem a matter of my own invention. "You should go back," I said. "Mrs. Doring will begin composing scenes without us. Then let her work harder. She will enjoy it. That is one of her least attractive qualities." I ought not to have laughed. The sound came out faintly anyway, more broken than amused. His expression changed by a degree, not into satisfaction, but into something like relief. He came nearer then, though not so near as to make the bench improper. He stopped beside one of the windows and looked out at the snow with me rather than at me. It was the sort of courtesy only the very self-controlled know how to offer, not demanding a face one is struggling to govern. For a while neither of us spoke. At last I said, "I do not know what to do with him." It was not necessary to name my father. The gallery already held too many dead people for names to be essential. Adrian rested one hand on the window frame. He said, "No," quietly. "I thought perhaps that was the matter. I had arranged him more usefully before today." That nearly drew a smile from him, though he checked it. "Usefully. Weak. Charming. Selfish. Ruinous. Easy to condemn. Easy to pity from a distance. It was tidy. And now," I looked out at the buried court, "now he has become human again, which is very inconsiderate." The answer hung between us with painful honesty. After a pause, he said, "The dead often behave badly that way." "You speak as if from experience, Da." "I do." The words were quiet. So quiet that had he offered comfort instead I might have rejected it on principle. This, however, was not comfort. Only recognition stripped of decoration. I turned slightly toward him. "Did you hate your father?" The question would have been unforgivable in most rooms. Here, in the half-cold gallery with snow behind the glass, and all of Wintermere's respectable noise muffled below us, it seemed merely reckless. He did not answer at once. He said, "No," at last. That would have been simpler. The sentence reached me more deeply than anything else he had said that evening. "What, then?" He gave the faintest movement of one shoulder, almost a shrug and far too controlled to deserve the name. I admired him when I was too young to know what admiration costs. Afterward I understood him better than was comfortable, and never entirely forgave either of us for it. The honesty of it was not complete, but it was real enough to wound. And did he deserve forgiveness? His gaze remained on the window, in part. That is a very cruel allowance. It is also usually the true one. I should have argued. Instead I found myself saying, "I do not want to forgive my father in part. I want either a villain or a man I may mourn without anger." "I do not want both," he said. "No. Neither did I." The words did something dreadful and immediate inside me. They made company. Company is dangerous when one has been holding oneself together by solitude. I laughed once, softly, and pressed my fingertips to my eyes before they could betray me. This is an absurd place to be understood. Wintermere has poor judgment in almost every room. I lowered my hand. Do not be kind to me because you feel guilty." At that he finally turned from the window and looked at me directly. There was no mistaking the force of his attention now. Not because it was bold. Adrian Ashburn would have found boldness vulgar where women were concerned. No, the danger lay in the control of it. In the fact that he looked at me as if deciding whether to let something remain unspoken and already knowing it would not. He said, "What if I am kind to you? Because I cannot help seeing how much of this you have had to carry alone." The gallery went very still. 100 answers rose to meet the sentence. Pride supplied half of them. Fear the rest. None were good. None, perhaps, were true. So I said the worst one. "You do not know what I have had to carry." He did not flinch. "No. Not all of it." The quiet correction shamed me more than rebuke would have done. I stood up because sitting had suddenly become intolerable. "You know enough to decide what I should and should not bear. That has been your habit since I arrived." Something sharpened in his expression. "Do not make me the whole of your anger tonight. How convenient for you if I divided it more generously," he said. "For you," stepping nearer now despite himself, "not for me." I stared at him. Candlelight and snow, light crossed oddly between us, one warm and one cold, neither sufficient. The house below us might as well have been another country. "For you," I repeated. "Wes." The word was harsher than any he had yet given me. He checked it at once, but not before it landed. Then lower. "You think I do not know what it is to inherit another man's silences. To discover that duty has been used to disguise cowardice, so often one no longer trusts one's own caution. To be left choosing between exposing damage and continuing it. I could not move." This was no longer the dry, measured Viscount who corrected servants gently and spoke of scandal as if it were weather. This was the man beneath him, the one I had only seen in fragments. Tired, angry in a controlled and therefore far more dangerous way. Still holding himself together, but not by much. I heard myself say, "Then why do you still choose silence?" His face changed. Not with offense, with pain, real pain, brief and unmistakable. He said, "Because," very quietly, "I no longer trust myself to know when speaking repairs and when it only destroys more cleanly." The honesty of it struck me silent. For one suspended second we simply stood there, too near now for the gallery to remain harmless, and too far for either of us to retreat into formality without obvious effort. I became aware of everything at once. The faint scent of winter on his coat, the burn of candlelight at my shoulder, the beat of my pulse high and treacherous in my throat. He looked as if he was aware of it too, and hated that awareness even while unable to deny it. I should have stepped back then. Instead I said, "You could have met him." My father. The coaching in. The request for 10 minutes. The note between rosemary pots. Yes. He might still have died. He might still have lied. He might have done nothing useful at all. But you could have met him. Yes. It was unbearable. The way he took the accusation without sheltering himself. Something in me gave way under that and went not softer, but more dangerous. Softer I could have managed. Dangerous is what comes when pity, anger, and admiration begin drawing water from the same well. "He asked for hearing," I said, "and you denied it." "I know." "You judged him before the truth returned." "Yes. And now you ask me not to do the same to you." The words were hardly out before I wished them back. They had gone too near the center. His eyes fixed on mine. He said, "Wes." No defense, no evasion. Only the truth. I do not know which of us moved first. I have considered it since and cannot decide. Perhaps neither did. Perhaps the distance merely failed under the strain of looking too long. Whatever the cause, the result was that he stood close enough now for me to see the faint line of fatigue beside his mouth, and the small, nearly invisible scar at his temple I had never before noticed. Not close enough for touch, not yet, but close enough that the possibility entered the air and altered it beyond recall. He said my name then. Not by accident this time. Eleanor. The sound of it in his voice undid the last of my good sense. I should have answered with his title. I should have turned away. Instead I said, equally softly, "Do not." It was not clear whether I meant do not say it, do not come nearer, or do not make this harder than already was. He seemed to hear all three meanings at once. He said, "I know, But he did not step back. Neither did I. Outside the window, wind brushed loose snow from the stone sill. The sound was like breath against paper. Somewhere below, a chair scraped over polished floor. The world had not ended. Wintermere still stood beneath us, full of watchers, portraits, servants, gossip, keys, and old guilt. Yet in that narrow strip of gallery between the bench and the window, everything had contracted the space between one heartbeat and the next. His hand lifted. Not to take mine. Not even to touch my face. It rose only as far as my shoulder, halted, and remained suspended there for a terrible second, as if he had discovered too late that intention had outrun permission. Then, with visible effort, he let it fall. That restraint was more intimate than any caress could have been. I think that was the moment everything changed. Not because anything happened. Because it did not. Because he had wanted to touch me and chosen not to. Because I had seen the wanting plainly enough that there was no longer any use pretending our false understanding belonged entirely to the house, and not, in some more dangerous form, to us. Because the refusal itself had tenderness in it, and tenderness, once seen, cannot be put back among household misunderstandings. I whispered, "You cannot look at me like this, and expect me to believe the rumor is doing all the work." The line was reckless. It was also true. For the first time since I had known him, Adrian Ashburn looked very nearly without defense. He said, "No. I cannot." The answer struck through me so cleanly that for a second I thought I might actually reach for him. And perhaps I would have. At that exact instant, footsteps sounded in the corridor beyond the gallery door. Not distant, near. The spell shattered. He stepped back at once. I turned toward the bench and put one hand upon it, as if I had been standing there only to steady myself. By the time the door opened, we had restored 3 feet of propriety between us, and 2 expressions the house could survive. Miss Fenton entered carrying a sheet of music, and stopped short. She said, "Oh," her eyes widening before she could school them. "Forgive me. Lady Wintermere sent me to ask whether either of you had seen Mr. Mercer, for he has disappeared with one of the card packs, and Sir Edmund says civilization is ending. No one in England is better at embarrassment than a shy young woman trying to disguise that she has interrupted what she cannot name." Miss Fenton looked from me to Adrian and back again, with all the misery of a person who wishes herself immediately translated into another county. Adrian said, "I have not seen him." His tone perfectly even. "Nor I," I added. She bobbed her head. "Thank you, I am sorry. I did not mean, I mean Lady Wintermere only." "Of course," I said, rescuing her because someone ought to. When she had gone, taking her blush and her music with her, silence returned in a harder shape than before. He was already farther from me now, every line of him restored to composure. Yet the composure cost more than it had 20 seconds earlier. I could see that. I said, because one must say something after the world has very nearly tipped. "So," he echoed. A bitter laugh escaped me. "Wintermere continues to prove your point. My points have become intolerably numerous. That is because you collect them whenever I suffer." He said, "I collect them because I am trying not to let you." The sentence had no business being spoken in a gallery after what had just not happened. Yet there it was, quiet and ruinous. I closed my eyes for a second and opened them again. "This cannot continue carelessly." "No," the answer came at once. "That is not the same as saying it cannot continue." He looked at me with that same grave, exhausted honesty which was beginning to feel more perilous than flirtation ever could have been. He said, "No, it is not." We both heard what lay inside the exchange. Neither of us had the courage or the wisdom to take it farther. I drew a breath that felt colder than the corridor. "Then we had better become more careful than we have been, Wes. And if the house watches, it watches already. And if your aunt interferes, she will." The certainty of that should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, What frightened me was the realization that I did not want this ended merely to make life easier. Easier had ceased to be the right measure somewhere between the conservatory and the lifted hand he had not let fall on my shoulder. I said, "I dislike this." He gave the faintest, most tired ghost of a smile. "I know. I dislike disliking it insufficiently." That, at least, startled him into full attention. The almost smile vanished. Something deeper and far more dangerous took its place. He said, "So do I. There are moments one remembers not because they blaze but because they settle into the joints of a life and remain there. That was one of them. Not a kiss. Not a declaration. Nothing one could quote later to justify the trouble. Only two people in a cold gallery admitting, with dreadful economy, that restraint had ceased to be effortless and was now being chosen on purpose. Below us, the music began again in the drawing room. Miss Fenton must have found her way back. The notes rose faintly through the floorboards, wavering and sweet. I picked up my gloves from the bench. We should return before Mr. Mercer is found and decides to describe his rescue theatrically. Agreed. Neither of us moved. Then, like sensible fools, we both stepped toward the door at once and stopped short to avoid colliding. It was a small thing. Nothing, yet because the distance between us had already become charged beyond reason. The almost contact felt like another act of restraint. He drew back first. "After you, my lord." This time the title sounded like what it was, a wall erected in haste over ground no longer level. We went back together by separate inches. At the turn of the corridor, voices reached us from below. By the time we re-entered the public rooms, we had become again what Wintermere required, a gentleman and a guest. Civil, measured, supportable. Mrs. Doring smiled at us both over her coffee cup. Mr. Mercer, newly recovered and entirely unashamed, apologized to Sir Edmund for civilization in exactly the tone of a man who did not mean a word of it. Lady Wintermere looked at me once, then at Adrian, and said nothing at all. That silence from her was more alarming than curiosity. Later, in my room, I stood for a long while before the fire without removing so much as a pin. I could still feel the suspended gesture of his hand near my shoulder. I could still hear my name in his voice, deliberate this time, and my own answer, "Do not," which had contained nothing like enough refusal to be trusted. The alliance had changed. Not in the eyes of the house. The house had been ahead of us from the beginning. No, it had changed in the only place that matters, in cost. Until tonight, being seen with him had been useful, dangerous, infuriating. Now it had become personally expensive. It had acquired the possibility of loss. And once one has something one may lose, every further truth becomes harder to bear. The next morning, restraint became a kind of performance. Not only between Adrian and me. Between all of us. Something in the house had tightened overnight. Perhaps it was merely that the snow had at last begun to loosen from the lower branches and drip from the eaves, giving Wintermere the uneasy feeling of a place not quite imprisoned any longer, and therefore obliged to remember itself. Perhaps it was that Lady Wintermere had seen too much in silence the night before. Or perhaps I alone had changed, and the rest merely looked sharper because of it. At breakfast Adrian spoke to me only once. Mrs. Doring had begun describing a cousin who had become engaged after 6 weeks of rain in Devon. As if inclement weather possessed priestly powers. Mr. Mercer said he had always considered mud the true parent of domestic happiness. Mrs. Harbury declared that no sensible marriage should be founded on anything less than dry roads and a competent kitchen. In the midst of this, I reached for the marmalade at the same instant Adrian did. He withdrew at once. "Miss Vale." "Ah, thank you." 2 words, nothing more. Yet half the table saw it. I knew they did because Mrs. Doring smiled into her cup. Because Miss Fenton suddenly found her plate of eggs deeply educational. And because Lady Wintermere, without looking toward either of us, asked Sir Edmund, whether the west path had been cleared to Blackwater. The name struck through me so cleanly that for one dreadful instant I thought my face must have shown everything. Blackwater. I had never heard it before. Yet the instant Lady Wintermere spoke it, Adrian's hand, resting beside his fork, became very still. Not for long, only for a second, but long enough. Sir Edmund answered, "Not entirely. The lower lane remains bad, though the men have reached the old lodge by the wood." The old lodge by the wood. I kept my eyes on the cloth, and forced my breathing into order. No one else at the table could have known what had happened inside me. To everyone but Adrian and myself, Blackwater was merely another estate inconvenience. To us, or at least to me, it had become a possibility not yet named aloud. Adrian did not look at me. He said only, "The path will hold by afternoon if the melt continues." Lady Wintermere replied, "Then have it finished. Mrs. Finch says there are boxes stored there from the west attic. I will not have her lamenting old curtains for another week." That was all. The conversation turned. Sir Edmund began on Barnes. Colonel Fancho disagreed with thou on principle, yet the name remained under my skin like heat. Blackwater. By the end of the meal, I was no longer listening at all. I escaped the breakfast room at the first polite opportunity, and went into the long library passage, as if in search of a book. In truth, I required walls and a moment in which my face might belong to me alone. I had taken perhaps 10 steps before I heard Adrian behind me. He said, "Not here." Quietly. I stopped without turning. How fortunate. I had intended to stage a scene beside the encyclopedias. He came level with me, his tone perfectly supportable for any servant passing with coal or linen. "My aunt wants the old Christmas music from the writing room. She has decided memory improves harmony." "How convenient," he said. "Wes." Painfully so. We did not look at one another. We had become too practiced for that. A maid crossed the corridor carrying folded sheets. Adrian stepped aside to let her pass. I moved toward the door at the end of the passage as if the entire expedition had been my idea from the first. The writing room was unlocked. That fact alone would once have been enough to set my pulse racing. Now, it was only the first of several dangers. The room looked much as it had when glimpsed from the drawing-room side, though daylight stripped it of the mystery candlelight had given it. Shelves of account books and correspondence lined the walls. A black marble mantel stood beneath a small portrait of some dead Belgian gentleman with patient eyes. The writing tables were orderly, the inkstands clean, the windows cold with pale winter light. Adrian closed the door only to the degree propriety allowed. He said, "My aunt wants the folio cabinet there," indicating a shelf near the window in a voice fit for public hearing. "And privately." He looked at me then. "Privately, I think Blackwater is not a name we should ignore." The steadiness of the answer undid me more than surprise would have done. "Knew it at breakfast." "Wes." "From what?" "The letters." "Which letters?" "The packet from the schoolroom. There was a reference I did not mention yesterday, because I had not yet confirmed it." The words landed between us with quiet force. Not mention, not yet confirm. He had withheld something again. Of course he had. Yet even through the first flare of anger, I knew the distinction mattered. He was not pretending innocence. He was admitting sequence. "What reference?" I asked. Instead of replying at once, he crossed to the folio cabinet, drew out a large book of carols, and set it on the central table with enough noise to satisfy any listener beyond the door. Then he took from inside his coat the folded Helena packet, and laid it beside the music as if the two belonged naturally together. "You should be insulted by how accustomed I have become to your pockets," I said. "You are insulted by most things before noon. And you deserve most of it." His mouth altered by a fraction. Then he untied the packet and drew out one of Helena's letters. He said, "I read this again after supper. I ought to have shown it to you then. I did not." No excuse followed. No explanation. only the plain admission, and perhaps because it was plain, it made anger harder to sustain at full strength. He handed me the letter. The hand was Helena's, neat and decisive, written on thick paper that had browned at the fold. It appeared to be addressed to a housekeeper or companion, though no name remained on the outer page. The first half concerned fires, linens, and a nephew's boots sent out too late for cleaning. Then the tone shifted. The blue secretary is not to remain in the schoolroom. If Mr. Vale presses again, he is to be told nothing. The attached note and the little enamel swallow must go at once to Blackwater and be left behind the winter saints in the west room, until I can judge whether law or mercy has the better claim. The younger girl is not to be spoken of in this house except to me. I read the lines twice before the words steadied. The attached note, the little enamel swallow, Blackwater, the younger girl. I felt the blood move in my throat, so sharply I had to set the paper down for a moment before I crushed it in my hand. "This is it," I said. "The token." "Almost certainly. An enamel swallow. Wes." My father's line returned to me at once. "I can bring the token left by H if your lordship doubts the claim." So he had known. Or believed he knew. Helena had left some sign of the truth with the note, something portable, personal, unmistakable to those within the arrangement. And instead of remaining in this house, it had been sent to Blackwater. I looked up at once. What is Blackwater? An old lodge on the west edge of the estate. It was once used by Helena in widowhood for part of one winter, then later for storage and occasional occupation, when the house was too full or the family too tired of itself. How comforting. It rarely was. The answer came too quickly. I heard it. So did he. "You have been there," I said. A pause. "Yes." That single syllable chilled me more than the rest. "Recently." Another pause, not long enough to invite denial, only long enough to admit unwillingness. "Yes." I turned fully toward him. "And you did not think it worth mentioning?" His gaze did not leave mine. "I found only furniture, boxes, and 2 rooms stripped of papers long ago." "That is not the point," he said. "No," quietly. "I know it is not." There it was again, that infuriating habit of giving agreement instead of defense. It should have made him easier to attack. Instead it forced the quarrel onto more dangerous ground, where I could no longer pretend. He simply failed to understand my grievance. "You went because of my father's note." "Yes." "Before I arrived." "Yes." "And you searched alone." "Yes." The 3 answers fell like stones, each one clean and impossible to argue with. Because he had already granted the charge entire. I took a breath that did nothing to steady me. "Then you had more than a suspicion all this time." "I had a place." "Not truth." "You had a lead." "Wes." "And kept it." His expression changed then, not in self-protection, but in fatigue sharpened into honesty. "I kept it because the lodge yielded nothing visible. Because I was not sure the letter referred to anything left there now. And because once you arrived I no longer trusted myself to distinguish what was caution from what was cowardice." The words struck hard because they were too exact. For 1 second neither of us spoke. Outside the window, the water slid from the roof in slow intervals. Somewhere deeper in the house a bell rang for a servant. I lifted the letter again. "Behind the winter saints in the west room." The phrase was so strange that it made the rest of the room recede. "What does that mean?" I asked. His attention shifted to the line. "Blackwater's west parlor has a narrow altar cabinet from the old house chapel. Helena had a habit of filling it with plaster saints at Christmas, because she said Protestant houses could do with better decoration and worse theology." Despite everything, a small sound of laughter escaped me. His eyes flicked to mine. "You think that charming?" "I think her intolerable in a more interesting way than the rest of you." "That is, regrettably, fair." I read on. No further explanation followed. Only domestic instructions, then a postscript in a different hand, later and more hurried. "If the secretary is moved, the panel behind it must not be forced. The key remains with A. My hand stopped. The key, I said. Wes. With A. Wes. I lifted my eyes very slowly. Ashburn, almost certainly. Which Ashburn? His mouth tightened. That is the difficulty. No, I said. The difficulty is that you already know which and do not wish to say. Something passed through his face, brief and troubling. I know. Which I suspect. End. He looked down at the page, not at me. My father. The room went still. Of not Helena. Not some uncle already dead and harmless. His father. The same man who believed silence prevented damage. The same man whose idea of affection had been whether best kept from the work of the day. If the key to the panel at Blackwater had remained with him, then the confusion was not merely inherited. It had been actively maintained 1 generation later than I had hoped. Then after his death. I did not find such a key among his effects. You searched. Yes. Immediately. A pause. Not immediately. That too mattered. I set the letter down very carefully. 1. When I began to understand the old files were incomplete. And when was that? His silence now told me more than the answer would have done. Not recently. Not only because of my father's note. Earlier. Perhaps months. Perhaps longer. I did not know how much longer, and that ignorance opened suddenly beneath my feet like thin ice. You see, I said, my voice lower than before. This is what you do. You give me truth by measured portions, and ask me to be grateful for the ration. I ask no such thing. No, then what do you ask? His gaze came back to mine with exhausting steadiness. That you let me tell it without forcing me to pretend certainty where there is none. The answer was so bare that it checked my anger, though not my hurt. And Blackwater, I asked. If the panel remains there. It may not. That is not a reason not to go, he said. No. It is only a reason not to hope too cheaply. I almost answered sharply, then stopped. Hope too cheaply. That was not a line from a man protecting his convenience. It was the line of someone who had gone to the lodge already, searched, failed, and been altered by the failure enough to fear repeating it in front of me. I hated that I could hear the difference. I looked back at the letter, the blue secretary. Wes, and was it still there when you searched? Noga. Then where? I do not know. The phrase irritated me until I saw that he meant it. And the west room, closed, cold, used for trunks and broken furniture. The altar cabinet remained. My pulse climbed again. And the panel. He held my gaze. I found no panel. The truth of that seemed to pain him almost as much as it disappointed me. For a long second I said nothing. Then, because reason had become useless, I asked, Did you look behind the saints? A breath, almost a laugh, except that no amusement lived in it. There were no saints left. That answer, ridiculous and dreadful, broke the tension. Just enough that I had to press my fingertips briefly against my mouth to stop another helpless burst of laughter. He saw it and, to my astonishment, the severity about his eyes eased. We are reduced, I said, to searching for missing saints, hidden panels, and a swallow in enamel. My family declines very elegantly. Your family has company in that. I lowered my hand. Do not say things that make you sound companionable. Ah, you prefer me impossible. I prefer you less difficult to reason. That nearly did it. Nearly. Something like a smile touched his mouth and vanished. The effect was worse than full charm would have been. Full charm can be defended against. Restraint breaking for half a second feels too much like truth. He reached for the carol folio then and opened it to a random hymn as if to remind the house, or perhaps us, what we had come for, he said. We can go to Blackwater this afternoon. The words struck through me like sudden light. Today. If the west path holds. My aunt has already ordered the lodge open for the boxes. We would have an entirely respectable reason to be there. To fetch curtains. To inspect boxes, pretend usefulness, and bore ourselves into privacy by domestic labor. I stared at him. You had this decided before breakfast. I had it considered. You are impossible. Oh, so you keep saying. Yet beneath the dryness, hope had entered the room at last in a form sharp enough to hurt. Blackwater today. Not some distant plan dependent on road, post, solicitor, or future kindness. A real place within the estate, with a real west room, and an altar cabinet, and the remains of Helena's peculiar theology. Perhaps nothing would be there. Perhaps only dust, stripped furniture, and one more proof that old people hide things chiefly to spite descendants. Yet it was something solid, nearer than anything we had yet held. My fingers tightened over the letter's edge. If the note is there, he said. If it is there, then we may finally know whether the provision was meant only for your mother's line, or whether the younger girl altered everything. And if the swallow is there too, then your father's note was not a desperate invention. It should not have been necessary to hear that from him. It was. A strange mixture of vindication and grief moved through me so suddenly that I had to turn away toward the window for a moment. The thou outside had grown brighter. Water moved along the gutter in clear threads. Beyond the lawn, a rook lifted from one black branch and vanished over the white fields. Behind me, he said more quietly, Eleanor. I turned back. The use of my name no longer shocked me in itself. What shocked me was how much of my body still answered it. I should have told you about Blackwater sooner. There it was. Plainly. No hedge, no excuse. I said. I know. I almost looked away again, but did not. And yet you waited. Yes. Why? He stood very still beside the table, one hand resting lightly on the open music folio as if the hymns might defend him. Because once I had searched the lodge and found nothing obvious, I began to dread taking you there, and watching hope fail in front of me. The honesty of it went through me with quiet violence. Not watching you be disappointed. A watching hope fail in front of me. The distinction mattered. It suggested not only guilt but care. Dangerous uninvited care. I said before I could stop myself, you do not get to choose which disappointments I survive. His face changed by the smallest degree. No, bah. And you do not get to carry them for me either. At that, something deeper moved through his expression. Something almost like pain and almost like warmth and entirely too difficult to bear in a room full of old paper. He said, no. I am learning that. We looked at one another too long. The writing room seemed suddenly much smaller than it was. Daylight lay pale across the table between the Carol book and Helena's letter. Somewhere outside a servant's steps passed the corridor and went on. Nothing in the world had altered. Yet everything in the room had tightened around that one quiet admission, I am learning that. I broke the moment first because I did not trust it. What of the key? I asked. If the panel truly required one, and your father kept it. His gaze dropped to the letter again. There may be another way. Old cabinets are seldom as singular as their owners claim. That sounds like family doctrine. It is locksmith doctrine. You improve. So I am told. The reply almost made me smile. Almost. He refolded the Helena letter with more care than before and returned it to the packet. The movement was practical. Yet I noticed, then, that his hand lingered a second too long at the fold. As if he were considering whether to say something further and chose against it. What? I asked at once. His eyes lifted. Nothing. I knew at once it was not nothing. Not because of the word itself. Because of the way he said it, too lightly and too late. That is never true. He said, no. But it may remain so until we have seen the lodge. The answer dissatisfied me entirely. It also sounded maddeningly reasonable. Before I could press him, the door opened and Mrs. Finch entered with a ring of keys, and the authority of a woman who has seen 3 generations mishandle linen and none improve. My lord. Lady Wintermere says the boxes at Blackwater may be sorted after luncheon if you please. The men have swept the west room and lit a fire in the front parlor. The place smells of mice and old sermons, but it will hold. Thank you, Mrs. Finch. She glanced from the music folio to me with an expression too disciplined to be called curiosity and too experienced to be called innocence. She said, "Miss Val," with perfect civility, "if you are to assist, I recommend stout shoes. The path is half slushed." "Ah, thank you." When she had gone, Adrian and I remained still for 1 second in the wake of her presence. Then I said, "Dear, even your housekeeper conspires." "Mrs. Finch conspires with no one. She simply notices everything and believes the house survives better if information arrives before excuses." "I should like her." "You would terrify one another." That did make me smile, though only briefly. He took up the Carol book and after the smallest hesitation, offered me Helena's packet. It was a small thing. It was also not small at all. "You are giving me this until luncheon." I stared at it. "And afterward we go to Blackwater." The hope that rose in me at those words had a blade inside it. I could feel that clearly enough. Blackwater might give us the note, the swallow, the panel, the end of uncertainty. It might also give us nothing except more proof that silence had been longer and more deliberate than either of us yet understood. Still, it was the strongest lead we had found. Real. Reachable. Waiting now at the estate's western edge under melting snow. I took the packet from his hand. Our fingers touched only for an instant. It was enough. No witness stood near enough to mark it, yet I felt the contact all the same, brief and charged and too easily remembered. He withdrew first. So did I. The room, wise enough to know when it had become dangerous, gave us both a stretch of cold daylight in which to recover. At last he said with effortful calm, "Wear the stout shoes." I lifted my chin. "Do not begin issuing orders before we reach the slush." "I am not ordering you." "No. I am asking you not to break your neck before we have found the saints." The line was absurd. It was also the first time either of us had let absurdity sit openly on top of hope. I answered, "Very well. But if the West Room contains only mice and sermons, I shall hold you personally responsible." His mouth moved again, that almost smile which never fully arrived, and was therefore worse than any real one. He said, "I am beginning to suspect that you hold me personally responsible for half the county." "Only the half that hides things in panels." We left the writing room together with the music folio visible and Helena's packet hidden inside my sleeve. In the corridor the house received us back with its usual quiet attentiveness. A footman passed. Somewhere below, Mrs. Doring laughed. Lady Wintermere's voice carried faintly from the drawing-room. Everything looked ordinary. Only I knew that Blackwater now stood before us like a door finally visible in a wall I had spent my whole life pressing against. And only Adrian, I thought, knew what else he had not yet said. Blackwater was smaller than I had imagined and older than I liked at once. From the terrace steps at Wintermere one saw nothing of it, but the suggestion of stone through bare trees on the west edge of the grounds. The path there, once perhaps charming in summer, had been turned by though into a long argument between slush and frozen earth. Mrs. Finch had not exaggerated. By the time Adrian and I reached the lower beach stand, My stout shoes had acquired half the county, and my temper had acquired the rest. "You may laugh," I said, lifting my skirts another inch above the mud. "I would not dare." "That sounds wiser than sincere." "It is both." The answer came with a dryness that, in another mood, might have amused me. Today all amusement had a blade in it. The Helena packet lay hidden inside my muff beneath my hand. Every few steps I felt its folded edges against my wrist and remembered, Inu, the phrases that had changed the day before luncheon into something sharp enough to cut. Blackwater. The enamel swallow. The panel. The key remained with A. A groom had gone ahead to open the outer gate and light a second fire if the first would hold. Otherwise we were alone. Not improperly alone. The arrangement had been made, before the house. Lady Wintermere herself had said that if Adrian insisted upon dragging old curtains and boxes into order, Miss Vale might as well take the country air, while civilization dissolved indoors. Mrs. Doring had smiled over that with insufferable interest. Mr. Mercer had wished us joy of dust. Mrs. Harbury, fastening my collar more closely before I left, had murmured, "Do not trust lodges. They always remember better than the houses that use them." She had been right. The lodge stood where the west wood began to thicken toward the stream. A long, low building of stone, with 2 chimneys and a slate roof shedding melt in slow silver threads. It had once been made pretty. One could see that in the curved fanlight over the door, and the ivy trained, even now with old discipline along the walls. Time had since taken prettiness as a personal insult. The lower windows were clouded. One shutter hung slightly awry. A narrow side garden lay under broken snow, and the stripped skeletons of herbs gone to winter stock. The groom met us at the step, cap in hand. "Fire took in the front parlor, my lord." West rooms opened and swept. "Row not kindly," Mrs. Finch said, as how the boxes could wait if the smell proved too much. "Thank you, Hales." He took the basket of keys back to the stable yard path after carrying in a coal scuttle and 2 sticks of wood. I watched him go with an irrational desire to call him back and make him stay in the room with us. Instead, I followed Adrian into the front parlor and let Blackwater close around me. The place smelled of damp wood, cold stone, mouse, nests disturbed by brooms, and something fainter beneath all that. As though old beeswax and dead lavender continued to argue under the dust. The front parlor had been made respectable enough for our purpose. A fire burned in a narrow grate. The shutters had been opened. 2 holland-covered chairs stood near the wall. Several labeled crates occupied one corner. A faded carpet, rolled back from the dampest boards, revealed a floor of dark oak scratched by years of moving furniture without care. Nothing in the room invited tenderness. That, perhaps, made the memory of last night in the gallery feel even more dangerous by contrast. Adrian set the key basket upon a small table and crossed to the farther door. The west room. I went after him. If the front parlor had been neglected, the west room had been abandoned by preference. It was larger, colder, and mostly given over to the sort of household dead that never quite leave an estate. Shrouded chairs, broken screens, a disjointed bed frame, curtain poles without curtains, canvases turned to the wall, and several trunks whose labels had lost both glue and dignity. Yet the room had once belonged to use. I could see it in the proportions, the window seat beneath the tall casement, and the blocked outline of what had once been a small altar recess built into the wall between bookcases. The fire here had only just begun to draw. The room remained colder than the passage outside. Adrian said, "Dear, dear." The old altar cabinet stood in the west wall exactly where Helena's letter had led us. It was narrow and made of oak gone dark with age, with 2 doors above and 2 drawers below. The shelves within were empty now save for candle grease hardened into small white islands in the dust, rings left by objects removed years ago. "The winter saints," I said. "So it seems." I moved closer. The shelves were shallower than expected. Their backs did not quite align with the wall behind them. Nothing obvious, only that slight unease of proportion which suggests furniture has been made to hold more than it admits. Adrian opened the lower drawers. The first held loose wicks, rusted snuffers, and several folded cloths too stiff with age to be useful. The second gave up nothing more illuminating than a moth-eaten linen cover and 2 cracked rosary beads. Very devout, I said, only selectively. I set down my muff on the nearest trunk and ran my fingers lightly over the inside of the cabinet frame. Dust had been wiped from it recently. Not well, not thoroughly, but enough to show the dull sweep of a cloth. I turned at once. You have been here before. He was crouched by the lower drawer and did not deny it. Wes. The directness of the answer irritated me more than a lie would have done. A week ago. The room seemed to sharpen around me. A week. Yes. Before I arrived. Yes. Not only the place then, the room itself, the cabinet. He had stood exactly here, perhaps in this very patch of light, with the thaw still days off and the house none the wiser, and had searched alone. I said. You neglected to mention that. His face, when he rose, was composed enough to be called careful. I told you I had searched the lodge. You did not say you had searched this room. No. No. The repetition tasted bitter. I might have pressed him then. I would have. But the cabinet stood between us, empty and waiting, and urgency overruled anger by the narrowest margin. I opened the upper left door again and bent to the back panel. There, near the right edge, I found the first irregularity. A small chip in the varnish, not old enough to belong to the original wood, not new enough to shine. I pressed it. Nothing. I slid my fingers lower and felt, beneath the shelf lip, a recessed catch no one would find without either luck or instruction. My pulse kicked hard. Here. He came close enough that I felt the shift of air beside my sleeve. He said, Do not force it. How fortunate. I had intended to break the wall. Your ambitions remain very domestic. At present they include assaulting your family's carpentry. That, regrettably, is hereditary. The touch of wit did not survive the next second. I pressed the catch. A narrow section of the backboard loosened with a faint inward click. Not a full panel, only a slim hidden recess no wider than a book. For one suspended instant neither of us moved. Then I slid my fingers into the dark. They closed around cloth. Something small, hard, and wrapped. I drew it out. A strip of muslin, tied once around a folded note, and a tiny object cold as the room itself. The muslin had yellowed. The thread came away beneath my fingers almost at once. When it fell open, the object rolled into my palm. A swallow in blue enamel. Its wings were outstretched as if in flight. One eye was a pinhead black bead. The silver backing had darkened with age, but the blue held bright enough still to etch. For 1 second I could not breathe. My father was right, I said. The words came out in a whisper. Not triumphant. Too stunned for triumph. Adrian did not answer. He was looking not at the swallow, but at the folded note beneath it. And something in his expression had gone very still. I picked up the note. The paper was thicker than Helena's household letters, and sealed once, though the seal had long since cracked under time. The hand was hers beyond doubt. On the outer fold she had written only, for the one willing to answer at last. I broke it open. The note inside was short. Much too short for the weight it carried. If Mr. Vale presses this matter after my death, he is not to be dismissed as wholly false. The younger girl was Anne Rook, placed under my protection and dead at Blackwater, before her 18th year, unmarried and without issue. Mrs. Finch saw the burial entered when the parish clerk refused her true name, and can attest it. By justice the Belem Reserve now stands for Marianne Vale's female issue alone, though my brother would rather call confusion mercy. If it keeps peace under his roof, I hide this because peace has too often been purchased at the daughter's expense. If the swallow be shown, the claim was not invented. The room disappeared. Not entirely. I remained aware in some absurd bodily way of the cold floor through my soles and the fire behind me not yet reaching the corners. But the words "burn too brightly, let the rest of the room remain what it had been." Dead at Blackwater before her 18th year, unmarried and without issue, Mrs. Finch saw the burial entered. The Belem Reserve now stands for Marianne Vale's female issue alone. My mother's line, "Us Anne and Lucy, and my sisters' faces crossed themselves stupidly in my thoughts. Even their names would not keep proper order under the force of it. My father's search had not been a drunkard's fancy. He had been reaching, clumsily and too late, and with all the faults that were his, toward something real. And Helena, superior, maddening, long-dead Helena, had written it plainly enough that no man of conscience could look at the line and pretend uncertainty forever. I lifted my head. Adrian was still looking at the note, not at me. "You read this," I said. It was not a question. "Not really." His eyes came up slowly to mine. He said, "Not this exact page." "No. I found the cabinet empty of obvious papers when I searched last week. The recess would not open." I stared at him. "And yet you knew where to look." "Because I had been told." There it was. The word struck harder than the note. Told by whom? A voice behind us answered before he could. "By me, my lord." Mrs. Finch stood in the doorway with a crate register in one hand, and the expression of a woman who has spent a lifetime entering rooms, at exactly the wrong moment, for other people, and exactly the right one for truth. She had come so quietly over the old boards that neither of us had heard her. Her eyes went at once to the swallow in my hand, and then to the open note. For the first time since I had known her, color left her face. She said, "So you found it?" No one replied. She set down the register on the nearest trunk with deliberate care. "I told his lordship there was a recess behind the saints last week. I thought it had likely been emptied years ago." The note trembled once in my hand. Once only. I tightened my fingers until the movement stopped. "Last week," I repeated. Mrs. Finch, hearing the danger in the quietness, looked from me to Adrian and back again with that quick, unwilling intelligence servants acquire when family matters stop pretending to be household ones. She said, "I told him what I remembered." "No more da." "What did you remember?" I asked. The housekeeper's gaze settled on the note. Her voice, when it came, had lost all domestic briskness. She said, "I remembered Miss Anne. Not by that name at first. We were told not to use names in the lodge. But I remembered a sick girl with fair hair and a cough that took her all winter. Lady Helena kept her here some months, and would have no noise made of it. When she died, the burial was entered at the chapel book, because the parish clerk would not have questions in the register. I was young then. I carried the candle. I remembered, too, that her little swallow brooch went with the papers. His lordship asked me after old Blackwater matters the day before your party arrived." The world narrowed to that sentence. "The day before your party arrived." I looked at Adrian. Truly looked. He did not step toward me. Perhaps he knew better than to try.
"You questioned her?" Yes. And she told you?"
"She told me enough to bring me here." "No," I said, the word breaking sharper than I intended. "Do not make the answer smaller to fit your comfort. She told you enough to know the younger girl was dead. Enough to know there was no competing line. Enough to know my father's claim, for all his faults, stood on something more than desperation." Mrs. Finch drew breath as if to speak. Adrian stopped her with the slightest movement of one hand. He said, "Wes." The clean admission ought to have been a mercy. It was not. I had spent days inside his cautions, his measured half-truths, his explanations of risk and scandal and household eyes. I had walked Wintermere under the impression that we searched together because we both stood in uncertainty. Now, with Helena's note open and the swallow bright in my palm and Mrs. Finch's witness spoken aloud, uncertainty altered shape. He had not been walking blind beside me. He had been walking with a lantern partly covered in his coat. I said, "You knew?" His jaw tightened. I suspected strongly. "No." I heard the force rise in my own voice and did not lower it enough. "No, my lord. Not this time. Not suspect. Not perhaps. Not one more of your careful degrees. You had a witness. You had the place. You had this room. You had my father's letter and Mrs. Finch's memory, and the knowledge that Anne Rook died without issue. And you let me go on thinking we were groping through fog together." Mrs. Finch took a step back toward the door. No sound came from her, but I could feel her wish to disappear from the room, without yet daring it. Adrian's face had gone very still in the way I now knew meant not coldness but effort. He said, "I did not know the note remained here. I did not know the language would be this clear." "But you knew enough to tell me," he said. "Enough." And now some force entered his voice at last. "To fear what followed if I told you too soon, and was wrong in the particulars." I laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "Too soon. I came into your house under a debt my family may barely survive, and you speak to me of timing as if I were early for dinner." The line landed. He took it without visible flinch. Mrs. Finch said quietly, "Miss Val." I turned to her at once, because if I did not turn away from him I might say something irretrievable. "Did he ask you to keep silence?" "No, miss." "Did he tell you not to mention Anne Rook?" Her mouth tightened. "No." His lordship asked what I remembered and whether Lady Wintermere had ever spoken of the West Room afterward. That was all. That answer might have softened the matter. It did not. It only clarified it. He had not been covering his tracks in vulgar ways. He had been doing something much worse. He had been acting according to conscience as he understood it, and that conscience had still left me in ignorance. I looked back at him. Why? It was a stripped question now. Not strategy, not accusation dressed as wit, only the thing itself. He answered after a moment. Because if the note proved missing, or if Mrs. Finch's memory had failed in material points, then I would have dragged my aunt's household, the old Bellam scandal, and your family's hope into the open on nothing stronger than a dying housekeeper's recollection and a dead man's plea. Mrs. Finch made a small disapproving sound at dying but let it pass. "And if you were right," I said. He met my eyes. "Then I meant to tell you after Blackwater." The words would have satisfied me yesterday. Today they sounded like insult. After. I folded Helena's note with fingers I no longer trusted. Always after. After you question the witness. After you search the lodge. After you decide what I am fit to know. After you judge which truths I may bear without inconvenience to the estate. Something flashed across his face, then on anger, briefly and very cleanly. "Do not make this only about convenience to the estate." Why not? "You have made everything else only partly about what it was," he said. "Because my aunt lives under the shelter of a history she did not wholly write." More sharply than before. "Because my father kept this matter buried in part to protect a dead woman's name, and in part to prevent another generation of Bellam scandal from tearing through tenants, legal settlements, and a household that has survived too much of other people's carelessness. Because if I brought you here with a certainty that later collapsed, it would not merely have disappointed you. It would have put weapons back into old hands." The force of it checked me for half a second. There it was at last: duty, estate stability, the protection of another name, all the things he had half spoken around since the first day. Not invented now to save himself. Real. Weighty, possibly even defensible in the abstract. I hated them. Not because they were false. Because they were plausible enough to stand beside my own need and still not excuse what he had done. I said, "Lower." "And so you chose for me," he said. "No," I delayed. "That is choosing with better manners." Mrs. Finch, very wisely, reached for the crate register and the empty candle box from the lower drawer. "I shall see to the front room, my lord." Neither of us answered. She left anyway, closing the door behind her with the soft precision of a woman who has no intention of hearing what follows, and every intention of understanding it later. The west room seemed to grow colder without her. I set the Swallow and Helena's note carefully upon the cabinet shelf, because if I held them any longer, I thought I might throw one or both at him, and then be sorry for my aim. "My father begged you for hearing," I said, "then died before you would grant it. I came here and trusted, against all reason, that if there was truth between us, you would not stand in front of it once you saw me searching for it with my own hands. Yet all this time you had already taken the witness, the room, and the name Blackwater for yourself. Bah, taken them for myself." He repeated the phrase as if tasting its injustice. "Wes, I brought you here. One, it suited your order of revelations." His mouth hardened. "One, I could do so without handing half a county a scandal and a false certainty at once. Your certainty was false to no one but me." The room went silent. That one landed. I saw it do so. Not in triumph. In hurt. Yet even that no longer softened me enough. He said after a moment, "That is not true." "It is true enough." He drew breath as if mastering something that wanted a harsher answer. "You think I have enjoyed this?" The question, the implication beneath it, struck me with such astonishment that anger flared hotter to cover it. "I do not particularly care what you have enjoyed." "That is convenient." There is that word again. Everything becomes convenience when spoken in your voice. For the first time since I had known him, something very like bitterness entered his expression openly. He said, "And in yours. Everything becomes betrayal the instant it is not surrendered whole." The line hit hard enough to leave me still. It was unjust. It was also near enough to truth in shape to sting. I wanted whole truth now. Instantly, entirely. Perhaps because he had taught me by increments how little safety there is in portions. Perhaps because last night in the gallery something had shifted between us, and I had been fool enough to think that shift meant I would no longer be managed from a polite distance. I answered more quietly than before. "Do not speak as if I ask too much for wanting the truth from the man who has walked beside me under false pretenses." His face changed at that. Not defensiveness. Something heavier. "False pretenses. Yes. You think that is what this has been. What else shall I call it? An alliance, a kindness. You let the house believe what it liked. Let me believe we search from the same darkness. And all the while you had already taken steps alone, and decided how far behind you I might safely follow." The Swallow lay between us, blue wing outspread against old oak. He looked at it for a moment before speaking. He said, "When I first questioned Mrs. Finch, I thought I was protecting my family from a dead man's improvidence. By the time I understood he might have been right in substance, you were already on the road to Wintermere. I should have told you sooner. I know that. But do not call the rest false." I stared at him. "The rest," I said. His eyes came back to mine and held. He said, "The search. My effort. My concern for what this might do to you. None of that has been false." For one unsteady second everything in me wanted to believe him. That was perhaps the worst part. Because belief, when injured, sharpens instead of soothing. I said with terrible calm, "You do not get credit for caring after you have already decided what I must not know." He closed his eyes once. Briefly. When he opened them again, the reserve had come back over him like a door. He said, "Very well." The words were quiet. Worse than anger. I should have stopped there. I did not. "You have spent days warning me about scandal, about witnesses, about danger in every corridor. Yet the most dangerous thing in this house has been your silence. That did it." He stepped back. Not far. Just enough to make the distance unmistakable. He said, "Then you had better take the note and the Swallow, and think me no further use." I had not expected that, not from him. Not then. The room, which only minutes earlier had seemed to crack open under the force of truth, suddenly felt stripped and formal again, as if all the warmth built between us in libraries, galleries, schoolrooms, and on muddy paths had been cleared away in one cold sweep. I picked up the note and the swallow. "I think," I said, my voice shaking despite all effort, "that I had already thought you much more used than was wise." Something went through his face so quickly I might have imagined it if I had not been looking directly at him. Then he bowed. "Precisely. Terribly. Miss Val. Not Eleanor, not now." The title cut more deeply than anger might have done. I turned away, before he could see what that had done to my face, and before I could do something even more foolish than loving truth in the wrong hands. I crossed the room, opened the door myself, and stepped into the passage where the air smelled of damp wool, and the front parlour's insufficient fire. Mrs. Finch stood by the crate table with her back turned, in exquisite tact. She glanced at me once, and then at the note in my hand. Her expression altered not into surprise but into pity, and pity from practical women is almost unbearable. She said, "The paths worsened with the melt. Miss," quietly, "mind the lower stones." I nodded because speech had become unreliable. Behind me, in the west room, Adrian did not follow at once. That, more than anything, made the break real. I went out of Blackwater carrying the proof my father had not invented, the proof the provision now stood for my mother's line alone, and the proof that Lord Adrian Ashburn had chosen silence not from ignorance, but from judgment. The snow under the trees had gone gray at the edges with thou. Water ran in narrow tracks through the old wheel ruts. Somewhere above a rook called once and then fell silent. By the time I reached the first bend in the path, I knew only one thing clearly. Trust had not broken because he knew nothing. It had broken because he knew enough. I returned to Wintermere with mud on my hem, proof in my muff, and anger so clear it felt almost like strength. Almost. The path up from Blackwater had become worse with the thou. Twice I slipped and once I caught myself against a beech trunk with a violence that left bark in my glove, and the taste of iron at the back of my throat. Yet the bodily indignities suited me. They gave shape to feeling. Cold, slush, rough bark, breath too sharp in the lungs, all preferable to the inward confusion that had followed me out of the west room. My father had been right. That should have been enough to steady anything. It was not. Because the same note that vindicated him had also vindicated my fear of Adrian in the worst possible way. He had not merely stood between me and uncertainty like some necessary obstacle. He had stood between me and a truth already partly lit, and chosen how much of the lamp I was permitted to see. By the time Wintermere came back into view through the wet trees, I had repeated that fact to myself so many times it had lost all softness and become doctrine. Mrs. Harbury intercepted me in the lower hall, before I could gain the stairs. She was seated near the fire with her knitting abandoned in her lap, and the expression of a woman who has not been deceived by the weather in 40 years and does not intend to begin now. She said, "My dear," looking me over from boots to brow, "you have the air of somebody who has either found a treasure or buried a relative." "Neither, I hope." "That is a poor answer." "It is the only one I have at present." Something in my voice must have warned her. She did not press further. Instead, she took my hand briefly, squeezed it once, and said, "Then go upstairs, change everything, and come down again only if you are equal to behaving as if the house has not offended you." "I doubt the house will care whether I behave," she said. "The house never cares. The people in it do, and usually for the wrong reasons." I kissed her cheek for the mercy of not asking more, and escaped before gratitude could become tears. In my room, I locked the door, which I had not done since my arrival, and drew Helena's note and the swallow from my muff with hands still unsteady from cold and fury. I laid them on the dressing table and stood over them as if they might alter shape under better light. They did not. The swallow remained bright blue, foolishly beautiful for so small an object. Helena's hand remained unmistakable. Marianne Vale's female issue. Alone now. Anne Rook dead without issue. Mrs. Finch's witness. The wording was plain enough that any further ambiguity would have required deliberate cruelty or legal invention. I read the note again. Then once more. By the third reading it was no longer only Adrian's silence that hurt. My mother's name hurt. My father's plea hurt. Helena's late, buried attempted justice hurt. Even Mrs. Finch's memory hurt, because she had carried a candle to a burial entered without a true name, and lived long enough to see the same matter rise again through another generation's daughters. Everything in the note carried too much human weight to remain merely evidence. I sat on the edge of the bed and pressed my knuckles to my mouth until the worst of the shaking passed. What, precisely, had I wanted from him? Not perfection. I am not so foolish. Not immediate certainty, either. Old scandals do not oblige the living by becoming simple on command. But I had wanted, at the least, to stand in the same weather with him. If there was storm, let there be storm on both our faces. If there was doubt, let it chill us equally. What I could not forgive, or could not forgive yet, was discovering that while I had been searching the sky for cloud, he had already found the road, the witness, the room, and chosen not to tell me until he judged the hour fit. That is not partnership, it is management, and women in my position have too often been destroyed by being well managed. I do not know how long I sat there before the housemaid came with hot water and a message from Mrs. Harbury that dinner would be at the usual hour and that I might plead a headache if I wished, but not so dramatic a one as to excite Mrs. Doring. I thanked her, changed, hid Helena's note and the swallow at the bottom of my traveling writing case beneath two fichus and a prayer book one had never once opened, and went down because absence would have been too eloquent. The drawing-room received me with its ordinary glow and extraordinary attentiveness. Mrs. Doring turned at once from the sofa and smiled. There you are. We had almost concluded Blackwater had swallowed you. I found it disappointingly architectural, I said. Mr. Mercer, lounging beside the pianoforte in a posture of theatrical exhaustion, lifted a brow. Then Ashburn failed as guide. The place is rumored to contain either ghosts or old trunks, and in country houses the two frequently marry. He showed me boxes, I said. Said Mrs. Doring, the romance of inventory. I felt the color rise and hated myself for it. Before I could answer, Mrs. Harbury called me to the fire and put a cup into my hand with the decisiveness of a field marshal reinforcing a weak flank. I took the chair beside her and fixed my attention upon the tea until my pulse behaved itself. Only then did I allow myself to look up. Adrian had not yet come in. For one absurd second I thought he might not appear at all. That he would remain at Blackwater, or in the library, or anywhere else that preserved him from the necessity of meeting my eyes before an audience he had taught me too well to fear. The thought, when it came, hurt more than it should have. That angered me afresh. He entered 10 minutes later with Sir Edmund. No one in the room could have read anything in his appearance but the weather. Melt had darkened the hem of his coat. His hair, never vainly arranged, had been touched into slight disorder by wind or haste. He apologized to Lady Wintermere for the delay, and crossed to the fire with Sir Edmund, answering some question about the west path with his usual grave precision. Then he looked at me. Only once. Only briefly. But the distance in that look was so exact that for a second I almost preferred the earlier hurt. Before, at least, anger had been warm. This was not. It was the measured withdrawal of a man who had been struck, where he knew he deserved it, and had responded by locking the door from the inside. That, perhaps, should not have offended me further. It did. Lady Wintermere saw all of it. I was certain of that much from the way her fingers settled once upon the arm of her chair and then became still. She said nothing. Nothing at all. Her silence was beginning to feel like a form of governance in itself. Dinner proved intolerable. Not because anything overt occurred. Nothing did. On the surface, it was among the more civilized meals we had shared. Mrs. Doring talked of Bath. Colonel Fanshawe denounced card players under 40. Miss Fenton dropped a spoon and blushed. Mr. Mercer asked whether though improved or ruined the English character. The soup was excellent. Sir Edmund praised the pheasant. A perfectly ordinary evening. If one happened to be nobody, Adrian addressed me twice. Once to ask whether the West Path had tired me. Not particularly, my lord. And once later, to pass the bread. Miss Vale, my lord. The formality lay between us like frost. I could feel the room notice it without understanding why. Mrs. Doring's smile dimmed by a fraction. Mr. Mercer's attention sharpened. Miss Fenton looked bewildered in the sweet, helpless way of those who sense a current change, and know only that the water has gone cold. When the ladies withdrew, I went with them, because not to do so would have been madness. I endured half an hour in the drawing room, with as much grace as I could gather around me. Mrs. Doring attempted gaiety. Mrs. Harbury knitted with a violence that suggested moral judgment. Miss Fenton played the pianoforte badly enough to be endearing. I sat near the fire, smiled where required, and thought of Helena's line, "Peace has too often been purchased at the daughter's expense." I do not know whether that was why, when Adrian entered with the gentleman, I rose at once under pretense of having forgotten my handkerchief in the morning room. Perhaps I wanted solitude. Perhaps I wanted him to follow. Perhaps I merely wanted one room in the house where I might stand and feel whatever I felt without Mrs. Doring naming it by Christmas. The morning room was empty, candlelit and blessedly still. The remains of our charade masks encounters had been cleared. The fire there had burned low, leaving the room warmer in memory than in truth. I closed the door no farther than propriety allowed and crossed to the mantel, laying one hand upon the marble, as if to steady myself against nothing more serious than fatigue. The door opened again almost at once. Of course it did. "You should not have come," I said without turning. "That is very likely true." His voice was quiet, stripped of all public color. I faced him then. He had left the drawing room without coat or excuse. The candlelight here was softer than the dining rooms, and therefore less merciful. It showed the weariness in him too plainly. That knowledge stirred something in me. I crushed it at once. "If you came to explain," I said. "You are late." "I know." "If you came to apologize, do not do it as if apology were another arrangement to be offered on terms." A faint line formed beside his mouth. I had not intended to negotiate. That would be a novelty. The words were sharp. I meant them to wound. They did. I saw the injury land and hated that I was relieved by it. He came no closer. He asked, "What would you have me say?" The question was so direct that it made anger harder to manage. "The truth," I said. His eyes held mine steadily. "The truth is that I should have told you about Mrs. Finch and Blackwater before we ever left the house." "Yes. The truth is also that I was afraid of what certainty would do once spoken aloud." I laughed once, softly and without pleasure. How like a man to fear certainty only when it belongs to someone else. Something sharpened in him. "Do not speak as if I had no stake in what followed." I stared. "Your stake?" "Yes." The force beneath the word surprised us both. He checked it at once, but too late. The sentence had already opened ground we had both been circling and both refusing to name. I said more quietly, "Your stake is inheritance, mine is survival." "No." He took one step nearer, enough to change the air and not enough to make it safe. "My stake is that if I had spoken too early and failed you, I would have repeated exactly the sort of injury I have spent the last years despising in my father." Ah! The room went still. There it was again, his father, duty, silence, damage. The old grammar of him. For a second I wavered. Then the memory of the west room returned, sharp as the cold there. "And so you failed me carefully instead." His face altered, not with anger, with hurt. "Real, clean hurt," he said. "Wes," after a moment. "Perhaps I did. I had not expected agreement. I had wanted resistance, something I could strike against. Agreement left me with only the shape of what I had already lost." "You do not understand," I said, and my voice shook despite all effort. "It is not only the note, not only Blackwater, it is that I began." I stopped. He waited. I turned away because finishing the sentence while looking at him would have been unbearable. I began to think I was no longer alone in it. The words fell into the room and changed it. For a long moment he said nothing. When he finally spoke, his voice had gone lower than before. "You were not." I swung back toward him. "Do not." The phrase came out fiercer than I intended. "Do not tell me that now as if it means anything. To stand beside me while deciding what I may bear is not company. It is simply a gentler form of solitude." He closed his eyes once, briefly, as if I had struck precisely where intended. When he opened them again, the control had returned, but it was visibly harder won. "Then tell me how to stand beside you without doing harm." The plea in the sentence was so carefully buried that another person might not have heard it at all. I heard it. That made me crueler, not kinder. "You cannot ask that after the harm is done," he said. "No. But I can ask it before I do more." The answer checked me because it was not self-defense. It was earnest. It was honest. I went to the window, more to gain space than because I wished to look out. The glass was black now, reflecting the room behind me in dim, unstable shapes. I could see him there, standing nearer than formality, and farther than comfort, the exact distance that had become our curse. "At last," I said, "when my father began to fail, he did it beautifully." The room did not move. He smiled. He promised. He delayed. He spared us details for our own peace. Every month there was some reason not to trouble us fully. Every creditor had a story. Every missing payment had an explanation. He managed us with affection until affection itself became suspect. Do you understand?
Yes, I did not turn. Do you? Yes.
This time the word held no impatience, no self-justification, only recognition. I faced him then. "Then do not ask me to separate your silence from his merely because yours wears a better coat." The line landed harder than anything I had yet said. I knew it had the moment it left my mouth. He went very still, and for one terrible second, I thought I had crossed beyond repair. When he answered, the control in his voice was so complete it sounded almost cold. "You are right to say it." That was worse. I had wanted him to argue, to refuse the likeness, to defend himself enough that I could continue hating him safely. Instead he gave me the sentence entire. He let it stand between us without touching it. Something inside me began to shake. "I do not want to be right," I said, and now my voice was very low. "Wanted you to be different." There. It was out. Not all of it, but enough. His expression changed in a way I shall remember longer than is useful. Not triumph. Not relief. Grief, perhaps, if grief can flash and be hidden in the same instant. He took another step toward me, then stopped. Mastering himself visibly, he said, "I wanted that too." The quiet of it undid me. For a second, I had to look down because the room blurred at the edges. I would not cry in front of him. I would not. I had already granted him too much ground. He saw it anyway. Of course he did. "Eleanor." "No." I lifted a hand. "Do not use my name as if it still belongs safely between us." He stopped at once. The pain in his face at that should not have mattered. It did. That was the last injustice of it. Outside in the corridor someone passed, laughing faintly, Mr. Mercer perhaps, or a servant carrying glasses. The sound reminded me where we were and how little the house cared for private wreckage so long as it remained decorous. I drew breath and made myself steady. "You wished for truth," I said. "Then hear mine. I cannot bear another man deciding that my peace is best served by ignorance. I cannot be guided, delayed, or protected out of my own life again. Not even by someone Again I stopped. The room waited. Again he did not help me by pretending not to understand. I finished with less courage than I would have liked. Not even by someone I had begun to trust more than was wise. The words were not a declaration. Not exactly. Yet they were intimate enough to leave me exposed in every nerve. He looked at me as if all speech had suddenly become dangerous in his mouth. He said, "Eleanor," then checked himself, and the correction cost him visibly. "Miss Vale, I have not deserved that trust. I know it, but do not think it was easy to hold back what I held back." A strange, bitter smile touched my mouth. "Thea, you see, even now you ask me to pity the difficulty of deceiving me. I ask nothing of the kind." "Then what?" He answered with a force that startled the room into stillness. "I ask you to understand that I was trying, in the only way I knew, not to let old corruption destroy you before I could place it on firmer ground." The words hung there, alive and unbearable. There it was, at last, as naked as he could make it, his justification. His wound, his failure, restraint as care, silence as flowed protection. It was exactly the sort of argument a noble man make, and exactly the sort of argument under which women are often buried. I said, "Do you hear yourself? Before I could place it on firmer ground, always you, always your hand upon the scale." He closed his mouth. For the first time that evening, he had no answer ready. I ought to have taken satisfaction in that. Instead, I felt only tired. The tiredness reached so deep that even anger began to lose heat. "I cannot do this tonight," I said. He looked at me sharply. "Do what?" "This." I made a small gesture between us. "Stand here and keep hurting one another with truths that came too late." Something in his face softened then, but not into hope. He said, "No. Nor can I." The honesty of that was perhaps the only kindness left to us. I moved toward the door. When I reached it, my hand rested on the latch for a second before I spoke again. "The note and the swallow are with me," I said without turning. "You need not fear they will vanish." I did not fear that. The answer came at once. I believed him. That was almost unbearable too. I opened the door, he said. "Tomorrow." Behind me. I stopped but did not look back. "Tomorrow what?" His reply came after a pause. "Tomorrow I will tell you everything I should have said already. All of it that I know. No order, no ration, no more deciding for you. There was a time, even this morning, when those words would have gone through me like mercy. Now, they sounded only like what should always have been. Tomorrow," I said, "may be too late for what matters most." I left him with that, because it was true, and because I could not bear another minute in that room with the shape of what nearly existed between us, still alive and freezing. When I stepped back into the drawing room, every face turned at once, and then away quickly enough to prove it had turned. Mrs. Doring smiled, too brightly. Mr. Mercer pretended to examine a card trick that did not merit such concentration. Miss Fenton's hands faltered on the pianoforte. Lady Wintermere looked at me once, then at the doorway behind me, and in that glance alone I knew the house had understood something had broken, even if it could not yet name it. I crossed to Mrs. Harbury and sat beside her. She put down her knitting, took one look at my face, and covered my hand with hers beneath the folds of wool, where no one else could see. No question, no comfort spoken aloud, only the pressure of her fingers saying what words would have made worse. I held on to that for the rest of the evening. Above us the candles burned steadily. Around us Wintermere performed civility with all its old skill. Yet under the polished surface I could feel the new fracture moving outward through everything, through the rumor, through Lady Wintermere's calculations, through Mercer's curiosity, through my own heart, which had now been injured not by scandal, not by proof, not even by my father's ghosts, but by the simple, devastating fact that Adrian Ashburn had tried to protect me in the one way I could never survive again. I did not sleep much. The house slept around me in long, respectable silences broken only by the settling of old boards, and the occasional sigh of wind under the eaves. I lay awake listening to both and finding neither companionable. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Helena's note again in the west room at Blackwater, the swallow bright in my palm. Adrian's face when I said he had known enough, and the way he had bowed when the quarrel ended as if courtesy might still stand upright after trust had fallen. By morning I had worn grooves in my own mind. The weather had changed. Not into kindness, exactly, but into movement. The snow beyond my window no longer lay pristine and sealed. It had gone glazed at the edges. A water slid from the roof in steep reds. The west lawn, yesterday one smooth white plain, now showed patches of dark grass, and the black line of a border forcing its way back into the world. Wintermere looked less imprisoned than damply patient, as if waiting to see what damage thou would expose. I dressed with care, because care was the only dignity I trusted before breakfast. At the foot of the stairs a footman met me with the Morning Post on a tray. "Mrs. Harbury said this came just now, miss." There was only one letter for me. I knew Anne's hand before I broke the seal. The sight of it made my throat tighten for reasons I was too tired to resist. I moved aside to the window in the lower hall and opened it there rather than carry it into company. My dearest Nell, Mr. Cresswell came yesterday and was less civil than before. He says if matters are not improved within the fortnight, he cannot answer for what our landlord may do. I told him you had gone to secure better information, and that Papa had not been mistaken in all things, though I cannot say whether that helped. Lucy heard more than I wished, and has been trying to pretend she did not. She has taken out Mama's old workbox, and says we may sell the pearl drops if needed, but I would sooner part with my own hair. Do not frighten yourself on our account beyond reason, but do not delay for fear of troubling us gently. We have had quite enough gentleness from men who call it protection. Your loving Anne. I read the last sentence twice. Do not delay for fear of troubling us gently. There are moments when coincidence is so cruelly placed that one begins to suspect Providence of bad taste. I folded the letter very carefully and put it into my sleeve. Then I stood another second by the cold window, letting the glass steady my palm. By the time I entered the breakfast room, I had made myself composed again. The room, however, had no intention of rewarding composure. Mrs. Doring was already established beside the fire in pale green morning silk, looking fresher than a woman with her appetite for observation had any right to do. Mr. Mercer had taken up residence near the coffee urn, and was improving the household merely by existing inside it. Miss Fenton sat at the table arranging marmalade on toast with such sincerity that one could forgive her blood relations almost anything. Mrs. Harbury, seeing me, gave a small nod that asked no question and promised one later if required. Adrian was not yet there. That in itself should have meant nothing. Yet the room had already learned enough of our former pattern to notice his absence, and my arrival as separate items. "Miss Vale," said Mrs. Doring, smiling too brightly, "you look as if the country air at Blackwater agreed with you less than expected." "I found the path educational," I said. Mr. Mercer, pouring coffee with the air of a man performing state business, said, "Education in the country always comes with mud attached. It preserves one from vanity." "I had not thought vanity so fragile," he said. "Only in others, never in ourselves." The line might have passed harmlessly if left there. Mrs. Doring did not leave it. She asked, and Lord Ashburn was a satisfactory guide. I have always imagined the lodge romantic only from a distance. Near at hand, I suppose it yields merely cold fireplaces and old boxes doth. I can recommend it to no one seeking enchantment. I said, "How disappointing." "On the contrary," said Lady Windermere from the head of the table, "disappointment is one of the house's more reliable virtues." The tone was light enough to rescue the exchange, not light enough to erase it. I sat beside Mrs. Harbury and accepted tea from her hand beneath the table's surface with such force that the cup nearly rattled. Then Adrian entered. He had the look of a man who had been up earlier than the rest, and slept later than he should have. One glance told me he had not passed a better night than I had. That knowledge gave me no comfort. I was angry enough to resent even my own recognition of it. He bowed to his aunt, apologized for the state of the West Path, and took his place 2 seats from me instead of the nearer empty one by Sir Edmund. A small decision, entirely ordinary, entirely public. The whole room felt it. Mrs. Doring's smile changed shape. Miss Fenton's eyes widened and dropped. Mr. Mercer became more alert without altering so much as a finger on the coffee pot. Lady Wintermere looked at her nephew once, and then turned to the butler with a question about the lane to the village. He answered with his usual precision. Nothing in his voice told the room anything. It told me too much. He had dressed distance on purpose and brought it down to breakfast like a second coat. I hated myself for minding. The meal had scarcely begun when another footman came in carrying a salver with 2 newly delivered notes. One he brought to Sir Edmund. The other he gave directly to Adrian. Adrian glanced at the seal and went still for a second so brief that anyone not looking for it would have missed it. I did not miss it, neither, I think, did Lady Wintermere. She asked. Something urgent. He said, no too quickly. Then, after opening it and reading the contents, only Mr. Fenwick from the village. He asks whether I am at liberty to see him this morning on a matter of old estate papers. Sir Edmund groaned. Fenwick never writes on old papers unless new trouble has climbed out of them. Then perhaps the trouble should have remained buried, said Colonel Fanshawe. Mrs. Doring laughed. Nothing buried in country houses ever behaves properly. That is why people continue to marry into them. No one answered. Adrian folded the note once and put it away. I knew, with the certainty that sometimes comes before evidence, that the matter concerned me. Lady Wintermere knew it too. I could read as much in the stillness of her hand upon the tablecloth. The rest of breakfast dragged under the ordinary talk of roads, the tenants, and weather, but nothing in it was ordinary any longer. Anne's letter burned inside my sleeve. Fenwick's note lay in Adrian's pocket. The previous evening's break hung between us visible only to the very people least qualified to understand it. When the meal ended, the company began its usual dispersal into cards, letters, and well-bred idleness. I had taken barely 6 steps toward the drawing-room when Lady Wintermere said, in the voice one uses for practical arrangements and unavoidable surgery, Miss Vale, would you come to the morning-room a moment? Adrian, you also. Sir Edmund, if you please. Every nerve in me tightened. There was no graceful refusal. None possible. Mrs. Harbury half rose as if to follow, but Lady Wintermere added at once, only a household matter. I shall return Miss Vale directly. That was for the room, not for me. I went. The morning room had been made neat for callers. Fire chairs, a writing desk, one round table beneath the window. Mr. Fenwick was already there. He was a dry, respectable man in his middle 50s, neatly dressed and carrying his gloves folded over one hand, as if legal discomfort ought always to be entered politely. I had seen his sort often enough. Country solicitors, who know every lane, will quarrel, and christening for 10 miles and believe facts improve when kept flat. He bowed to Lady Wintermere, then to me, then more gravely to Adrian. Miss Vale. Lord Ashburn. Sir Edmund. I sat where indicated because standing would have looked theatrical, and because my knees had chosen that moment to remember Blackwater. Lady Wintermere did not sit at once. She remained by the mantel with one hand upon it, which put the entire room at a disadvantage. She said, Mr. Fenwick, you wrote of old estate papers, As Miss Vale's name has become entangled with those papers through my nephew's inquiries, I judged it better that the matter not begin in concealment." The sentence was exquisitely phrased. It was also a warning. Fenwick inclined his head. Adrian said, "Quite so, my lady. I would not have ventured the liberty otherwise. Nothing." I folded my hands in my lap and waited. Mr. Fenwick cleared his throat. He said, "I was called upon this morning by letter from Mrs. Calthorpe of Henshaw Grange." The name meant nothing to me. It meant something to Lady Wintermere. Her mouth tightened by a degree. Henrietta Calthorpe should have been born without correspondence. Sir Edmund muttered. Fenwick went on. "Mrs. Calthorpe understands that recent inquiries have been made at Blackwater Lodge, and that old Belem Reserve papers may be under examination." My heart gave one hard beat. Lady Wintermere said coldly, "And how does Mrs. Calthorpe understand that?" Fenwick's tact visibly labored. "Country houses, my lady, have many routes by which knowledge travels before it learns shame. Mr. Mercer, I thought at once. Or servants. Or Mrs. Doring by accident and someone else by appetite. It hardly mattered. The rumor had done what rumors do. It had carried not merely feeling, but direction." Sir Edmund made an irritable sound. "Henrietta has no title to curiosity. She may think she has one to interest," said Fenwick. "Her late mother received, for some years, income which may be thought connected to the dormant reserve should any competing line revive." There it was. A claimant, though not the true one. A woman profiting from confusion. Exactly the sort old arrangements produce, when left too long in the hands of practical cowards. I said, "And what does Mrs. Calthorpe threaten, Mr. Fenwick?" The solicitor turned toward me with visible reluctance. "Not threaten, miss. Warn Bon. Those are often sisters." Lady Wintermere's eyes flickered toward me. If she disapproved the line, she let it stand. Fenwick opened the letter he had brought and consulted it as if paper might make cruelty more respectable. "Mrs. Calthorpe says only that if dormant claims are to be reopened at the instance of Miss Vale, while Miss Vale is under the singular notice of Lord Ashburn, then any proceeding will necessarily be viewed as compromised by personal influence." The room went silent. He continued, because solicitors, once they have begun cutting, dislike leaving wounds half-made. "She adds that if such a matter were pushed publicly, she would be obliged, in defense of her own family's interest, to produce testimony that Miss Vale has been seen in repeated privacy with Lord Ashburn, escorted by him to Blackwater Lodge, and favored with attentions sufficiently marked to make any revival of the claim appear less a question of justice than of induced partiality." The sentence finished. The air did not return. I felt the blood leave my face and could do nothing to stop it. There are humiliations one imagines and humiliations one only understands at the moment of impact. This was the second kind. To hear myself thus translated, not daughter, not sister, not claimant by my mother's line, but a woman under singular notice, a person whose right might be made to look like seduction if spoken in the wrong room by the right enemy, Soar struck with a force that left me for a second unable even to breathe properly. Adrian moved first. He said, "This is contemptible." His voice was very controlled. Too controlled. The control made it far more dangerous than anger. Fenwick bowed his head slightly. "I do not disagree, my lord. I report the substance, not the spirit." Lady Wintermere sat down then, which I suspect she did only because standing had become too much like judgment. She said, "Contemptible or not, it is also usable. That is the point." Sir Edmund swore softly. I found my voice somehow. "And had Miss Vale not been seen in singular notice?" I asked. Fenwick hesitated. "Then the claim, if advanced, would rest more cleanly on papers, witnesses, and the line itself." More cleanly. The words should have sounded technical. They landed like insult. Had I come as nothing more than my mother's daughter, poor and desperate and right, the matter might have been ugly but not stained in this particular way. Instead, By walking Wintermere beside Adrian under the veil of that false understanding, I had been furnished to an opponent as evidence against myself. I looked at him then. Not accidentally. Not because anyone required it. I looked at him because I wanted him to hear the next truth without my needing to say it aloud. He heard it anyway. I could see that from the way his face changed. Lady Windermere said, "What else does Mrs. Calthorpe say?" Fenwick glanced again at the letter. "Only that, if the Ashburn family means to champion Miss Vale in the matter, she will be driven to defend her own mother's memory and income by every proper means." "Proper?" Sir Edmund repeated with disgust. Adrian said, "Henrietta would call poison proper if it came in a solicitor's envelope. She has no evidence of impropriety." "No, my lord," said Fenwick, "only of appearance. In matters touching ladies and inheritance, appearance often serves well enough for those who desire delay." Delay. Anna's letter flared in my mind. "If matters are not improved within the fortnight, do not delay for fear of troubling us gently." I felt suddenly, violently, how little time my sisters possessed for country families to defend their own good names in polished phrases. Fenwick went on, more reluctantly now, as if he himself disliked the shape of what remained to be said. "There is one further complication. Mrs. Calthorpe writes that if Blackwater's registers, burial entries, or attendant witnesses are touched publicly, old questions concerning Miss Anne Rook's parentage and Lady Helena's conduct may be revived. She believes Lady Wintermere would prefer not to have those discussed in the county." Lady Wintermere's expression did not alter. That, more than outrage would have done, told me how close the thrust had gone. So there it was entire. If I pursued the truth, they would stain me with rumor and stain the dead with scandal. If Adrian backed me, his backing itself would become corruption in other people's mouths. If the family withdrew, I would stand alone with proof half hidden and my sister's future running out by the fortnight. Private protection, I thought, had finally completed its circle. Adrian had wanted to spare me precisely this kind of public use. Instead, the false understanding he had let grow around us had placed the weapon directly into our enemy's hand. He knew it too. I saw it arrive in him not as surprise, but as recognition sharpened into guilt. His gaze moved once to me and then away, as if the sight of my face under Fenwick's words had become harder to bear than any accusation I had made at Blackwater. Lady Windermere broke the silence first. "Lou, what do you advise, Mr. Fenwick?" The solicitor chose his words with excessive care. "If Miss Vale possesses strong documentary proof, it should be secured at once and reviewed discreetly. If the proof is sufficient, a claim may yet be advanced. But I would advise that Lord Ashbourne take no visible personal part in Miss Vale's case for the present. Any continued singularity of attention will be used to muddy the matter. Muddy the matter. As if my life were a lane in thou." Sir Edmund said, "That is intolerable." "It is practical," said Lady Windermere. Adrian turned toward his aunt. Practical for whom? The question was quiet. The room heard the steel under it anyway. She said, "For all concerned. Do not begin heroics with me, Adrian. Miss Vale's position is precisely what it is because this house has already allowed too much visible indulgence in your direction." The words went through me with a clean, humiliating force. She was not wrong. That was the worst of it. No one spoke for a second. Then I did the thing I had been forced to learn young, and hated myself for every time it proved useful. I became colder. Lord Ashbourne must absent himself from the matter to preserve its cleanliness. I said, "Then he shall be spared the burden. Mr. Fenwick, I have proof enough to begin with. Mrs. Finch can attest to Blackwater and to the burial entry. Helena's note names the reserve plainly. You may review it today." Lady Wintermere's eyes sharpened. Adrian's expression changed at once. "Eleanor," I turned to him so quickly that even Sir Edmund flinched. "No, my lord. Not here. The title did what I intended. It put him back with the other men in the room. Fenwick, to his credit, looked as if he wished himself elsewhere. He said, "I would be honored to review any material Miss Vale chooses to place in my hand." Lady Wintermere asked, "Where is the note now?" "Safe," I said. The room understood the answer for what it was, not insolence but refusal. Sir Edmund opened his mouth, shut it again, and finally said, "Miss Vale is right to keep it so." That surprised everyone, himself included. Fenwick folded Mrs. Calthorpe's letter and placed it carefully on the table. "There is one more consideration." Of course there was. The roads may open enough tomorrow for callers from the county to begin arriving again. If the present rumor is not checked in some fashion, Mrs. Calthorpe's version of Miss Vale's influence may outrun any legal account we later provide. Lady Wintermere said, "Then, it will be checked." At that, all our eyes went to her. She looked not at me first, but at Adrian. "You will keep your distance from Miss Vale in public from this hour forward." The instruction was neither shouted nor softened. It came out with the steadiness of long practice in having one's commands obeyed. Adrian said, "You are speaking as if Miss Vale were the scandal rather than its victim." Lady Wintermere's face did not move. She said, "I am speaking as if this house can still choose whether to hand our enemies more material." Then she turned to me. "Miss Vale, I will not insult you by pretending this is fair. It is not. But, if you mean to press the claim, then for a little while you must cease to look as if you have chosen your champion in my nephew." Heat rose in me so violently that for a moment I thought I might actually fail of speech. Chosen my champion, as if I had spent these days arranging a viscount where a solicitor should have been, as if wanting not to be alone in truth had become a species of calculation. Adrian saw my face and moved at once. "Hunt," she said. "No." The single syllable cut across him with family authority so old it sounded almost hereditary. And there, before Fenwick, Sir Edmund, the fire, and the respectable furniture, I watched the entire shape of the injury become visible at last. Adrian had wanted to manage risk privately. Instead he had produced a public moment in which my name, my claim, my mother's memory, and my supposed influence over him were all discussed in one room by people with titles and legal paper while I sat between them like evidence. He looked at me then. I have no softer way to say it. He looked stricken. Not because Lady Wintermere had spoken harshly. Because he knew with the full force of it at last, what his caution had yielded. If he had let me stand openly as claimant from the start, I might have been poor, desperate, and unwelcome, but I would at least have been that plainly. Instead, by veiling me in his attention, he had given my enemies a prettier lie, and my friends a worse embarrassment. I rose. The movement startled the room into silence. "I think," I said, and was glad my voice no longer shook, "that enough has been said about me in my presence for one morning." Lady Wintermere half rose too. "Miss Vale, I am grateful for your frankness, madam," and I was. That was the bitterest courtesy of all. I turned to Fenwick. "I will send for you when I am ready to show the note." Then I looked once, and only once, at Adrian. He did not speak. Perhaps he knew anything he said there would only deepen the spectacle. Good. Let him know, then, exactly how expensive spectacle had become. I left the morning room without waiting for dismissal. In the corridor outside I walked 3 doors farther than necessary before stopping because Anna's letter in my sleeve and Helena's note hidden in my writing case and Mrs. Calthorpe's poison in Fenwick's hand had all suddenly become too much for the body to carry upright at once. I put one hand against the wall and bowed my head. Behind me the morning room door opened. I did not turn. "Miss Vale," said Sir Edmund's voice, rougher than usual. A word. I faced him because he was not Adrian and because old gentlemen, for all their failings, sometimes know the cost of a thing once it becomes visible in a lady's face. He had left the room alone. That, too, was a kindness. He said, "Miss Vale, Again lowering his voice, I have been a fool in parts of this business, because I believed the old matter too stale to breathe, and because I let the house amuse itself with what ought never to have become amusement. I cannot mend either today. But I will say this, if the note is what Adrian believes it to be, then you are not wrong to stand upon it. The words went through me more gently than I was prepared for. Thank you. He nodded once. Henrietta Calthorpe has lived on old confusions for too long. Fenwick will know how to keep his head. And my sister, he stopped, corrected himself. Letty Wintermere is hard when she smells danger. It does not mean she mistakes where the danger began. I almost laughed at that, but had not strength enough. It began, I said, long before I arrived. His eyes rested on me with unexpected gravity. Yes. That is what I fear Adrian has only now understood properly. There it was again. Not my anger now, but someone else's recognition of it. The private protection had become public harm, and he was being forced to see it not merely through my pain, but through the structure of the room itself. Sir Edmund bowed and went back without touching my sleeve or asking more. I stood another second alone in the corridor, then made myself walk upstairs before tears could make a fool of me under family portraits. From the landing above, I heard the morning room door open again and Adrian's voice at last, low and hard enough that words did not carry, only force. Lady Wintermere answered him. Fenwick murmured something legal and regrettable. The house, having created the conditions for disaster, was now busy sorting it into categories. I went into my room, took Anna's letter from my sleeve, and read the last line once more. Do not delay for fear of troubling us gently. Downstairs they were already deciding how gently I ought to be troubled. How cleanly. How quietly. How separately from him. And downstairs, I thought, Adrian Ashburn was learning in the ugliest possible manner that by trying to spare me scandal in private, he had taught scandal to speak my name in public. The house altered before luncheon and pretended not to. That is one of the more practiced arts of old families. A room may be wounded in the morning, and still present silver properly at noon. Voices remain measured. Doors continue to open and close. Servants carry trays with the same exact hands. Only the air changes, and with it the direction in which people begin not to look. By the time I came down again, Wintermere had mastered the new arrangement. Mrs. Doring was kind to me. That, more than anything, confirmed disaster. Not openly kind. She was too well bred for vulgar pity. But the brightness she had worn toward me these past days was gentled now, as if she had been informed by invisible channels that the joke had gone too near a real wound, and must therefore be trimmed into sympathy. Mr. Mercer, for his part, had become more careful in the opposite direction. He still bowed, still smiled, still existed with all his habitual polish. Yet I saw at once that curiosity had turned to caution. He had sensed, as quick men do, that the pattern he had been enjoying in the abstract had become connected to money, reputation, and the sort of county malice that ruins women very tittily. Miss Fenton only looked distressed. Mrs. Harbury met me at the stair, tucked my arm into hers without asking leave, and guided me toward the smaller sitting room off the drawing room, where a fire had been laid and no one yet sat. She said, I have no intention. Once the door stood partly closed behind us, quoth asking questions you cannot answer. I do, however, intend to prevent you from facing the room alone until your color returns. My color may not return until spring. Then I shall keep you hidden among the ferns. The tenderness of that nearly undid me. I sat where she placed me and allowed her to pour tea I did not want. After a minute, she said, why has somebody with a title behave like a man with a title? The question was so perfectly hers that I almost smiled. Wes, she stirred her tea with grave interest. That is often the worst kind of behaving. I looked down at my cup. He meant to protect what he could, and in doing so injured what he ought not. I raised my eyes. How do you know? My dear, I have lived too long among men to mistake the flavor. There was nothing to say to that. She patted my hand and, for the next half hour, spoke of entirely irrelevant things in a voice calm enough to cover my silence. The dreadful moral ambition of country preserves, the decline of decent wool stockings, the way old houses always smell faintly of sermons after rain. It was the greatest kindness anyone offered me all day. Fenwick came at 3. He was shown not to the drawing room but to the little study beyond the library, at my request and Sir Edmund's. Lady Wintermere did not object. That, in itself, told me how serious the morning's letter had made the matter. I brought Helena's note, and the swallow in my locked writing case, together with my father's letter, which I had taken from Adrian's, keeping that afternoon by a message so formal a footman might have carried it to a creditor without embarrassment. Adrian was not present. I knew before asking that he would not be. Whether by his aunt's order, his own judgment, or both, he had removed himself from my side, so completely that one might have thought the last days invented by weather. The knowledge angered me and relieved me in equal measure, which was intolerable. Fenwick examined the note with a care I would have resented in anyone less professional. He read Helena's lines once, then again through his spectacles, then compared the hand against the outer fold and the postscript. He asked whether Mrs. Finch would testify to Blackwater, the burial entry, and her recollection of Anne Rook. I said she would if asked properly. He looked at the swallow for a long time without touching it. He said, "Wes," at last. "This changes the ground materially." Meaning that if the note is authentic, and if Mrs. Finch confirms what she told Lord Ashburn, the dormant reserve becomes very difficult to deny in principle. In principle, I repeated. You lawyers keep hope on a chain. He accepted that with less offense than I had intended. He said, in practice, Mrs. Calthorpe may still muddy the proceeding, but she will find it harder to defeat it outright. The note is stronger than rumor bar. Stronger than Lord Ashburn's singular notice. I asked. The words came out colder than I meant. Fenwick, to his credit, did not pretend not to understand. He said, Stronger, yes. Cleaner, no. That is the difficulty. Of course it was. He laid the note down carefully. If this is to be done, it must be done at once, and by the right mouth. A private understanding will no longer suffice. Mrs. Calthorpe has made that impossible. Private understanding. The phrase seemed to reach into the morning room, the gallery, the lodge, every corridor through which I had walked with Adrian under the veil of caution. Private understandings were exactly what had produced my present degradation. What do you advise? I asked. Fenwick folded his hands. A formal statement must be made within the house before the county makes one for you. Sir Edmund and Lady Wintermere must acknowledge the existence of Helena's note. Mrs. Finch must attest. Lord Ashburn must either stand visibly aside or speak publicly enough to strip the appearance of clandestine influence from the matter. I went still. Publicly enough. I repeated, Wes. No more private management. No more careful portions. No more dimly lit protection offered from behind screens and half-open doors. If Adrian wished to mend what he had broken, he would have to do it in the one way he had dreaded from the start, fort before witnesses, at cost, without control over every consequence. Fenwick saw something in my face and added, more gently, Miss Vale, if you mean to proceed, you must choose whether you want quiet or justice. I do not think the county means to grant you both. When he left, taking a copy of Helena's note, and his own memoranda, the study seemed emptier than before. Sir Edmund came in almost at once, shut the door behind him, and stood with his back to it looking older than he had any right to do before dusk. He said, Fenwick says the note is enough to begin. Wes. He rubbed one hand over his mouth. Then we begin tonight. I stared. Tonight. If we wait until tomorrow, Henrietta will have tea poured in 3 drawing rooms before breakfast. The bluntness of it almost comforted me. He went on, "My sister will hate the speed of it. Adrian will hate the method of it. Both may be endured. Can you?" I thought of Anna's letter, of Lucy taking out Mama's old workbox, of my father writing my girls in a hand that trembled too late toward honesty. I thought, too, of Lady Wintermere telling me to cease looking as if I had chosen my champion in her nephew. "Wes," I said. Sir Edmund nodded once. Then at 8, in the smaller drawing room, "My sister, Adrian, Fenwick, Mrs. Finch and you, we will have the thing spoken plainly before it is spoken nastily elsewhere." He turned to go, then hesitated. "Miss Val." Wes. Adrian asked whether I thought you would refuse to be in the same room with him. The question struck more deeply than I wished. What did you tell him?" "That refusal was a luxury neither of you currently possessed." Despite myself, a tired sound escaped me that might almost have been laughter. Sir Edmund's expression gentled. He looked as if I had said worse things to him than I have in years. That was agreeable. When he had gone, I remained where I was for several minutes, my hands flat on the desk, feeling the clock move toward evening like an approaching carriage one cannot stop. At 7:30, Mrs. Harbury helped fasten my gown with more firmness than usual, and said only, "Remember that men with guilty consciences often sound nobler than they are. Listen to facts first." "I will." "And if he looks tragic, do not reward it too quickly. Tragedy is a favorite masculine garment." "I know." She kissed my temple. "I know you do." The smaller drawing room had been chosen because it admitted fewer spectators and more truth. It lay off the West Hall, and was used mostly for family consultations too awkward for the main rooms, and too important for the library. Tonight the curtains were drawn, the fire built high, and the lamps turned up without warmth. When I entered, Lady Wintermere was already there, seated upright on the sofa with the stillness of a commander before a difficult campaign. Fenwick stood near the mantel with his case. Mrs. Finch had been given a chair near the door, and looked profoundly displeased at being part of anything larger than linen. Sir Edmund stood by the hearth. Adrian came in last. He bowed to his aunt, to me, to the room entire. The formality of it touched every bruise in me at once. Yet I saw immediately that formality cost him tonight. He had the look of a man who had stripped himself of every private defense and found the public ones insufficient. Sir Edmund shut the door. No one sat except Lady Wintermere and Mrs. Finch. The rest of us remained standing, which gave the room the feeling less of consultation than judgment. Fenwick began, because solicitors are excellent at walking into blood with clean shoes. "Lady Wintermere, Sir Edmund, Lord Ashburn. Miss Vale has placed in my hand a note written by the late Lady Helena Belham, together with corroborating token and witness. In my opinion the note is authentic, and materially alters the standing of the dormant reserve attached to Marianne Vale's line." Lady Wintermere said, "State it plainly, Mr. Fenwick." He did. Helena's note. And Rook dead without issue at Blackwater. The reserve now standing for Marianne Val's female issue alone. Mrs. Finch's witness to the burial, and the concealment of Anna's true name. The Swallow as token. My father's late plea. Mrs. Calthorpe's threatened use of rumor to cloud the claim. Each piece laid out in sequence, flatter and more merciless than it had felt in my hand. No one interrupted until he finished. Then Lady Wintermere said, without looking at me, "So Helena buried conscience in a wall, and left us to trip over it 30 years later." Mrs. Finch gave a very faint sniff. Lady Helena was always one for saving the soul, at the expense of the housekeeping. "My lady." Sir Edmund swore softly into the fire. I said nothing. There was nothing left to add until the room chose how honest it meant to become. Fenwick looked to Adrian. "My lord, as you first reopened this line of inquiry with Mrs. Finch, it may be useful for the room, if you state the extent of your prior knowledge." There it was. The thing he had feared from the beginning. Public order stripped from him. replaced by straight question and witnesses. He stood with one hand resting lightly on the chair back nearest him, not gripping it, though I could see the effort in his hand not to do so. He said, "My prior knowledge," and his voice was very even, was incomplete and badly managed. No one moved. He went on. "I received a letter from Mr. Vale shortly before his death, asking to be heard on the matter. I mistrusted him and did not meet him. After his death, and before Miss Vale arrived at Wintermere, I questioned Mrs. Finch about Blackwater and searched the lodge privately. I found no document then, only enough memory and circumstantial evidence to make me suspect the claim had substance. I did not tell Miss Vale the full extent of that knowledge when she arrived. The room remained silent. It was not enough. We all knew it. He knew it most." He drew breath and continued. "I told myself I was sparing her from false certainty, sparing my family from the reopening of scandal on insufficient proof, and sparing the house from precisely the sort of public mud now at our door. In practice, I chose concealment. Miss Vale was right to call it so." Lady Wintermere's hand, resting on the sofa arm, tightened once. Sir Edmund did not look at his nephew at all. He looked into the fire with the expression of a man hearing his own house accused and finding no proper defense. I didn't know until that moment how much I had wanted him to say it plainly. Not to me. To the room. To the people who had the right to hear it, if they meant to speak of my claim over tea and legal paper. Adrian looked then not at his aunt or Sir Edmund, but directly at Fenwick, as if choosing the legal ear rather than the familial one. I also allowed a false social understanding to continue around Miss Vale and myself because it proved useful to our movements within the house while we searched. That decision, too, was mine. Whatever injury to her standing has followed from such appearances should not be laid at her feet. The words struck like a bell. Lady Wintermere said sharply, "Adrian?" But he did not stop. He said, "No," and though the tone remained controlled, something in it had changed. Not rebellion, exactly. Resolution stripped of comfort. "I will finish." He turned then toward his aunt, and for the first time since I had known him, I saw him oppose her not privately, not with dry wit or strategic delay, but in the room itself. He said, "I meant to keep disorder inside the family until it could be made cleaner. Instead I made Miss Val bear the confusion, the rumor, and the delay in my stead. If Mrs. Calthorpe uses my attention to her as a weapon, the responsibility for that appearance lies with me." The fire cracked once. No other sound came. I could not feel my hands. Lady Wintermere's face had gone pale, though whether from anger, pain, or reluctant respect I could not tell. Fenwick looked as if he had suddenly been handed a document, more useful than any he had brought himself. Mrs. Finch stared at Adrian with the disapproving astonishment of a servant seeing breeding used decently at last. And I hated that the words moved me. I had demanded truth. He had brought it. Not to me in some corridor where feeling might cheapen it. Not under the shelter of private concern. Here. Before witness cost and law, exactly as it should have been from the start. I hated that I could feel the old trust, broken and bleeding, stir under the force of it. Fenwick spoke first. "Then, my lord, if the matter proceeds, it will help Miss Vale materially if you make the same statement in writing." "I will." "Tonight?" "Yes." Lady Wintermere closed her eyes once. When she opened them, the general had returned. She said, "So be it. Fenwick, you will draft what is needed. Mrs. Finch, you will attest to Anne Rooke and Blackwater. Edmund, you will write to Henrietta Calthorpe, in whatever language most discourages Christian behavior. Adrian." She stopped. Something passed through her face then which I had not seen before. Not softness. Recognition, perhaps, that the family method she had relied upon all her life had just reached its end in this room. At last she said, "You will do exactly what Mr. Fenwick requires and nothing ornamental." Sir Edmund muttered, "That ruins half his education." No one laughed. Not even he. Fenwick opened his case, began laying out paper, and asked me, in a tone of brisk respect, whether I would be willing to swear to my father's hand on the letter already in our possession. I said yes. Mrs. Finch, once started, gave her witness with the flat practicality of a woman who hates nonsense more than rank. Lady Wintermere answered where the family's old papers touched Helena's movements. Sir Edmund supplied dates. For 20 minutes the room became nothing but fact. That, I think, was the true mercy. Facts are easier to survive than feeling, when one's heart has gone too far ahead of one's wisdom. At last Fenwick gathered the draft sheets and said he would have the formal statement prepared within the hour. Mrs. Finch was dismissed first, then Sir Edmund, who went unwillingly and only after giving me a bow gruffer than any kindness deserved. Lady Wintermere remained seated until the door had closed on them all. Then she looked at me. She said, "Miss Vale, I owe you 2 apologies, one for my house, another for my nephew." The directness of the sentence startled me more than any elegance could have done. "You owe me none for him, madam." A faint, tired line touched her mouth. "That is generous. I had not intended to deserve it." She rose then and crossed to me. Not near enough for intimacy, only near enough that I might hear the truth, if she chose to speak it low. She said, "He was badly taught where protection ends and control begins. That is not absolution. It is explanation, and explanations are often poorer things than they imagine themselves." I thought of my own father and almost laughed from sheer exhaustion. "Yes," I said, "they are." She inclined her head, then turned to Adrian. She said, "You may speak to Miss Vale for 5 minutes. No more. If after that she wishes never to see your face again, you will make even that look graceful, da." Then she left us. The door closed. For a long moment neither of us moved. The room, emptied of witness, felt stranger than any crowded drawing-room had. The fire burned. The lamps held steady. Fenwick's ink still glistened wet on the table, where he had written our lives into legal sequence. Yet after all that public speech, privacy seemed more difficult than before, not easier. Adrian spoke first. "You should not have had to force me to that room." "No," I said. "I should not." He accepted it. He said, "I have written less brave things in my life." After a moment, "Few more necessary." The quietness of it undid some last hard knot in me, not enough to forgive, not enough to trust fully, but enough that exhaustion overtook anger for the first time since Blackwater. "You hurt me," I said. "I know. You did not hurt me because you meant ill. No. You hurt me because you meant well in a way that left no room for me." His face altered. "Yes." There was no use going on in circles now. The truth stood between us too plainly. I said, "Then hear mine, and do not answer until I have finished." He bowed his head once. "If you want anything mended between us, anything at all, there will be no more private explanations, no more measured truths, no more deciding on my behalf what I may bear. You will not rescue me from knowledge. You will not hide behind duty, if duty means I am left outside the room where my life is spoken of. If there is danger, you will let me face it in my own name. If there is scandal, you will not manage it by managing me. And if you cannot do that, then whatever has been between us ends here, and remains a house-party absurdity that should never have survived the thaw." The words left me shaking, though not visibly, I hoped. He had gone very still. At last he said, "You ask for nothing less than an entire new habit of being, Wes." A faint, astonished breath left him. Not laughter. Something nearer to grief at how late he had understood the size of the demand. He said, "Then you should know, quietly, that I would rather attempt it and fail honestly than succeed with you by the old methods." The line went straight through me. I did not trust myself to answer at once. He went on, lower now, and for the first time all evening not as Viscount, nephew, or careful guardian of household damage, but simply as himself. "I cannot ask forgiveness tonight. I have not earned the right. But I can tell you that the cost of that room was not only public. I looked at No. I said. It was not. Something in his expression almost broke then, not into weakness, but into the sort of openness he had spent his whole life learning not to display before witnesses. Perhaps because the room had just had enough of witness, perhaps because I had no strength left to defend myself from honesty, I let him look at me and did not turn away. At length I said, Fenwick will need your statement. Yes. And I need sleep more than justice tonight. Again, to my astonishment, that nearly drew a smile from him. He said, That is the wisest thing said in Wintermere all day. The dryness of it eased something in me by the smallest degree. Not enough for safety. Enough, perhaps, for breath. I moved toward the door. When I reached it, I looked back once. He stood where Lady Windermere had left him, the fire behind him, one hand resting on the table edge near the wet ink of his confession. Not triumphant, not restored, simply stripped of the protections he had trusted and made last answerable in the open. That, I thought, was the only place from which any real repair could begin. Tomorrow, I said. His eyes held mine. Tomorrow, he answered. I left him there with Fenwick's papers, Lady Windermere's order, Mrs. Calthorpe's malice, and the full burden of what public truth now required. Behind me, Wintermere settled into evening again as if the house had not just been made to hear its own conscience read aloud. But I knew better. The ultimatum had been spoken. Not in secret now. Not really. It lived in that room, in his written statement, in Fenwick's draft, in the county's threatened gossip, in my mother's claim, finally pulled out of a wall and set under witness. If Adrian Ashburn meant to win me back, it would not be done in corridors, galleries, or quiet gestures withheld at the last second. It would have to be done where he had failed me. In the open. The next morning did not bring peace. It brought paper. I woke to find that Wintermere, which had spent days converting feeling into rumor, had at last discovered a more respectable occupation. Men crossed corridors with dispatch cases. The butler carried messages instead of wine. A groom went out before breakfast with 2 sealed letters and returned mud to the stable yard by 9. Somewhere below, doors opened and closed with more intention than usual. The house was not calmer. It had simply decided to conduct its crisis in handwriting. That suited me. Feelings had done enough damage. Paper, at least, might be made to answer. A knock came at my door while I was still fastening my sleeve. It was not a maid. Come in, I said. Lady Wintermere entered without ceremony and shut the door behind her. She had dressed as she always did, with that severe elegance which made other women look either careless or theatrical by comparison. Yet something in her face had altered since the previous evening. Not softened. I doubted softness had ever been her preferred instrument. Rather, she looked like a general who had finally admitted that the battlefield extended into rooms she had spent years treating as domestic. She said, Miss Val, I will not keep you long. I stood because sitting would have made me feel examined. Madam, my nephew's statement has been drafted. Fenwick has made 3 copies. One for his own file, one for me, one for you. She held out a folded packet. I took it with more care than I intended. Her eyes rested briefly on my face as if measuring whether I would open it before her. I did not. Some forms of privacy must be seized where one can still find them. She nodded once. Good. Read it before breakfast. Fenwick will want your answer to 2 legal points after. What points? Whether you mean to proceed at once, and whether you will allow the note to be compared against Helena's household correspondence from the East Cabinet. I advise yes to both. So does Fenwick. Adrian also advised yes, but as his legal instincts are currently compromised by conscience, I prefer not to cite him too heavily. The dryness of that nearly startled a smile from me. She saw it and looked almost relieved not to have entirely lost her influence over my face. Then she said, more quietly, he was taught that bearing things privately was a form of strength. It has taken him too long to understand that privacy becomes vanity when it makes other people carry the cost. The sentence entered the room without drama and sat there heavily. I know, I said. Do you? The question was not hostile. It was in its way honest. I thought of Blackwater, of the smaller drawing room, of his voice saying I would rather attempt it, and fail honestly than succeed with you by the old methods. I know enough, I said. Lady Wintermere inclined her head. Then we are both richer than we were a week ago, and poorer than we might have liked. She turned to go, then paused with her hand on the latch. Mrs. Calthorpe has sent word that she and her husband may call this afternoon if the roads continue to open. Bah! The folded statement in my hand seemed suddenly heavier. That is quick. Henshaw blood runs best on opportunity. For the first time, real contempt sharpened her voice. Henrietta has lived too long on the confidence that old confusion would outlast the people injured by it. And now? No, she means to see whether you are soft enough to be frightened, and whether Adrian is still foolish enough to protect would be exposed. I looked at the packet, then back at her. And am I? Her mouth changed by the faintest degree. Not a smile, something more useful. I have seen no sign of softness in you that was not matched by steel. Read the statement. She left me with that. I waited until the door had closed before breaking the seal. The statement was in Fenwick's hand, clean and precise. Adrian's name stood at the head of it. Below, in language stripped of ornament, he set out the facts: Mr. Vale's letter asking to be heard, his own failure to meet him, his questioning of Mrs. Finch before my arrival, his private search of Blackwater, his withholding of those inquiries from me, his decision to allow, and at times to employ, a mistaken social understanding between us in order to facilitate access within the house, his acknowledgment that such conduct had exposed my standing to improper interpretation, and that any appearance of undue influence should be attributed to his judgment rather than my design. No softening, no suggestion that I had pressed him, no shelter taken in his aunt, the estate, or his father's habits. Only the truth laid out in order, signed at the bottom in the firm hand of a man who knew exactly what he was yielding by writing it, and had decided to yield it anyway. I read it twice. By the second reading, the old injury stirred again, but not alone. Beside it now stood something harder to resist, through the plain, unspectacular labor of repair. He was not asking me to infer remorse from his face in a corridor. He was placing it where law and scandal could both use it against him if they chose. I set the paper down and pressed my fingertips briefly against my eyes. It did not mend trust. Nothing so easy would have been either fair or believable. But it changed the ground beneath mistrust. That was perhaps more dangerous, because it left me no simple injury to hold, and no simple man to hate. At breakfast Adrian did not sit near me. That, after everything, was almost a relief. Not because distance felt safe. It did not. It felt measured, costly, and necessary. But the distance now had a different character from yesterday's. Then it had been imposed like a curtain between us. Today it was maintained like discipline, after a wound has been dressed but not yet healed. Fenwick came in before the coffee and handed Sir Edmund a note. Sir Edmund read it, swore softly, and passed it to Lady Wintermere. "What now?" asked Colonel Fanshawe, who believed all paper hostile before noon. "Henrietta Calthorpe has left Henshaw," said Lady Wintermere. "She and Mr. Calthorpe will call at 4. Mrs. Doring nearly dropped her spoon. "Today." "Wes," Mr. Mercer, more perceptive than kind, said, "then I suppose the county has found better theatre than cards." "No theatre," said Lady Wintermere flatly. "Business." The word should have cooled the room. It did not. People only grow more attentive when told not to be dramatic. Adrian said nothing. I looked once across the table and found his attention already on me. He lowered his gaze at once, not in retreat, but in acknowledgment this would be my morning as much as his, and I was to stand in it by my own name. I had demanded no less. After the meal, Fenwick established himself in the library with a fortress of documents. Helena's letters, burial memoranda from the chapel book, household inventories, the draft of Adrian's statement, my father's note, and a fresh packet of foolscap ready to receive whatever the day forced into legal shape. Mrs. Finch came and went like a witness embodied, carrying boxes, dates, and practical memory in equal measure. Sir Edmund sent twice to the vicar, and once to the parish. Lady Wintermere had the smaller drawing-room, prepared for callers, not because she intended to indulge Henrietta Calthorpe with comfort, but because she meant the meeting, when it came, to occur on ground chosen by Wintermere rather than by gossip. And I wrote to Anne. I sat at the little desk by my chamber window and told her only what could safely travel the road. That I had found decisive proof. That the old reserve did indeed appear to stand for my mother's line. That legal steps had begun. That she must sell nothing, promise nothing, and above all believe no courtesy from landlords described as patience. I did not tell her about Adrian. There are truths one cannot put to paper until one knows whether they belong to love, regret, or merely the weather of one difficult house. I sealed the letter and sent it down. When I came back to the desk, his statement still lay there folded neatly beside my prayer book. I picked it up once more and read the final paragraph again. I make this declaration freely, and with the understanding that any inconvenience to my own name, comfort, or family standing is of less weight than the injury done Miss Val by my prior concealment. Comfort, family standing, prior concealment. No handsome evasions left anywhere. It was almost indecent how much more moving truth becomes once stripped of noble phrasing. At noon, Mrs. Harbury took me for a turn in the upper gallery because, as she said, women must walk when men begin to organize, otherwise one is tempted to stab them with embroidery scissors. I am not equal to stabbing anyone today, I said. No. You are equal to much worse things. Calmness, for instance. We walked slowly past the long windows where meltwater slid from the roof and struck the stones below in patient intervals. The grounds had begun to re-emerge from snow. Brown and wet and slightly ashamed of their own reality, Mrs. Harbury said, without looking at me, "He wrote something for you, Wes." Good. The simplicity of the remark startled me. You do not ask whether it was enough. No, men's written contrition is rarely enough. But it is a start, and starts are what civilized women demand when declarations are either useless or premature. I do not know what I demand. She patted my sleeve. That is because you are still wounded. Wounded people should not be expected to develop policy before luncheon. We reached the end of the gallery and turned. After a moment she said, As he at least stopped behaving, as if private suffering were a substitute for public sense. I thought of the statement. Of the room the night before. Of the way he had stood before Fenwick and his aunt, and said the responsibility for that appearance lies with me. Yes, I said, I think he has. then keep him miserable long enough to make the lesson permanent. I laughed despite myself. She squeezed my arm in satisfaction. By 2:30 the house had become visibly alert. Servants crossed the hall more quickly. Fires were checked. Chairs in the smaller drawing room were subtly rearranged by Lady Wintermere's eye and Mrs. Finch's hand into an order that would allow no accidental alliances and no useful corners. Even the weather seemed to understand. The sky had gone from winter white to the hard pewter that often precedes another night of frost. The roads would hold just long enough to admit callers, and not long enough to carry them off comfortably. An ideal arrangement for unpleasant truth. At 3, Fenwick sent for me. He stood in the library beside the central table, spectacles low on his nose, Helena's note before him, and 3 supporting documents set out like witnesses prepared in advance. He said, We are as ready as we are likely to be. There is one matter on which I require your explicit instruction. What matter? If Mrs. Calthorpe attempts to cast the business as the product of Lord Ashbourne's attachment rather than the reservist's plain terms, I may rebut that in law. I may also, if required, use his written declaration to sever your claim from any notion of induced favor. The latter will cost him more socially than the former. Which do you prefer? The question was clinical. It was also merciless in precisely the right way. I looked down at the statement lying to one side. There had been a time, not long ago and already intolerably far away, when I might have hesitated in order to spare him. A corridor, a gallery, a hand suspended over my shoulder, all the little private violences of almost. Something might have made me softer. But softness had cost enough. If required, I said, you may use it, Pa. Fenwick inclined his head once, not approving, not disapproving, merely recording. Very good. He hesitated, then added, in a tone almost human, Miss Vale, I do not say this as your solicitor, because I am not yet that, but as an old man who has watched families mistake concealment for care. Lord Ashbourne's paper is not a gallantry. It is a surrender. Use it only if necessary, but do not refuse it merely because it was dearly written. I met his eyes over the papers. I know the difference, I said. I believe you do. When I left the library, Adrian stood in the corridor beyond, not waiting idly. Nothing so obvious. He had a folio of accounts in one hand and looked, at first glance, like any gentleman crossing from business to household duty. Yet no one else stood there, no servant passed just then. The corridor's quiet after a day full of paper and movement felt chosen. He bowed. Miss Vale. My lord. We had not been alone since the smaller drawing room the night before. Even now, technically, we were not alone. A footman might appear from either end at any moment. Lady Wintermere had made the house too alert for true privacy. Yet the stillness between us held the weight of it. He spoke first. Fenwick has shown you the statement. Wes, a pause. If he needs to use it this afternoon, he must. The sentence was plain. So was the effort behind it. I know. I would rather you heard that from me than inferred it from his tone. I studied his face. No plea there. No request for gratitude. Only the same hard-earned honesty that had begun, at last, to look like a different species of courage from the one he had been taught. You think I would hesitate, I said. He replied, I think that you have already been asked to consider my discomfort too often in matters where it should have been irrelevant, but the truth of that left me silent. He went on, more quietly, it is irrelevant now. Somewhere beyond the turn of the passage a door shut. Neither of us moved. At length I said, you wrote it plainly. I thought that the least respect still available to me. The line struck more deeply than I wished. I looked away first, toward the window at the end of the corridor where wet branches were cutting black lines against the pale sky. Respect would have been telling me sooner. Wes. There was no defense in it now. No reaching for motive, injury, or inheritance. Just agreement offered where it no longer protected him. When I looked back, he was still watching me with that grave, unornamented attention that had once felt like danger and now felt worse, because I had begun to understand how much feeling his restraint actually concealed. "I do not forgive you," I said. "I know. But I no longer think you are hiding behind the old methods." Something changed in his face, so slight another person might have missed it. "I did not," he said.
No.
"I do not think I could bear them now." The honesty of it was almost too much for a corridor at 3:30. I asked, because I had not meant to, and because the question forced itself out anyway. "Are you afraid of Henrietta Calthorpe?" For the first time all day a faint shadow of his old dryness touched him. "No, but I am afraid of what the county can do with half-truth and leisure. That is wiser. I have grown wiser expensively." The answer nearly undid me. Nearly. A footman appeared at the turn then, carrying a coal scuttle and trying with all his training not to see us seeing one another. We stepped back by instinct at the same moment, putting air and propriety between us, before he had fully reached the corridor. There was something almost painful in how practiced that movement had become. Adrian's expression hardened slightly at the recognition of it. "Mine, I suspect, did the same," he said, when the servant had passed. "Whatever happens this afternoon, you are not to stand alone in the room." I nearly laughed. "You choose an odd time to return to instructions." "It is not an instruction, but," his voice lowered, "it is a fact. Sir Edmund will be there. Fenwick, my aunt. Mrs. Finch if needed. I know that does not mend anything, but you are not to think I mistake your standing in that room for abandonment." The words had no business touching me. "They did," I answered with care. "Then do not mistake my standing there for dependence either." "Gah!" His gaze held mine. "I would not dare." That, I thought, was the nearest we had come to understanding one another cleanly since before Blackwater. A maid appeared at the far end with a tray of cups. The house, as ever, resumed around us. He bowed again, slightly this time. "Thee will arrive within the half-hour, Gah. So I am told. And Miss Val," I waited. "If Fenwick uses the paper, let him." I felt the statement like a second copy handed from his own hand to mine. Very well. For one suspended instant neither of us moved. Then I turned and went back toward the staircase, because another second would have been too intimate for a corridor and too dangerous for a day that already held enough public risk. At 3:45, Mrs. Harbury came to my room to fasten the last hook at my back, and announced that if Henrietta Calthorpe proved monstrous, she was prepared to develop a cough of such violence that the entire meeting would have to stop for brandy. "I am touched by your strategy." "You should be touched by my loyalty. Strategy is merely its vulgar clothing." She set my collar straight, stepped back, and looked at me with that deep practical affection which has steadied many worse moments than gowns. She said, "My dear, when you go down, do not think of yourself as asking. Think of yourself as collecting." The line entered me like steel. Yes, I thought, not asking, collecting. My mother's line. My sister's too. My father's last ragged attempt at truth. Helena's note pulled from a wall. All of it. At 4 precisely the wheels of the Calthorpe carriage sounded in the drive. The house heard, and drew breath. I stood at the top of the stairs for 1 second before descending. Below, the smaller drawing-room door stood open. Sir Edmund waited in the hall with one hand behind his back and impatience all over the rest of him. Lady Wintermere stood farther in, rigid as a blade. Fenwick held his papers. Mrs. Finch sat in shadow near the side table like a witness shaped into human form. And Adrian stood by the fire, not near the chair left for me, and not near enough to offer shelter even if I had wanted it. But when I reached the bottom step, he looked at me once, very steadily, and in that look I read no management, no caution disguised as kindness, no private rescue waiting to pull me out of the room. Only this. He would let the truth cost what it cost. The butler opened the outer door. Voices. Footsteps. cold air entering with perfume and wet wool. Henrietta Calthorpe had arrived. Henrietta Calthorpe entered Wintermere as if she were granting the house a final chance to behave properly. There are women whose beauty softens with age into kindness, and women whose beauty sharpens into strategy. Mrs. Calthorpe belonged unmistakably to the second order. She was handsome still, though the handsomeness had gone a little hard at the mouth and eyes, as if habit had taught both features to distrust any advantage not immediately secured. Her pelisse was dark plum trimmed with sable. Her bonnet had survived the road better than most marriages. Beside her came Mr. Calthorpe, a fair, careful gentleman whose principal quality appeared to be the wish not to stand where his wife had already chosen to stand. The butler took their things. The house took the rest. Lady Wintermere advanced exactly 3 steps into the hall and no more. Henrietta. Mr. Calthorpe. My dear Lady Wintermere. Henrietta's voice was warm enough to suggest either affection or excellent tailoring. What weather! One would almost think the roads meant to keep us from one another. One would be disappointed to discover them mistaken. That was the sort of line which, in any other room, might have ended the call before it began. Henrietta only smiled more brightly. Lord Ashburn. Her gaze moved to Adrian, then to me. Nosured. Filed away. Miss Vale. How fortunate that everyone concerned is gathered so conveniently. Nothing in her tone deserved challenge. Everything in it did. Sir Edmund said, If you are come to discuss convenience, Henrietta, you have already exhausted the room. Mr. Calthorpe gave the faintest sigh a man may give without being heard by his wife and bowed toward me. Miss Val. I returned it because manners are easiest when one is too angry to trust any other instinct. We went into the smaller drawing room. Lady Wintermere had arranged it with military intelligence. She took the sofa again. Sir Edmund stood near the mantel, where his impatience could claim the fire as its excuse. Fenwick had the central table, with his papers laid in ranks like disciplined witnesses. Mrs. Finch remained near the side wall, hands folded over her apron, looking as if she had been invited by accident and intended to outlast us all. Adrian stood a little apart from me and a little apart from his aunt, which left him nowhere comfortable, and therefore exactly where he belonged. A chair had been set for me opposite Henrietta. So be it. The first minutes passed in the false currency of civility. Roads. The village bridge. Mr. Calthorpe's rheumatism. Henrietta's regret at disturbing the household. Lady Wintermere's perfect lack of belief in that regret. I endured it with my hands folded in my lap and Anna's last line sounding like a quiet hammer somewhere behind my ribs. Do not delay for fear of troubling us gently. At last Fenwick, who possessed the admirable legal quality of knowing precisely when politeness had begun to cost money, cleared his throat. Mrs. Calthorpe, Mr. Calthorpe. Lady Wintermere has agreed that your concerns be heard directly and answered directly. I think that best for everyone. Henrietta settled herself more elegantly into the chair, as if concern were a piece of embroidery she had taken up willingly for the afternoon. My concern, Mr. Fenwick, is very simple. I am told old Belem Reserve papers have been revived. I am told further that the revival occurs in close connection with Miss Vale's residence here and under circumstances of very marked attention from Lord Ashburn. My husband and I naturally wish to understand whether my late mother's income is now to be treated as accidental, improper, or merely inconvenient to newer sympathies. The word sympathies was placed as carefully as poison. Sir Edmund muttered, Henrietta, if you poison the tea before it is poured, we shall have nothing to drink with the argument. Henrietta ignored him completely. Fenwick said, Before we address your mother's income, a factual basis must be laid. Miss Vale has produced material evidence that the reserve attached to Marianne Vale's line was preserved under a supplemental Belem schedule, and, after the death of one associated claimant without issue, stands for Marianne Vale's female issue alone. Henrietta did not move. Only one of her gloved fingers altered against the arm of her chair. She asked, "And what evidence proves so useful a conclusion?" Fenwick opened the packet before him and drew out a copy of Helena's note. A note written by the late Lady Helena Belham, recovered yesterday from a concealed recess at Blackwater Lodge, together with corroborating token and supporting witness. Henrietta's gaze slid at last toward me. Not startled. Evaluating, she said. Recovered yesterday. At Blackwater. How energetic Miss Vale has become in the country. There it was. Not quite accusation. Not yet. The first silver blade slipped between the ribs of the room, I said, before anyone else could step between us. Energy is often forced on daughters when reserve provisions are allowed to go astray for 30 years. Mr. Calthorpe blinked. Henrietta smiled at me as if I were a child who had recited a line taught too recently. Indeed. Yet one would not wish zeal to be mistaken for proof. No, said Lady Wintermere. Nor gossip for defense. Continue, Mr. Fenwick. Fenwick did. He read Helena's note aloud. Not dramatically. That was the mercy. A solicitor's voice flattens all things equally, which can sometimes make truth feel more terrible, not less. Marianne Vale's female issue. Anne Rook dead at Blackwater without issue. Mrs. Finch's witness. The Swallow. Piece purchased at the daughter's expense. When he finished, silence held the room for 3 full breaths. Henrietta broke it, she said. A most affecting document. How fortunate it emerges at the precise moment Miss Vale has acquired such singular influence in this house. Mr. Calthorpe turned his head slightly toward her. It was the movement of a man hearing the wrong card slapped down, soon and having no power to retrieve it. Adrian spoke before Fenwick could. Mrs. Calthorpe. His voice was quiet enough that the room had to lean inward to hear it, and because it had to lean, every word afterwards landed harder. If you mean to suggest that, Miss Vale of this note, by acting upon me, personally rather than by standing upon the truth of her mother's line, you may save yourself the labor. Any appearance of particularity between Miss Vale and myself arose from my judgment, not her design. Henrietta turned to him with all the mild astonishment of a woman who had hoped precisely for that. My dear lord, I suggest nothing. I only observe what others have already been invited to observe. The lodge, the library, the extraordinary amount of escorting for a lady with no close family connection to the house. Adrian said, My escort of Miss Vale to Blackwater occurred after I had already reopened inquiries there privately and before any public challenge from you. If that movement gave your imagination too much room, blame my conduct. Do not attempt to convert Miss Vale's necessity into coquetry. The room changed. Not visibly, perhaps, to someone ignorant of its smaller violences. Yet, I felt it at once the shift from drawing room implication to stated line. He had put himself where Fenwick's paper had warned he must, openly between me and the lie, without pretending the open cost was not real. Henrietta's smile thinned. That is handsome of you, he said. No, only overdue. The answer struck even Lady Wintermere into stillness. Henrietta recovered quickly. Women who live on old confusion always do, she said. Overdue perhaps, but not necessarily sufficient. We are not discussing gallantry. We are discussing money long received in good faith by my mother's household. If Miss Vale chooses now to contest that history while attached to your visible support, any county mind may ask whether sentiment has taken the place of law. I heard the line and understood, with chilling clarity, what she wanted. Not victory, not quite. Stained delay. Enough suspicion laid over the truth that the truth would have to drag itself through muck before reaching a solicitor's desk in town. Fenwick answered with legal chill. The law will proceed on documents, Mrs. Calthorpe. County minds may do as they please afterward. Henrietta turned to him, and if the documents are compromised by retrieval under the peculiar shelter of Lord Ashburn's attention, then, said Fenwick. Lord Ashburn's written declaration may be read into the matter. The air sharpened. Henrietta's eyes moved from Fenwick to Adrian and back again. Sir Edmund folded his arms and looked, for the first time that afternoon, almost cheerful in a brutal sort of way. Henrietta said, "Written declaration." Fenwick did not look at Adrian for permission. He looked at me. I had told him he might use it. The cost of that decision arrived all at once then. Not abstractly. Here. Now. Before Henrietta's satisfaction, Mr. Calthorpe's discomfort, Lady Windermere's iron silence, and my own pulse. I said, "If you judge it necessary, Mr. Fenwick, you may read it." Adrian did not move. Only the hand resting on the chair back beside him tightened once so hard that the knuckles showed white. Fenwick unfolded the paper. The statement, stripped of his living voice, sounded even barer in legal language. Mr. Vale's request. Adrian's refusal to meet him. Mrs. Finch questioned before my arrival. Blackwater searched privately. Knowledge withheld. Social understanding allowed and employed. Responsibility for appearances placed entirely on his judgment, and not on any design of mine. Less weight, he had written, should be given to his own name, comfort, or family standing than to the injury done me by prior concealment. No one interrupted. When Fenwick finished, he folded the statement again with maddening calm and laid it on the table. Mr. Calthorpe spoke first, to his credit and discomfort both. "Good God, Ashburn." Henrietta did not look at her husband. She looked only at Adrian, and I saw in that instant the exact measure of her frustration. She had meant to use him as atmosphere, influence, singular notice, romantic haze over legal grime. Instead he had walked into the center of the room and set his own standing down like an offering at the feet of the case. Still, she was not done. She said, "So, lightly, Lord Ashburn confesses to private imprudence, hidden inquiries and visible favor. I am not certain that improves matters." Adrian answered, and now there was no drawing room softness left in him at all. "It improves one matter beyond dispute." Miss Vale did not manipulate me. If any impropriety of appearance has attached itself to this claim, it arose from my failure to understand soon enough that secrecy serves slander better than openness. Henrietta's eyes narrowed by the faintest degree. "You speak very warmly for a lady whose name you now must be advised to avoid." The line landed where she intended. I felt it because I was meant to. The room felt it too. Lady Wintermere spoke before Adrian could answer. "You mistake discipline for shame, Henrietta. My nephew will do as this house requires until Mr. Fenwick has secured Miss Vale's position more cleanly. That has nothing whatever to do with whether Miss Vale's claim is just." Henrietta tilted her head. "And you are satisfied it is?" "No," said Lady Wintermere. "I am satisfied it is finally documentable, which in my family is the nearest cousin justice commonly gets." Sir Edmund gave an unhelpful grunt of approval. Henrietta turned then to Mrs. Finch with the exquisite cruelty of women who know exactly where servants are most vulnerable. "And you, Mrs. Finch? You remember this Anne Rook so very clearly after all these years?" Mrs. Finch looked at her as if she were something found damp under a stone. "I remember carrying the candle at her burial, madam. I remember Miss Helena crying in the pantry, where she thought no one heard. I remember being told not to repeat the girl's true name, because gentlemen dislike trouble more than God dislikes lies. My memory is equal to all that." It was not the sort of answer anyone in the room had expected from a housekeeper. It was much better. Mr. Calthorpe looked, for the first time, as if he might truly prefer to be anywhere else in England. Henrietta's mouth hardened. "My mother cannot answer these accusations." "No," I said, and my own voice startled me by how steady it had become. "Nor could mine. That is precisely why the living ought to do better than gossip over their graves." Every eye in the room came to me. It was too late now for modest silence. Too late, perhaps, for much of anything except plain speech. I went on. "Mrs. Calthorpe, If your mother received income, because old confusion was allowed to stand, I do not call her thief for it. The dead often live on what they are told is theirs. But you would now make me a schemer because I came seeking what Helena herself says belongs to my mother's female issue alone. You would prefer my poverty to remain tidy rather than let old injustice grow inconvenient. That is your right. It is not your victory. Henrietta's color changed. Not much. Enough. You speak boldly, Miss Val. I speak as a daughter whose family has had enough gentleness from arrangements made by others. That line belonged partly to Anne. I did not mind borrowing it. She had earned the right. Mr. Calthorpe cleared his throat. He said, "My dear," to his wife, and his tone held that dangerous politeness by which weak men finally oppose stronger wives. If the note is authentic, and if Ashburn's statement severs Miss Vale from any question of undue solicitation, perhaps our proper concerns is the precise extent of income received by your mother, and whether restitution, partial or otherwise, may be arranged without county theatricals. Henrietta turned to him with such cold surprise that I thought for one instant she might devour him before the tea tray arrived. You would surrender your mother, in laws standing on the word of a servant, a dead woman in a wall, and a viscount in disgrace. Sir Edmund said, Henrietta, if you insist on continuing, at least choose insults that vary. Fenwick stepped in before the room could become less legal and more honest than it already was. Mrs. Calthorpe, no one here proposes surrender, we propose review. Helena's note, Blackwater, the burial entry, Mrs. Finch's attestation, and Lord Ashburn's declaration together make it materially dangerous to persist in treating the reserve as settled in your mother's favor. You may contest, certainly. But you will contest against documents now, not atmosphere. Henrietta's fingers tightened on her reticule. She replied, and if I choose to say, each word polished to a lethal shine, that Lord Ashburn's declaration itself is the gesture of a man too deeply attached to Miss Vale to see clearly. What then? For one instant I thought Fenwick would answer. Instead Adrian did. Then say it to my face and let the room understand exactly how little you know of attachment. The words struck hard enough to leave even Henrietta still. He did not stop. If I had been guided by attachment sooner, Mrs. Calthorpe, I would have spared Miss Vale a great deal of injury by speaking plainly at the outset. It was my failure to do so that has furnished you with any shadow at all. You may use my name as clumsily as you please. You will not use hers. The room changed again. It was not merely his defense of me. It was the way he said attachment, not as flirtation, not as county nonsense, but as something grave enough to wound him in the speaking. Lady Wintermere heard it. I knew she did from the way she went very still beside the sofa arm. Sir Edmund heard it, and looked abruptly into the fire as if decency required an older man not to watch a younger one cut his own pride open in company. Henrietta heard it, and, for the first time since her arrival, lost the perfect ease of her mouth. I heard it too. God help me, I heard it too. Henrietta recovered by force. You are very noble suddenly, he said. No. Only tired of cowardice. There was nothing left for her to do with that except make herself smaller or sharper. She chose sharper. Then perhaps we are all improved. Very well. Let the papers be reviewed. Let the note be compared. Let Mrs. Finch remember what she can. But if restitution is asked, it will not be asked as if Henshaw simply robbed Vale daughters in daylight. My mother acted on what she was given. At last, something almost like the truth. Fenwick inclined his head. That distinction can be preserved in writing. See that it is. Lady Wintermere said, and you will see, Henrietta, that no further county foolishness is set loose before the review is complete. If I hear my guest's name used as seasoning in your drawing-room, I shall answer with a completeness you will not enjoy. Henrietta smiled. My dear Lady Wintermere, I never season anything I cannot serve. Oh, I am delighted to have found your limit. Mr. Calthorpe stood. He was pale, resigned, and perhaps a little relieved to have matters dragged at last from hint into law, where his wife's genius counted for less. "Then we are agreed on review." "On review," said Fenwick. "On silence, until then," said Lady Wintermere. Henrietta rose too. Her gaze came to me once more, long enough to acknowledge that whatever else had happened, I had not broken where she intended. Then it moved to Adrian, and in that glance lay all the county arithmetic she had lost by his speaking as he had. She said, "Lord Ashbourne, I hope your conscience proves worth the draft you have made upon it." He bowed. "I am beginning to learn the cost of smaller economies." That answer, so dry and so final, ended it. The Calthorpes departed under the butler's care, their carriage called, their civility wrapped back around them like traveling cloaks. No one moved until the sound of wheels had diminished beyond the gravel turn. Then Sir Edmund let out a breath like a man surfacing from cold water. He said, "Well, Henrietta remains horrible, which is a comfort. I dislike growth in the wrong people." Lady Wintermere shut her eyes once and opened them again. "Fenwick, you will prepare the review at once. Edmund the vicar's copy of the burial entry. Adrian, no heroics." Mrs. Finch muttered, "Too late for that," under her breath, and was perhaps the only person in the room impolite enough to deserve canonization. Fenwick gathered the papers. Sir Edmund went out muttering about parish clerks. Lady Wintermere followed more slowly, speaking low to Mrs. Finch as she did so. Within a minute the smaller drawing-room had emptied with the strange haste that follows any meeting in which lives have been moved from one column to another. I found myself standing by the chair I had occupied, hands clasped too tightly together, staring at the place on the carpet where Henrietta's hem had rested moments earlier. Adrian remained near the hearth. The silence now was nothing like the silences of galleries or conservatories. Those had been charged with what might begin. This one carried what had finally been done. I spoke first because if I let him, I feared kindness. "You should not have said that." "Which part?" "Attachment." The word sounded different in the emptied room, larger, more dangerous. His expression did not change, but the hand on the mantel behind him tightened slightly against the wood. He said, "She had made a weapon of implication. It seemed best to deprive her of ambiguity." "You deprived her of more than that." "Yes." Nothing in me was prepared for how simply he admitted it. I looked away. The fire had burned lower than I realized. One log had collapsed inward, scattering a brief glow through the grate. It looked, absurdly, like a heart behaving badly in public. At length I said, "Fenwick will use your statement if needed." "He should. It may cost you." "Yes." Again that plainness. No ornament. No request to be admired for it. Only the acceptance of weight where once he would have tried to move it quietly by himself. I turned back then and found him watching me, not as he had in the gallery, when restraint was the danger between us, but with something more sober now, less hope, more truth. "I meant what I said last night," I told him. "Nothing private can mend this." He said, "No, it cannot. And today changes nothing instantly." "No." The answer steadied me more than comfort would have done. He took one step nearer, then stopped well short of impropriety, perhaps because he had learned at last that not crossing a room may sometimes be the sincerest thing a man can do. He said, "But it changes one thing." "What, hate?" "I am no longer asking you to trust what I keep behind me." The line landed with quiet force. Because it was true. Not fully, not enough to heal at once, but true. I looked at him for a long moment and saw not absolution, not romance, not easy restoration, but a man who had finally begun, painfully and in the open, to choose truth at cost to himself rather than order at cost to me. That was not forgiveness. It was, perhaps, the first thing from which forgiveness could someday be built. I said, "Then do not stop." His eyes held mine. "I do not mean to." The room had grown too still again. Another minute there and my own heart might have become foolish under the influence of relief, which is always more dangerous than despair, because it makes one generous too soon. So I picked up my gloves. Fenwick will want me, Wes. And your aunt will want you visible and silent, which I think may kill you by inches. The faintest shadow of his old dry humor touched him. One must hope for a noble death, da. You are not noble enough for martyrdom, he said. No. And now something warmer, sadder, and much more real moved beneath the dryness. Only for work. That, I thought, was as near a promise as the day was fit to hold. I went to the door, paused there, and looked back once. He was standing exactly where Henrietta had tried to place him, and had failed by the fire, in his own house. Diminished socially perhaps, burdened certainly, but no longer hidden behind caution. That mattered. Not because it solved us, because it made us possible again in a world where possibility had been growing rare. Adrian, I said. The name came out before I could decide whether it was wise. His face changed instantly, not with triumph but with startled attention. This afternoon, I said. You did not let her use me. No, I nodded once. Futlet matters. Then I left before he could answer and make the words larger than they were safe to be. Behind me, Wintermere continued the slow work of thou, paper, and consequence. The county had not finished with us. Henrietta Calthorpe had not surrendered. Fenwick had not yet completed the review. My sisters were still waiting on roads and letters and the mercy of landlords. But the first real public battle had been fought. And for the first time since Blackwater, Adrian Ashburn had stood where he ought to have stood from the beginning. Not in front of me, not above me, but beside the truth, letting it cost him what it would. The house became quieter after Henrietta Calthorpe left, but it was not the quiet of peace. It was the quiet that follows after cannon has spoken, and everyone begins counting what still stands. For the next 2 hours Wintermere gave itself over to fact. Fenwick installed himself in the library like a legal occupation force, and would not be moved even for tea. Sir Edmund fetched the vicar's extract from the chapel book with his own hands, because he said no footman should be made to carry that much family embarrassment unassisted. Mrs. Finch produced, from a drawer no one else in England could have found, an older inventory in Helena's hand proving that the Blue Secretary had indeed been moved to Blackwater in the winter of Anne Rook's last illness. Lady Wintermere dictated 3 notes, destroyed 2, and sent the 3rd. Mr. Mercer and Mrs. Doring were gently but unmistakably denied the smaller drawing room, and so had no choice but to amuse one another in the larger one, where their curiosity, lacking oxygen, began at last to weaken. I spent the time in the library because there was nowhere else to stand honestly. No one objected. That alone told me how thoroughly the day had changed the terms of my presence. I was no longer merely the guest around whom a rumor had formed. I had become, by force of paper and witness, a claimant whose right could not be discussed without her. There was dignity in that. It did not cancel humiliation. It did, however, place the humiliation in a new order beneath something stronger. Fenwick worked at the central table. I sat at the smaller one by the south window, with Helena's letters, copying out names, dates, and references under his instruction. We spoke little. Sir Edmund came and went with parish extracts and muttered judgments on dead relatives. Lady Wintermere entered twice, each time bringing some additional piece of the old Belem disorder, and each time looking more tired than I had yet seen her. Once Mrs. Harbury appeared with tea and took in the scene, solicitor, papers, me in the middle of it all, with the expression of a woman who had always known life was absurd and was only disappointed when others discovered it late. Adrian did not come in. I knew he was in the house. I heard him once in the corridor outside, his voice low with Sir Edmund's over some question of letters and sequence. I felt, absurdly the exact moment, he paused outside the door and then went on. He was doing, At last exactly what was required of him, not hovering, not rescuing, not choosing the room of my life before I entered it. That ought to have been unremarkable. It was not. It felt like discipline learned the hard way, and because it was learned, it moved me more than instinctive virtue might have done. By 6, Fenwick had the thing as well in hand as any lawyer can claim, before the law has had opportunity to spoil it. He laid down his pen and looked at the packet before him through spectacles grown crooked with labor. He said, "There. For tonight there is no more to be improved by paper without first improving the weather, the clerk in town, and human nature." Sir Edmund, standing at the hearth with the burial extract in one hand, said, "Then 2 of those may wait until tomorrow." Lady Wintermere, seated more heavily than usual on the sofa, asked, in plain language, Fenwick. He took off his spectacles and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "In plain language, Lady Wintermere, Miss Vale's cases is now much stronger than Mrs. Calthorpe's appetite. Helena's note, the chapel entry, Mrs. Finch's witness, and the supporting inventories all point in one direction. Henrietta may resist on calculation. She cannot resist cleanly on fact. Not the words entered me slowly, not because I did not understand them, because I did, too well, a case, stronger, not cleanly on fact. The law remained itself, cold and gradual, but the ground beneath it had shifted enough that my sisters might not be swallowed by delay before help reached them. Anne's letter, still folded inside my workbox upstairs, seemed suddenly nearer in time and farther from terror than it had this morning. I asked, "What happens now?" Fenwick turned toward me. "Now I send copies to town. Sir Edmund writes formally to Henshaw requesting an accounting of the income Mrs. Calthorpe's mother received under the dormant reserve. Lady Wintermere will confirm Helena's hand against the household letters in her possession. Mrs. Finch will sign a witness statement, if she can bear the indignity of lawyers spelling her memories." Mrs. Finch, who had just entered with more coal and heard this last part, said, "I have borne worse indignities from cooks," and set down the scuttle with excellent disapproval. The room laughed, even Lady Wintermere by a degree. Then Fenwick added, "And Miss Vale waits." The laughter died. I said, "I have had practice." Fenwick's expression altered, not into pity, which would have offended me, but into something more respectful and therefore almost as dangerous. He said, "Wes, you have." Lady Wintermere stood. "That is enough for the evening. Fenwick, you will dine. Edmund, you will not bully him at table merely because he is correct. Miss Vale, I think you should have air before dinner, unless you would prefer to lie down and recover your opinion of my family." Sir Edmund muttered, "That recovery would take longer than air." I gathered the letters because my hands needed occupation. When I looked up, I found Adrian standing in the doorway. No one seemed surprised by his presence. That, perhaps, was the final sign of the house's altered understanding. He no longer entered rooms as the dangerous center of my uncertainty. He entered as a man with business in a house under strain. Lady Wintermere glanced from him to me once, then said with dangerous innocence, "Adrian, the West Terrace has not enough to permit a turn without death by snowdrift. Miss Vale may want air. You may want exercise. Neither of you, I trust, wants absurdity. Try to satisfy all 3 wishes at once. There are moments when an aunt may be both terrifying and generous in the same breath. This was one." Adrian bowed slightly. "If Miss Vale is willing." Every eye in the room came, discreetly or otherwise, to me. I thought of saying no, not from cruelty, from prudence. Prudence had become expensive and therefore tempting. Yet Fenwick's papers lay before us completed as far as law could yet complete them. A Henrietta's challenge had been met. The room had heard what it needed to hear. And the truth was this: I was tired of mending myself entirely, in solitude, while the man who had helped break that solitude learned, inch by inch, how not to misuse it. "Very well," I said. "Mrs. Harbury, from the farther chair where she had appeared unnoticed as only beloved women can, looked as if she might be pleased and displeased at once. It was a comfort to see. The west terrace was wet with thaw and nearly empty of snow. The sky had gone from pewter to a pale evening violet above the bare trees. Meltwater dripped steadily from the stone balustrade and gathered in dark streaks along the gravel walk below. The air was cold enough to keep one honest and soft enough, after the week's confinement, to feel almost forgiving. From the terrace one could see over the west lawn toward the darker line of wood where Blackwater stood invisible beyond the rise. I hated the sight of it. I loved that it remained there all the same, no longer hidden. We walked slowly, not arm in arm, not near enough to invite the old reading. The library windows stood behind us, and through them I knew Lady Wintermere, Sir Edmund, Fenwick, and perhaps half the county in imagination, could have seen us if they chose. Good. Let there be no more hiding in corners and calling it care. For several yards we said nothing. Then Adrian spoke. Fenwick told me the review stands well. Yes. I am glad. That should have sounded foolish after all that had been done. It did not. His gladness was not triumph. It was the plain relief of a man who has at last seen the thing he failed to protect begin to right itself despite him. I said, Anne wrote this morning. He looked toward me at once, not intrusively, but with the immediate gravity of a man who now understood what every hour cost elsewhere. What did she say? That our landlord's patience has grown shorter than his civility. I kept my eyes on the wet stone before us, and that we have had enough gentleness from men who call it protection. He went still beside me. After a second he said, That was deserved. Yes. We walked on. The balustrade stones were damp under my glove when I laid my fingers upon them. Below, two rooks argued in the stripped branches of an ash, and were answered by no one. The whole estate seemed suspended between winter and whatever came after it, not yet renewed, no longer buried. At last Adrian said, I do not know whether it helps or harms to say this now, but I have been trying all afternoon to choose between silence and honesty, and silence has become intolerable. I almost smiled at the irony. Almost. Honesty. Then, he drew breath. When you said last night that you had begun to think you were no longer alone in it. He stopped briefly, perhaps because the memory cost him. I have not stopped hearing that. I kept my face turned toward the grounds. It was true. Yes. And I answered it badly for too long. That was not apology exactly. It was admission broadened by understanding. I valued it more. He went on. I was taught to think that bearing difficulty privately was strength, that if one could absorb enough of the confusion oneself, one spared weaker structures from collapse. It has taken me an unforgivably long time to understand that women are always the structures men mean, when they speak that way. I turned to him then. The evening light made his face less severe than candlelight did and more tired, not with one day's work, with the labor of disassembling a life's instinct while still inside it. I said quietly, Wes. He looked away toward the far wood. My father never once spoke to my mother as if the household could survive without her. Yet he still kept whole provinces of truth from her, because he believed loving a woman and using her ignorance could be made compatible if one acted gravely enough. I despised that in him. Then I repeated it with you under finer principles, and thought myself better. The words entered me so directly that for a second I could not answer at all. This was not self-pity. That was what made it so difficult to resist. He was not asking me to comfort him in his failure. He was laying the mechanism bare before the person it had injured, and not looking away from what it was. I said, after a moment, I think men often call a thing principle when what they mean is habit improved by education. Ah? The corner of his mouth altered by the faintest degree. That sounds like a sentence I deserve framed over my desk. You deserve less decoration than that. I am sure of it, but the dryness relieved the air by a thread, not more. and we had reached the far end of the terrace, where 2 stone urns flanked the shallow steps down to the lawn. Meltwater had pooled there, turning the top stair into a small mirror of darkening sky. We stopped, because the path ended, and because neither of us yet knew how to turn back without changing the conversation entirely. At length he said, "In that room this afternoon, when Henrietta spoke as she did, I understood for the first time the full vulgarity of what I had risked with your name." The words brought Blackwater back so sharply that I felt the old hurt rise and settle again under newer things. "You understood some of it in morning room, yes. But not all." "No." He met my eyes. "Not all." I believed him. More dangerously, I believed he now believed it too. The terrace fell quiet around us. Somewhere below, a groom crossed the yard with a lantern not yet lit. The day was going, but not gone. He said my name then, not with the unguarded urgency of the gallery, not by accident, simply and deliberately, as if he now understood that names must carry their own truth and not be used to bend another person's. "Eleanor." This time I did not stop him. He said, "I cannot ask for trust as if it were a debt the day owes me. I cannot even ask forgiveness without making too light of the cost. But I can tell you what has changed, if you will hear it." "Go on." "I no longer think love and authority can live in the same hand without one corrupting the other." Bah! The terrace seemed to contract around us. No declaration of devotion could have startled me more than that sentence. Not because he had used the word love loosely. The opposite. He had used it as if it were dangerous, exact, and still half beyond his right to name. And he had joined it not to desire, not to romance, not to the weather of a house party, but to authority, the very thing that had broken us. He saw, I think, the force with which the line had reached me, because he lowered his voice and went on. I thought that if I felt enough concern, enough care, enough attachment, then I could justify deciding what might shield you best until the ground was firmer. I see now that care offered on those terms is only another inheritance of control. If there is to be anything between us worth keeping, it must live where you can see it entire. My throat had become painfully tight. This was not the sort of thing a woman answers safely in twilight on a terrace, however public the windows behind her. Yet safety had ceased some time ago to be the right measure of my life. I said slowly, "And if what I see entire displeases me, then I bear it." The answer came at once. I looked at him for a long time, long enough that the cold began to bite through my glove where it rested on the stone. "That sounds very like another noble performance," I said at last. He accepted the blow. "It may look so. I do not know how to undo that except by repetition." "Repetition of what?" "The truth given before you ask for it." The line struck me with such force that I had to look away. Below the terrace, the west lawn lay dark and wet, no longer winter, white, not yet spring. It seemed an emblem too obvious to trust and too accurate to ignore. When I spoke again, my voice had changed without my permission. "In the gallery," I said, "when you said my name and nearly touched me, I thought the danger was that I wanted something from you I had no business wanting." He was very still. He asked, "And now?" I kept my eyes on the lawn. Now I think the greater danger was that I wanted it on terms that would have destroyed me. No one moved. The honesty of the sentence left me oddly calm, as if one can survive only so many concealed truths before speaking them openly becomes a form of rest. After a moment he said, "Wes." The agreement hurt less than I expected, perhaps because it was no longer meant to win. I turned to him then. "If there is to be anything between us," I said, echoing his own words because he had earned that much, "it cannot grow in secret explanations and private corrections. I will not be guided into happiness as if it were another household arrangement. I would rather lose you honestly than keep you by being managed." His face changed, not with injury, with the terrible, grave relief of a man hearing the law of his own future spoken by the one person who can still refuse it. He said, "You will never keep me by that again." Again. The word mattered. It acknowledged what lay beneath all the rest, that despite scandal, distance, and legal paper, he believed there had already been some species of keeping between us, however badly he had handled it. I was not sure whether that comforted or frightened me more. I asked, because I had to know, "Do you regret speaking this afternoon?" "No." Not even a pause.
"And though it may cost you, Wes."
"And though your aunt may never forgive the method of it." At that, something like faint humor touched him. My aunt forgives methods only when they succeed invisibly. In this I must disappoint her. The line nearly drew laughter from me, which felt indecent and therefore healing. I said, "Sir Edmund seems to enjoy your moral education. Sir Edmund enjoys any circumstance in which I am made visibly uncomfortable. That may be the soundest thing about him." His eyes warmed by a shade. Dangerous, that warmth. Much more dangerous now than when the house had been feeding it on rumor. Then it had been possibility without ground. Now it stood on truth, consequence, and chosen cost. That made it difficult to dismiss as weather. We had been too still too long. From one of the library windows came the faint movement of a curtain. A witness, then. Good. Let there be witnesses. Let the new rule begin here. I stepped back from the balustrade. "We should go in." "Wes." Neither of us moved immediately. I said, because I thought I owed him this much and no more. This afternoon mattered. His gaze held mine. It mattered to me too. I nodded once. Then, because the evening had already taken too much truth to leave the rest implied, I added, "I am not ready to trust you as I did before Blackwater." He answered with painful calm, "Nor should you. But I no longer think trust would be foolish in principle." The words were the nearest thing to grace I could offer. They struck him visibly, not as triumph, as something deeper and more careful, almost like gratitude frightened to show itself. He said, "That is more than I deserve tonight." "Then do not waste it." "No." At last we turned back along the terrace. We walked a little nearer than before, not touching, not arm in arm. Nothing that could have fed Henrietta's appetite or Mrs. Doring's story. Yet something had altered all the same. Not the existence of distance, the quality of it. The space between us no longer held concealment. It held choice. By the library windows, Lady Wintermere appeared quite openly behind the glass. Regarded us both with the expression of a woman checking the weather over land. She has no intention of surrendering. And then let the curtain fall back. I nearly smiled. Adrian, seeing that I had seen her, said under his breath, "We are inspected. We are improved." "I doubt that." I begin not to. That did make him smile, briefly, quietly. Fully enough that for a second I saw the man he might once have been before inheritance, and caution taught his face such discipline. It was a mistake to notice. I noticed anyway. At the terrace door he stood aside and let me enter first. Not with the old careful masculinity that assumes precedence as protection. Simply as courtesy, clean and unburdened. I passed him. And for one fleeting second, in the warm corridor light after the cold, our shoulders nearly brushed. He did not reach for me. I did not wish he would. Not in that moment, which was perhaps the clearest sign of what had changed. Back in the library passage, the house gathered us up again. Sir Edmund's voice sounded from within. Fenwick asked for more wax. Mrs. Finch complained about somebody's handling of the vicar's extract. Ordinary life, such as it was, resumed around the edges of what had just become possible. Before we separated, Adrian said, "Low enough for me alone. There is one truth more." I looked at him, and he held my gaze and, with the same grave economy that had marked the whole conversation, said, "When this is settled, if you permit it, I mean to ask for you openly." The corridor seemed to stop. Not because I had not imagined some form of it. Of course I had. A foolish woman might have imagined it from the second day. A wiser one might have imagined it only after the gallery. I had forced myself to imagine nothing at all since Blackwater because imagination had become too dangerous to feed. Yet hearing it said so plainly, and in precisely the form I had demanded, openly, without cornering, without pressure, without immediate claim, went through me like both wound and warmth. I answered the only way I could answer honestly. Then settle it. A something in his face answered before his voice did. Not possession, not relief. Resolve. He said, Wes. He left me there with that and went back into the library to Fenwick's papers. I stood in the passage 1 second longer than was wise, one hand pressed lightly to the paneling, as if the house itself might steady me, and understood at last what the new rule between us was. He would no longer ask me to leap toward a future arranged by his judgment. He would build one in the open and ask only when I could see the ground. That did not mend everything. It changed everything. By 10 that night, Wintermere had finally done what old houses most dislike doing. It had chosen. Not elegantly. Not without complaint, counter paper, and the bruised dignity of several people who would have preferred the dead to remain better behaved. But it had chosen all the same, and because it had chosen in the open, I could at last breathe without wondering whose silence I had mistaken for safety. The final movement began with a messenger. Fenwick had been in the library since dinner, Sir Edmund with him, Lady Wintermere in and out like a general checking guns she does not entirely trust, and Mrs. Finch appearing whenever memory or indignation became necessary. I had not been asked to stay. That, too, was new. Not exclusion. Respect. Fenwick had the papers. Sir Edmund had the Belem authority. Adrian had made his declaration and gone, at Lady Wintermere's direction and his own discipline, to write a second statement, clarifying that any financial settlement touching Marianne Vale's line must proceed through Belem and legal channels alone, with no private contribution, inducement, or pressure from him personally. It was exactly the kind of dry, brutal separation I had insisted upon. I hated how much peace it gave me. Mrs. Harbury and I sat in the blue drawing-room while the house moved around us in legal whispers. Mrs. Doring had long since retired, finding reality less amusing than implication. Mr. Mercer had developed a tact I would not have believed possible in him, offered to read aloud, from a volume of essays, no one wanted. Miss Fenton stitched badly and listened harder than she worked. Even the fire seemed to burn with greater caution than usual, as, if Wintermere understood the evening would be remembered, and wished not to drop ash where testimony already lay. At 10:15, wheels sounded in the drive. The room paused. A footman crossed the hall at speed and disappeared toward the library. Another followed with wet boots and sealed packet. Somewhere beyond the drawing-room, Sir Edmund's voice rose, rough with victory or outrage. In old houses the two often sound alike. Mrs. Harbury took my hand without looking at me. Breathe, my dear. I am breathing. You are doing it very badly. Before I could answer, the butler appeared at the drawing-room door. Miss Vale, Lady Wintermere asks whether you would join them in the library. There are invitations one receives, as if stepping across a threshold, and others as if crossing a line in history. This was the second kind. I stood. Mrs. Harbury rose too. The butler, who had seen 3 generations of Belems behave imperfectly, and likely expected a fourth, said with admirable diplomacy. Lady Wintermere asked specifically for Miss Vale. Madam. Mrs. Harbury squeezed my fingers once. Then, collect properly. I went. The library looked different at night. The shelves rose darker. The lamps set little pools of gold over tables otherwise claimed by shadow. Fenwick's papers covered the central table in ordered ranks. Sir Edmund stood beside it with one hand on the back of a chair, as if restraining himself from using furniture as argument. Lady Wintermere remained by the hearth, upright despite the hour and fatigue. Mrs. Finch sat near the writing desk with the air of a witness who has stayed too long at court and intends to outlive the judge. Adrian stood apart near the south window, one hand resting on the sill behind him. Not in command of the room now, but waiting upon it. Fenwick held the new packet open. He said, "Miss Vale." When I had come within the circle of light, "Mr. Calthorpe has sent his answer." "And Henrietta?" Sir Edmund muttered, having discovered at last that the law can count. A Lady Wintermere ignored him. "State it plainly, Mr. Fenwick." Fenwick adjusted the paper in his hand. "Mr. Calthorpe writes on behalf of himself and his wife. Having reviewed the extracts already sent, together with the reference to Lord Ashburn's declaration and the chapel entry, they agree that the dormant reserve must be examined formally in town without prejudice to Miss Vale's standing. Pending that review, they do not concede final liability." He lifted one brow, as if Mr. Calthorpe's caution offended even legal syntax. "But they will not contest the immediate release of an interim secured amount to Miss Vale and her sisters, provided the sum is advanced through Belem authority and charged provisionally against the reserve once quantified." The words took a second to arrange themselves into meaning. Then another. "Interim secured amount, immediate release my sisters." I looked at Fenwick and heard myself ask very quietly, "How much?" He consulted the second sheet. "Enough to discharge the landlord's present threat, preserve the household through the quarter, and prevent any forced sale of personal effects, pending final accounting. Sir Edmund has further authorized, subject to formal review, that the Belem side will stand as security against obstruction from Henshaw during that period." For one strange second, the room lost edges. Not because I meant to faint. I had no intention of anything so dramatic. But because after so many weeks, months perhaps, of living within shrinking numbers, to hear survival spoken of not as wish, nor favor, nor miracle, but as secured arrangement was like stepping suddenly from shallow water onto ground. I said, "The pearl drops." No one understood at first. Then Adrian did. "I saw it happen." He said, "Thee need not be sold." The line was so quiet, and so exact to Anne's letter that I had to look away at once. Sir Edmund, either not noticing or choosing kindness in the form of bluntness, said, "No one is selling anything. Henrietta would enjoy that too much." Lady Wintermere crossed to the table and laid one hand flat upon the documents. She said, "The reserve will still require full legal review. Do not mistake this for the end of labor." "I will not." "Good. But you may permit yourself the beginning of security." It was, from her, almost tenderness. I did not trust my voice for a moment. Fenwick, who had the decent instincts of men trained by paper, went on briskly. "The interim instrument may be signed now. Sir Edmund for the Belem authority, Mr. Calthorpe's acceptance by packet, and Miss Vale acknowledging receipt as provisional against final settlement. Once the roads hold fully, I will take the principal papers to town myself." Sir Edmund took up the pen at once. He said, "If anyone delays this another quarter hour, I shall draft the Almighty into the reserve myself." He signed with the force of a man settling decades of embarrassment, in one flourish. Fenwick placed the paper before me next. I had imagined, once, that if justice ever came near my hand I would feel triumph. I did not. I felt tired, relieved, proud, suspicious of relief, and very nearly broken open by gratitude toward people I had not expected to owe anything simple. The pen looked absurdly ordinary. I signed. The sound of nib over paper seemed louder than it ought. Fenwick blotted the page with calm satisfaction. He said, "Dear, Miss Vale's immediate position is secured." Immediate position. Such a dry phrase for so much saved life. Mrs. Finch let out a breath through her nose, as if finally permitting herself to disapprove a little less of the century. Sir Edmund poured brandy for everyone without asking whether anyone wanted it. Lady Wintermere accepted hers, as if she were receiving medicine. I took mine because my fingers had begun to tremble, and there are moments when brandy is not indulgence but architecture. Adrian had not moved from the window. I knew why. This was not his act to complete, not anymore. He had made of himself what truth required of him. Now, he waited, and in the waiting I saw more change than I had in any of his speeches. The old Adrian would have managed the room still, however discreetly, by assuming responsibility for the final comfort of everyone in it. This man stood back and let legal ground, bellum authority, and my own hand upon the page do the necessary work without trying to improve it by personal force. I valued that more than I wished him to know. Sir Edmund lifted his glass. He said, he to Helena, who hid conscience in a wall and still contrived to be of use. Lady Wintermere gave him a look which suggested she might object to the toast, and would not because it was true. She said, to the daughters, instead. I could not answer. I only raised my glass. We drank. Afterward the room loosened by degrees. Fenwick gathered his sealed packets for morning dispatch. Mrs. Finch, having signed her witness statement with visible contempt for the spelling of her own recollections, declared she was too old to be useful past 11, and left under Lady Wintermere's rare personal thanks. Sir Edmund insisted on escorting Fenwick to the hall, as if solicitors required military protection, once armed with family truth. Lady Wintermere remained only long enough to look at me across the central table and say, with the tired dignity of a woman conceding both justice and change, "You may write to your sisters tonight, Wes, madam, and sleep if you can." That, too, was almost tenderness. Then she turned to Adrian. For a second something passed between them, not argument, not command, something older and more silent. At last she said only, "Do not waste what it cost." He bowed his head once. "No." She left. And suddenly, after days of never being truly alone and never being honestly seen, I found myself in the library with him and no one else. The fire had burned lower. Beyond the windows, the grounds lay black and wet under a rising moon. Fenwick's ink still shone in places on the central table. My signed name rested there between Helena's note and the new interim instrument like a bridge no one had expected to build in 1 week. For a moment, neither of us moved. At last Adrian came forward. Not quickly. Not as if the room belonged to his courage. Simply step by step until he stood on the other side of the central table. Near enough that I could see the fatigue at the corners of his eyes and the effort with which he was still holding himself from any instinct the old order might have taught him. He said, "You should write now, quietly." The sentence was so unlike every urgent, intimate thing a man might say at such an hour that it almost undid me. Yes. To Anne and Lucy. Hearing him speak their names, knowing he had remembered them, knowing he now understood they were not abstractions in my grief, but the actual measure of time and fear and necessity, that mattered far more than it should have. "I will." He looked at the signed paper once, then back at me. "They are safe for now." The now mattered. That, too, I valued. "Wes." He drew breath. "There is one thing more to be done tonight, and it must be done before I lose the courage to do it properly." My pulse changed at once, not leaping. Something worse. Steadying. I said nothing. He moved then, not around the table, but to its end, so that the wood no longer stood between us like law and caution made visible. Even so, he kept a distance that was not only proper but chosen. He said, "I told you on the terrace that, when this was settled, if you permitted it, I meant to ask for you openly." The library seemed to draw inward around the words. "Yes. This is as open as I can make the beginning of it tonight." His gaze did not leave mine. "Sir Edmund, my Aunt Fenwick, and Mrs. Finch have all just heard enough truth to support your standing independent of me. The interim provision is signed without any claim of private influence. Your sister's immediate security does not depend upon my favor, my purse, or my name." He stopped very briefly, perhaps because each distinction mattered as much to him as to me now. "So I ask you with nothing hidden behind my hand, may I come to you properly, once the papers are sent and the first review lodged, and seek your permission to court you." The room did not move. Neither did I. There are words one has imagined in loneliness and words one has forbidden oneself to imagine, because to do so would be madness. This belonged to the second kind. Not because it was romantic. Because it was just. Because he had made the terms clean first. Because he had set law, money, and family authority in order before daring to ask for anything of the heart. And because he had asked, not assumed. I looked at him and saw everything at once. Sakura. The man in the gallery, the man in Blackwater, the man in the smaller drawing room, speaking against himself before his own family, the man on the terrace naming authority as corruption where love is concerned, and the one now standing before me with no shelter left except the truth. I said slowly, because anything else would have been unfair to us both, "You do not ask a little." "No." The answer came with that grave economy I had come to know too well to mistake. "And you do not ask at a simple time." "No. And if I say yes, I do not mean yes to forgetting. I would not want that." I believed him. That was the dangerous thing. Not the question. My belief. I set down the untouched glass of brandy because my hands no longer trusted it and folded my fingers together instead. "You have hurt me," I said. "I know. You may do so again." Wes. The honesty of that almost made me laugh from sheer exhaustion. Almost. "Oh, you are very poor at winning women. I have discovered that." I did laugh then. A small helpless sound, but real. It changed his whole face for a second, not because he smiled in answer, though he nearly did, but because relief moved through him so plainly that he forgot to hide it. I went on before tenderness could outrun wisdom. "But you have also done tonight what you should have done from the beginning." I held his gaze. "You have let the truth stand where I can see it. And let me stand where I choose. If you mean to continue in that manner, then yes. When the papers are lodged, you may come to me properly." A something in him stilled so completely that for a second I thought he had not understood. Then I saw that he had understood too well. He said, "Wes," very quietly. "Yes." He closed his eyes once, just once. When he opened them again, all the usual restraints were still there. But none of them looked empty now. They looked chosen for my sake and his own dignity both. That was new. He said, "Thank you." I shook my head. "Do not thank me as if I had bestowed charity." He said, "No. As if you had given me future where I had no right to assume it." The line went through me like both wound and balm. I did not know what to do with my hands, my face, my heart, or the library itself. The room had become at once too large and too intimate. We stood not touching, not even close enough for a sleeve to brush. Yet the air between us felt more complete than anything the house had guessed at with all its rumors. At length he said, lower, "There is one further truth, and this one I will not set down for Fenwick." The faint dryness in it eased me enough to let breath return. "Go on." "One, you said in the morning room that you had wanted me to be different. I have not stopped hearing that either." I looked at the dark window because if I looked at him directly, I might lose all proportion. "I did not say it for your comfort." "I know, no." "Good." A small silence passed between us. Then he said, "I cannot become different by wanting it, only by proving it repeatedly." "Fear," I said softly. "At last, a sensible sentence. Do not mock me at the point of hope. It is unsporting." That nearly drew another laugh from me. Instead, I gave him what felt far more dangerous. I looked back at him and let myself do so openly. "I am not mocking you." Something changed in his expression at that. Quiet and profound enough that I had to look down almost at once. The edge of the central table stood beneath my fingertips, solid and polished and absurdly necessary. He took one half step nearer, then stopped. "May I ask one thing more?" My pulse answered before sense did. "What?" "Not now." His voice dropped further. "When the house no longer has legal papers, spread across every room, and your sisters are safe beyond provisional language. When I come to you properly. The deferral moved me more than impatience would have done. Still, I asked, what thing? The faintest trace of warmth touched his tone. Whether I may use your name without making the room dangerous. The answer rose in me before caution could tidy it. You may use it now. The silence after that felt like standing inside struck glass. He said, with the reverence of a man touching flame carefully, and knowing it burns. A liner. Bah! There are names one has heard all one's life and names one first hears only when someone finally says them without claim, disguise, or protection wrapped around them. My own name, in his voice then, belonged for the first time to the second kind. I took one breath, then another. Drian. The answering change in him was almost too much to witness. No kiss followed. That matters. It matters because the room deserved better than a hurried reward, and because what had been built between us over all these days. The failure, the truth, the public cost. The new law by which we meant to proceed would have been diminished by any gesture that pretended ease where only earned nearness would do. Instead he stood where he was and said, quietly, write to Anne. I will. And then sleep. That sounds terribly like management. It is advice, poorly disguised. Fenwick has assured me my disguises no longer improve matters. The dryness restored proportion by inches. Good. We needed proportion if we were to keep anything real. I gathered Helena's note, the swallow, Anne's unopened future letter paper, and Adrian's statement from the table. My hands were steadier now. When I turned toward the door, he moved aside at once, not in the old way of men offering passage as ownership's courtesy, but simply to clear my path. At the threshold I stopped. Behind me the library glowed warm against the dark grounds. The papers lay signed. The interim security held. My sisters would sleep, if not yet peacefully, then at least no longer under the immediate shadow of sale and dismissal. Helena's conscience had finally left the wall. My father's last plea had not died unanswered after all. And the man behind me had done, in the end, what I had demanded of him from the moment I knew how to name the injury. He had risked truth openly and let it cost him. I looked back once. Adrian. Yes. The swallow. He glanced toward the small blue enamel bird resting in my palm. It should be, with the note. Perhaps, I said. For tonight it stays with me? A slow, quiet understanding moved through his face. He said, "Was." I left the library then and went upstairs to write to Anne. The letter took time because relief is harder to put into words than fear. Fear lists easily. Relief requires one to believe the ground will hold. I told her that the immediate danger had passed. That money would come by secured arrangement. That nothing must be sold. That Mama's line had at last been heard. That Lucy must keep the workbox shut and her hopes open. I did not mention Adrian by name even then, though twice his name came to the nib and I stopped it. Some things belong first to breath and witness before they belong to paper. When the letter was sealed, I undressed slowly in the quiet of my room. The house, after so many days of listening, had finally ceased straining at every sound. Wintermere itself seemed exhausted by honesty. I placed Helena's note back in its case. The swallow I set on the bedside table where moonlight could find its blue wing. Then I stood at the window and looked out over the dark lawn toward the west wood. Blackwater remained invisible there. Good. Not every place of injury needs to remain in sight once truth has been brought out of it. Below, a light moved once across the library passage and disappeared. Adrian, perhaps. Or a servant clearing the last of Fenwick's empire. It no longer mattered which. What mattered was not where he stood at this hour, but where he had chosen to stand when it counted. By morning the letters would go out. By next week, perhaps, money and answer would begin traveling back. By spring, if law and weather both did not fail us, the reserve might cease to be a ghost and become provision at last. and when the papers were lodged in my sister's safe beyond provisional language, Adrian would come to me properly, not in secrecy, not as savior, not as man above circumstance, as himself. I went to bed with that knowledge, and with the swallow's blue gleam beside me in the dark. For the first time since my father died, hope did not feel like the most dangerous thing in the room. It felt earned. By April, the world had begun again. I do not say it began kindly. Spring in England is too uncertain for kindness. It begins in draughts, in false warmth, in green that appears one morning and vanishes under sleet by evening. Yet even uncertainty looks different once it is no longer built on dread. The hedges thickened. The lanes softened. The first daffodils came up through ground still half convinced of winter. And in our little house, for the first time in longer than I care to count, every knock at the door did not sound like threat. The interim bellum provision had arrived when Fenwick promised it would, not as miracle, not as romance. As legal instrument, signed and witnessed and tedious in all the ways that make money respectable, when it has once become dangerous. Mr. Cresswell, our landlord, transformed within 2 days, from a man too civil to be trusted into a man too respectful to be comfortable. Anne recovered color enough to become indignant again, which I consider one of the true signs of health. Lucy stopped pretending not to count the loaves, and went back to pretending she never counted them at all. Mamma's pearl drops remained in the workbox. I opened it once merely to make certain, and then shut it again with the gratitude due to spared losses. By the end of March, Fenwick's letters had established what Helena's note had already known. The Bellum Reserve, neglected and interpreted into moral convenience for years, did indeed stand for Marianne Vale's female issue. Mrs. Calthorpe, finding herself better fed on dignity than defeat, agreed at last to an accounting without public martyrdom. Whether she regretted the county spectacle or merely its failure, I cannot say. I hope whichever answer inconveniences her more. And Adrian? Well, Adrian did exactly what he said he would do. He did not come at once. He did not write privately in language designed to steal into my feelings before the law had done its work. He wrote only once during those first weeks, and that letter was so proper it might have been drafted by conscience wearing gloves. He informed me that Fenwick had lodged the first papers in town, that Sir Edmund had signed what was required on the Bellum side, that Lady Wintermere had survived both Henrietta Calthorpe and county curiosity with violence to neither, and that he hoped Anne and Lucy found themselves easier in their circumstances. Nothing more. No tenderness hidden between lines, no pressure disguised as patience, no claim. I read it 3 times and hated him a little for how much peace that restraint gave me. Then, exactly as promised and not a day sooner, he came. Mrs. Harbury received the letter first, because it arrived by special messenger in the middle of a Tuesday, and because she had made herself, by the force of affection and practical tyranny, almost part of our household since the matter began to mend. As she opened the drawing-room door without knocking, looked at me over the paper, and said, "My dear, the Viscount has requested permission to present himself in a manner so proper it nearly injured the messenger. You may have him on Thursday at 4 or refuse him and watch me perish from curiosity. I leave the choice entirely to your conscience." I took the letter. The seal was Ashburn. My pulse, still susceptible to foolishness where that man was concerned, altered at once. The note was brief. "Miss Vale, as the principal papers are now lodged and the interim security no longer provisional, I ask whether you would permit me to call on Thursday at 4, with no expectation beyond the honor of being received. If your answer is no, it will be obeyed with gratitude for the frankness. If yes, I come under the understanding I once gave you openly, and with nothing hidden behind my hand. A. Ashburn." I do not think I breathed properly for at least a minute. Anne, who had been hemming a cuff by the window, said, "Well, Lucy, who was pretending to read and succeeding only in moving her eyes over the same 2 lines for half an hour, lowered her book entirely. "If you keep making that face, Nell, we shall all expire before Thursday." Mrs. Harbury sat down with the air of a woman who had every intention of surviving all of us and said, "I strongly advise yes. Not because he is a viscount, which is an overrated occupation, but because no man who writes it will be obeyed with gratitude for the frankness should be wasted on another family." I ought to have been more private in my answer. Instead, I heard myself say, "Wes," and smiled at once. Not triumphantly. Tenderly, which was worse. Lucy clapped before remembering herself, and then looked ashamed of joy, which made me cross the room and kiss her whether she wished it or not. Thursday at 4 arrived with sunshine so suspiciously lovely that none of us trusted it. I wore pale green, because Anne insisted blue made me look too serious, and Mrs. Harbury insisted pale colors civilize men by reminding them they do not deserve them. Lucy arranged my hair and declared that if I did not marry him eventually, she meant to demand an explanation from God directly. At 10 minutes to 4 I thought I might be ill. At 5 minutes to 4 I became so calm that Anne said I frightened her. At precisely 4, the knock came. No weather, no secret passage, no snowbound excuse, no house party arrangement made by other people. Only my own drawing room, my sisters in the next parlor, pretending not to listen, Mrs. Harbury seated like a benevolent executioner by the window, and Adrian Ashburn announced at the door. He entered as if he understood the scale of the room and of himself within it. That is perhaps the clearest thing I can say. He wore dark blue, plain enough to offend no honest eye, and looked every inch what he was, not merely a man of title, but a man who had chosen to arrive under my terms rather than the habits of his own importance. He bowed first to Mrs. Harbury, then to me. "Miss Val, Lord Ashburn." Mrs. Harbury, who had promised to behave as a chaperone and interpreted the role chiefly as selective interference, said, "My lord, if you intend to speak in titles all afternoon, I shall need stronger tea." He turned to her with the faintest trace of that dry warmth I had come to know too well. "Then I must improve quickly, madam," she said. "You had better. I am old and impatient." "Ah." He smiled then. Briefly. Fully enough that Mrs. Harbury looked almost pleased with the world, which I had not thought possible before April. For the first quarter hour we spoke of proper things. Anne and Lucy came in and were introduced. He treated them with a gravity so exact and natural that my heart, traitorously and without permission, loosened by degrees. He did not patronize Lucy's brightness or overburden Anne with serious courtesy. He spoke to each as if knowing that what he sought from me would stand more honestly, if the people I loved could endure him in the daylight. Anne liked him at once and distrusted herself for it. I could see both things happen in her face. Lucy, after one brave silence, asked whether Wintermere's library really was as large as I had made it sound. Adrian answered that it was, and that, if she ever came to see it, he would show her only the shelves most likely to improve, rather than corrupt her. Lucy replied that corruption might depend on the books. He said very gravely that, in his experience, it more often depended on the readers. Mrs. Harbury laughed into her cup. I had to look away to conceal my own smile. At last, by universal female conspiracy disguised as domestic need, Anne and Lucy withdrew to inspect a tray that required no inspection, and Mrs. Harbury remembered with astonishing precision that the kitchen had once, years before, ruined a lemon loaf by breathing incorrectly over it, and she had best prevent history from repeating itself. Then we were alone. Not secretly, not precariously. Alone because a drawing room in daylight, with family one door away and a servant crossing the passage beyond, is allowed to hold two people honestly when nothing dishonorable is asked. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The room was smaller than Wintermere's library and warmer than any of its galleries. Sunlight lay across the carpet, From outside came the soft clatter of a cart in the lane, and the cry of a child somewhere farther off. Ordinary life. I had never known it could look so tender. Adrian said first, "Your sisters are well, Wes." "That matters to me." "I know." A faint pause. "Then, do you?" I met his eyes.
Wes.
There are many ways a woman may punish a man who has earned punishment. Coolness. Ambiguity. I had imagined employing all of them. Yet looking at him there, with no weather between us and no room for false theater, I found I had less appetite for punishment than for the truth itself. So I gave him that. "You remember them?" I said. "You speak of the house and the reserve and the law differently now because they have faces to you. That matters." Something quiet and grateful passed through his expression. "I am glad you can see it. I can see some things. Not all," he said. "Not all." He came no nearer. That, perhaps, was the first gift of the afternoon. Instead he said, "I told you at Wintermere that when the papers were lodged and your sister safe beyond provisional language, I would ask your leave to court you properly. I am here to do only that, and to do it in language plain enough that you may refuse without labor." I sat very still. "My leave," I repeated. "Yes." He drew breath once, as if steadying not his courage but his precision. "I do not ask you to forget what passed at Wintermere. I do not ask you to consider me reformed because I have finally learned in one winter what I should have learned years ago. I ask only whether you will permit me to come to you openly, to write, to call, and to prove by conduct what I have so badly mishandled in feeling." The words entered me slowly because they were almost too exact to survive hope. I said, after a moment, "And if your conduct displeases me, then you will say so, and I will hear it before the house next door, the county, or my own fears do." That nearly made me laugh. Nearly. You make obedience sound almost romantic. I assure you it is mostly terror. That did make me smile. He saw it and, because he was no longer fool enough to seize what ease offered too quickly, did nothing with it except breathe once more evenly than before. I asked, "And if I permit this courtship, what then, Wintermere?" "London. Your aunt, arranging me into corners with tea." At that, the faintest warmth touched his tone. "My aunt has already informed me that if I proceed with any less dignity than Helena's swallow deserves, she will disinherit my judgment entirely." An excellent threat. I thought so. The sunlight shifted slightly on the carpet between us. I said quieter now, "There is something you must understand before I answer. I may trust you someday. I do not trust the version of us that existed in snow." He said, "Nor do I. It was built on too much hidden weight. And I will never enter a room with you again, not knowing what truth you already hold." "You will not." The reply came so steadily that I believed it before I had intended to. I looked at him for a long moment. In the winter I had thought his strength lay in restraint. Then I had thought it lay in confession. I understood now that its true test would be repetition. The daily, unglorious honesty he had promised. He had not yet proved the whole of it. But he had begun, and he had begun where it cost him most. "That is not nothing." At last I said, "Wes." He did not move. I think he had expected me to say more, and had prepared himself nobly to endure it. When I did not, when the plain words stood there between us exactly as he had offered his question, he looked for one instant younger than I had ever seen him. He said, "Yes." "Yes, Lord Ashburn." Then, because the title no longer fit the room as he did, I added, "Wes, Adrian, you may come to me openly. I do not believe anyone who has not watched a very controlled man receive joy with discipline can know how moving it is." He did not cross the room. He did not catch my hand and swear eternity upon it like a cavalry officer in a circulating library. He simply looked at me as if all the tight, held architecture inside him had, for one dangerous second, emitted light. He said, "Thank you." There it was again, that grave gratitude. It moved me more now than if he had declared rapture. I answered, "Do not thank me yet. Courtship is a long argument disguised by flowers. Then I must become eloquent in botany.
Wha?
You must become honest in everything, he said. That, and the faintest dryness returned to steady us both. His more expensive than flowers. Good, he almost smiled. Then, with a carefulness that did more to my heart than haste could ever have done, he asked, "May I sit nearer?" There are men who would have crossed the room already and called the impulse sincerity. Adrian asked. Wes. He moved to the chair opposite mine rather than the sofa beside me. Again I valued the distance. It made the nearness chosen instead of assumed. From this new place, closer but not claiming anything, he said, there is one matter of business still before I do any courting at all. I lifted a brow. How very encouraging. The reserve, once fully accounted, will produce more than immediate relief. I understood at once. Of course I did. And you wish to discuss how it is to be managed. Only if you wish it. I sat back. The question, so dry and practical at the edge of a new understanding, reassured me more than romance might have done. Here, at least, was the future in its true form, not only names and feeling, but household money, sisters, security, the plain bones beneath any life worth building. Go on, I said. He did. Not as authority. Not as man explaining a woman's finances to her for her own comfort. As one adult mind laying options before another. What might be settled on Anne and Lucy if the sum proved large enough? What might be kept in trust? Whether my own portion ought remain independent even if I chose some day to marry. The line about that last one he spoke, with such deliberate simplicity, that I loved him a little for it against all my own caution. He said, "If you marry, your independence should not depend upon the character of the man. Character is too mortal a foundation, bah. That sounds like a confession disguised as philosophy. Both. It is both." We spoke of numbers then, and of Anne's skill with accounts, and of Lucy's tendency to mistake charity for eternity, and of the possibility, deliciously strange to say aloud, that our future might one day include not merely survival but choice. All the while the room held us gently, without secrecy, without witnesses pretending not to be near, without any of the charged artificiality of Wintermere's corridors. At some point, he said, if Anne wishes to keep the house and improve it, I will know of a steward in Kent who is honest enough to be boring and boring enough to be safe. I laughed. You value boredom very highly. I have discovered it to be the basis of civilization. Then winter quite ruined you, he said. No. And now something warmer than wit moved under the words. Winter corrected me. The sentence lay between us, quiet and true. I do not know exactly how long we sat there. Enough that the sun moved lower and the lane outside softened into gold. Enough that Anne at last sent in tea, because, as she later said, allowing any courtship to proceed unfet is vulgar. Enough that Mrs. Harbury looked in once, saw our heads bent over figures and future, rather than one another's hands, and retreated with visible satisfaction at our moral improvement. When tea had been poured and ordinary life had resumed its useful claim, Adrian set down his cup and said, with the steadiness of a man now willing to put feeling beside practical things instead of behind them, I have one question still, and this one is not about settlements. I looked at him over the rim of my cup. That sounds ominous. It may be. Very well. His voice dropped only a little. In the library, the night the interim paper was signed, you said the swallow would remain with you. Wes. It was a bold theft. It was a justified one. I am prepared to believe that. A pause. Then, may I ask whether it still remains with you? The question startled me by its softness. Wes, I said. It does. He gave the faintest nod. Then keep it. I stared. Keep it. Wes. But it is part of the case. No, it was part of the proof. That work is now done. What remains is memory. And I think Helena would prefer that memory sit with the daughters. She tried too late to serve rather than in one of my aunt's cabinets where conscience goes to become decorative. The tenderness in the sentence was quiet enough to pass for practicality if one wished. I did not wish. I said only, "Thank you." Something in his face eased. At last he stood. Evening had begun to gather in the window glass. The first faint rose of sunset lay over the lane. From the next room came Lucy's laugh, poorly smothered, and Anne's voice attempting to hush her with the success elder sisters seldom enjoy. He said, "I should go before your household concludes. I mean to annex the furniture. I am sure Mrs. Harbury already suspects it. Then I had better retreat while some honor remains." He bowed, and I stood too, because to remain seated would have made the parting stranger than it needed to be. At the door, he stopped, not on the threshold itself, just before it. Another thing I noticed and stored away, his growing refusal to turn departure into theater. He said, "May I call again on Sunday, Wes?" And right before then, "Wes." A pause. Then, with the careful boldness of a man who has learned not to steal small intimacies, merely because the room offers them, he asked, "May I take your hand before I go?" There are moments a woman remembers because of what happens, and moments she remembers because she was asked whether it might happen first. This was the second kind. I held out my hand. He took it gently, with no more pressure than warmth required. No kiss. No flourish. Only his hand around mine, real and steady and entirely unlike the suspended near touch in the gallery all those weeks ago. Then, he had wanted and withheld. Now, he asked and received. The difference was the difference between the whole of our story and the beginning of another one. He said my name once. Eleanor. And I, because the truth now belonged in daylight, answered, "Adrian." He released my hand at once, not from reluctance, from respect. Then he went out to Mrs. Harbury, Anne, Lucy, the lane, the waiting horse, and the long, honest labor of earning what he had at last been permitted to seek. I stood for a moment alone in the drawing room after he left, my hand still warm, and the light turning softer over the furniture. On the side table lay Anne's mending basket, Lucy's abandoned book, and the little blue swallow I had moved there from my workbox that morning without quite knowing why. I picked it up. Its enamel wing caught the last of the sun and held it. Once, it had been hidden in a wall beside a note written by a woman who understood too late that peace bought at daughter's expense is only another name for theft. Once, it had been the token of a claim men preferred to call confusion. Now it rested in my hand in a house where no one would be sold, dismissed, or gently managed out of truth again without hearing from me first. Outside, a carriage rolled past in the lane. Somewhere down the street, a child called for his sister. Spring, uncertain and imperfect, moved over the world as if beginning were still possible. I went to the window and watched Adrian ride away until the turn in the road took him from sight. Then I looked down at the swallow in my palm and thought, with more peace than fear, that some things hidden too long do not die. They wait.